Chapter 836. Hearing the voice beside her, Shi Jingxian immediately realized that it was June Patriarch. Why was he here? Wasn't she in the poison abyss? Was she not doomed? The face that seemed to exist in her mind and could never be erased appeared. Although it was different from what Shi Jingxian had imagined, she slowly got used to it after recalling it many times. If June Patriarch knew what Shi Jingxian was thinking, he would definitely squat in a corner and bury his head between his legs. I'm a handsome guy that can only be compared to a cross-dressing girl, but she's slowly getting used to it. After getting used to the light, Shi Jingxian opened her eyes again. Although her vision was still blurry, she could vaguely see the outline of a face that merged with her memory. She was sure that it was June Changshao. Shi Jingxian subconsciously raised her hand and touched the blurry face in her vision. Feeling the warmth in her palm, she said with a trembling voice, I saw it. I saw it. Saw it? June Changshao's expression froze. Suddenly, he noticed that Shi Jingxuan's originally empty eyes were gradually filled with color and some kind of emotion. Thus, he said in surprise, Palace Master Shi, your eyesight has recovered. What? Zhang Sun Fanghua and Ling Xingyue were stunned. I saw it. I really saw it. Shi Jingxian was still shouting. Perhaps she was too happy. Her eyes gradually became wet and tears flowed down her cheeks. After 20 years of darkness, she could finally see the light again. Although the image was blurry and similar to severe myopia, at least it was not as scary. How could she not be overjoyed? How could she not cry tears of joy? What's this? Apple? What's this? Orange? On the giant rock, June Changshao sat cross-legged and took a fruit from the side. He asked, What about this? Shi Jingxian squinted and leaned over. After taking a closer look, she smiled and said, It's still an apple. Crunch. June Changshao took a bite and smiled as he chewed. Sure enough, under my treatment, Palace Master Shi can finally see the light again. System, what the F***ck are you treating? Why was Shi Jingxian able to see the light again? This was a question. At first, June Changshao guessed that he might have cured the eye disease by fighting poison with poison, but he also wondered if he had absorbed the strange aura, and not only had the person returned to normal, but his eyes had also recovered. Tears streamed down Zhang Sun Fanghua and Ling Xingyue's faces. Not only was the mark on the palace master's face removed, but his eye disease was also cured. This was definitely a blessing in disguise. Of course, at this moment, they also believed that June Changshao must be the reason why their palace master was able to escape from danger and see the light again. Therefore, they were extremely grateful in their hearts. However, although I can see, my eyesight is still a problem. It was more than just a little. It was simply severe myopia. Even if something was placed in front of his eyes, he could only see it vaguely. June Patriarch. Shi Jingxian smiled brightly. I'm very satisfied. For more than 20 years, she had only seen darkness whenever she opened or closed her eyes. No one could understand that kind of loneliness and fear. Now that she could see the light again, even if her vision was blurry, she was satisfied. Especially, now that she could see the man's face clearly, she didn't have to rely on her memory anymore. Actually, it's not a big problem. June Changshao threw away the unfinished apple and said, As long as you get a pair of glasses, the problem will be solved. Glasses? Zhang Sun Fanghua and Ling Xingyue looked at each other. There were definitely no short-sighted glasses in the Falling Star continent, but there were some in the store because he had bought dazzling sunglasses before. June Changshao was not in a hurry to travel. Instead, he rested where he was and opened the beginner's store. Since Palace Master Shi's eye disease had recovered, he would be a good person to the end and help her get a pair of glasses so that she could see the world better. The system said, There is love. Shi Jingxian sat on the grass and happily played with the flowers beside her. She murmured, It turns out that this world is so colorful. Turns out that flowers look like this instead of being square. She, who had been blind since she was young, could only understand the world from the mouths of others and then rely on her own imagination. However, the things she imagined might not correspond to the reality. For example, Jun Changshao. Under Shi Jingxuan's rich imagination, the head was very flat, the nose was very long, and the eyes were very long. When she saw that the human appearance was different from her imagination, she was immediately depressed. She could not blame Gou Xing for not being handsome enough and not being popular enough for thousands of girls. Shi Jingxuan's eye disease was the problem. She was destined to see the world and things differently from normal people. When she gradually adapted to this world, distinguished what kind of people should be, and established her aesthetic standards, then looked at Jun Patriarch. Anyway, she was used to vomiting and vomiting. It didn't matter anymore. Ding. Ding. Jun Changshao was still refreshing the beginner's store. His contribution points decreased by 10. He, who had tens of thousands of points, did not feel the pinch at all. Finally, after spending thousands of contribution points, a pair of God-modified multifunctional glasses appeared. The introduction said, "No matter how much myopia is, wearing it will allow the patient to have normal vision. The special effect can be activated once a day to massage the eyes. In the long run, the patient will completely get rid of myopia and regain normal vision." Author G. I want T_T, this is it. Jun Changshao spent 50 contribution points to buy this retro, round-framed multifunctional glasses, so he murmured, "It's quite suitable for a little girl to wear." In his previous world, glasses were sometimes more like ornament. Different types of girls would appear more elegant and charming if they wore different styles. For example, a woman in the workplace would look very capable with black-rimmed glasses, while a girl next door would look very cute with round-rimmed glasses. Shi Jingxian belonged to the latter, the kind of weak girl next door. Palace Master Shi. Jun Changshao walked over and said, "Try it on." "How?" "Forget it, I'll help you." Jun Changshao gently put on the glasses for Shi Jingxian, and the latter's vision suddenly became incomparably clear. She stood rooted to the ground like a wooden chicken. Just blurred vision was enough to satisfy her. Now that the scene became incomparably clear, the excitement was even more self-evident. So clear. I can see very far. At that moment, Shi Jingxian stood up happily like a child. She looked at the green mountains and clear waters in the distance, and looked at the endless sky. She looked even more adorable with her large round glasses. My name is Jun Changshao. I never would have thought that I would use such a method to let a girl with an eye disease see the light again. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden quest, taking pleasure in helping others. Ding. Contribution points, 54333500000. Ding. Overflow of contribution points, ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden quest and triggering the hidden reward. You have obtained high-grade formation aptitude liquid X1, and you have obtained the right to purchase the plain battlefield teleportation gate X1. Jun Changshao was stunned. Shi Jingxian put on her glasses and saw everything clearly. She had actually completed a hidden quest. This was completely unexpected. The next second, Gou Xing grinned. Although it took some time to help the girl and consumed some contribution points, the reward of 10,000 contribution points was still very profitable. Moreover, high-grade formation aptitude liquid was a good thing. After consuming it, his understanding of array formations would definitely rise to another level. What does the plain battlefield's secret teleportation gate mean? Jun Changshao opened the shopping list and clicked on the item that appeared. The introduction displayed was Chapter 837. Helping Shi Jingxian regain her sight and see the colorful world was a matter of helping others, so Jun Changshao completed the hidden mission. Actually, he had never flaunted himself as a good person, but he had definitely done good things. Why did he have to complete it now? The system explained, some hidden missions weren't there from the beginning, but were added after the system continuously upgraded itself. As if I'll believe you, Jun Changshao muttered and then clicked on the item description. The system broke down. Shouldn't you be concerned about the girl who just regained her sight? Item: Dimensional Battlefield Teleportation Gate Description. The living beings of various dimensions are constantly multiplying, overcrowded and unable to bear the burden, so they opened up the dimensional battlefield, allowing cultivators of various dimensions to enter and fight, thus relieving the pressure of survival. Effect: This item can lead to the battlefield outside the region to fight with various races. It is the best place to gain experience. Advantage: Hidden cave abode in the battlefield, martial arts secret manuals and resources. Disadvantage: Life and death are determined by fate, riches and honor are determined by the heavens. Price: 50,000 contribution points. Countdown: 59 minutes 10 seconds. After seeing the price, Jun Changxiao's eyes widened. 50,000 contribution points? This is too expensive. His current limit was only 50,000. Buying this item was equivalent to directly emptying his contribution points. What's the meaning of the countdown? This item is a limited-time item. The host must purchase it within the specified time, otherwise it will be permanently erased from the purchased items list, unable to be refreshed from the store in the future. There's such a thing? Jun Changshao was stunned. The system said, there's a reason why it's expensive, recommending the host to buy 5. Before it finished, Jun Changshao forcefully interrupted, I won't buy it even if the recommendation is 500,000 stars. 50,000 contribution points was simply too much. Moreover, the dimensional battlefield was for killing. Although there were various resources inside, life and death were determined by fate, riches and honor were determined by the heavens. From this, it could be seen. The so-called dimensional battlefield was definitely dangerous. It was definitely not a child's play. Moreover, as long as he made the sect strong, he would be able to complete the main mission and live a carefree life with his disciples. What was the use of going to the dimensional battlefield? Every item in the store is useful, such as hair gel, face masks, vacuum cleaners. This item is a limited-time item. It's definitely more useful. The host will definitely not lose out or be fooled by buying it. Furthermore, I'm still keeping the contribution points that I got from my disciples' entry into the life and death secret realm. Even if I clear them all, I still have a lot more. The system was a qualified salesman. However, Jun Changshao was not tempted. He was sticking to his principles. There was no other way. The system had an idea and said, since the extraterritorial battlefields are used by all the planes to kill each other, there must be a way back. If you buy it, wouldn't you be able to use the battlefield as a transit point to rob other planes? That makes sense. Jun Changxiao's eyes lit up. The system continued, the Soul Race's continent is also a plane. If the host breaks the seal and goes in, the other side might invade first. Using the teleportation gate to go to their world is both safe and convenient. After following Jun Patriarch for a long time, its imagination had improved a lot. Don't say it. After saying that, Jun Goxing felt a rush of excitement. Thus, he rubbed his chin and muttered to himself, why don't I just buy it? He had no interest in going to the battlefield to kill. If he could really use it to go to other planes, it would definitely be worth buying. The main mission was to make the sect the strongest. The key to becoming stronger was resources. If the falling star continent could not satisfy him, he could go to other places, such as the Soul Race's territory. It was the fastest way to improve. Buy. The system urged, opportunity knocks but once. If there was no time limit, Jun Changshao might need to consider for a long time. However, seeing the time limit, he finally made up his mind and said, I'll trust you one more time. Ding. The host has spent 50,000 contribution points. Obtained the plane battlefield teleportation gate X1. It has been sent to the spatial ring. Ding. Contribution points 433350000. In the past, June Patriarch would feel the pinch when he spent thousands or even tens of thousands of contribution points. Now, seeing the 50,000 contribution points suddenly turn into a few thousand, he clutched his chest and said, "It hurts, Li Fei." The plane battlefield teleportation gate was similar to the life and death secret realm. It was in the shape of a whirlpool. Because he was in the wilderness, he did not take it out for a closer look. Palace Master Shi. Jun Changshao said, "Let's hurry." Shi Jingxian, who had completely recovered her vision after putting on her glasses, was very happy. Walking on the road, she was like a child walking out of the mountains, looking at the unfamiliar world with all kinds of curious attitude. Of course, she also met many martial artists. After gradually establishing her aesthetic standards, she would occasionally sneak a glance at Jun Changshao and think to herself, "He's more pleasing to the eye than the others." It was definitely because she had seen too much. It was not the kind of first-time meeting and being shocked by a celestial being. At this time, as an expert in the field of love, he would definitely find an opportunity to talk to her and crazily increase her favorability in front of her. However, June Patriarch's spiritual senses entered the spatial ring and the vacuum cleaner, spying on the strange restless attribute inside. This unclean thing should be the culprit that caused Palace Master Shi to go berserk and even cause blindness, right? At first, the system said that it was the soul race. When it was absorbed into the vacuum cleaner, Jun Changshao denied it. This was because the Array Emperor said that the energy released by the soul race was green. This was obviously not. Moreover, although the evil Shi Jingshuan's strength had increased greatly, she did not absorb the energy of others, so it was also one of the reasons why it was not the soul race. Sigh. June Patriarch rubbed his temples and said self-deprecatingly, "The soul race was able to trigger the war of the emperors in the ancient era, which means that they are good at hiding. How can I find them so easily?" The system said, "For now, it's better to focus on those withered flowers and plants. As long as we find out who did it, we might be able to find the soul race." Yes. Jun Changshao thought so too. The withered area in eastern Haozhou, where the energy was absorbed, was the only clue left. As for whether he could find the answer he wanted, he had no idea. June Patriarch. After walking for a while and confirming that the palace master's eyes had completely recovered, Zhang Sun Fanghua and Leng Xingyue took advantage of the rest to kneel down and bow. "Thank you so much." In the past, they hated Jun Changshao. After the incident at Nine Poisons Palace, especially when they saw him resolutely jump into the poison abyss to save the palace master, their attitude changed drastically. They even regretted mocking and ridiculing him back then. If June Patriarch pressed Shi Jingxian against the wall, then hooked her chin with his finger and domineeringly said, "Be my woman," the two elders would definitely not object. This was because he was willing to sacrifice himself to save her in a time of danger. Such a man was worth entrusting their lives to. However, it was just an if. In reality, June Patriarch waved his hand, and a thick spiritual energy erupted, stopping the two of them from kneeling down. He said, "Palace Master Shi and I are friends. When a friend is in trouble, it's natural for me to save her. There's no need to thank me." Chapter 838. Although Shi Jingxian had regained her sight, to further prove that she would not go berserk, Jun Changshao kept telling her some tragic stories along the way. Every time she finished listening, Palace Master Shi would frown and show a depressed expression, but she remained normal and did not go berserk. At this point, Jun Changshao temporarily concluded that the energy that was sucked away was the culprit that caused her split personality. Thus, he decided, it's impossible to release it, let's just keep it locked up for now. The vacuum cleaner's internal walls were very strong. Unclean things could not rush out, so it was still capable of keeping it locked up for a long time. Jun Chang Shao was even considering whether or not he should prepare more. Jun Patriarch. Shi Jingxian said, "Is there another story?" "Yes." Jun Changshao sat down cross-legged, took a bite of an apple, and said, "Yesterday I told you about Romeo and Juliet. Today I'll tell you about Liang Shanbua and Zhu Yingtai." System. Okay. Shi Jingxian opened her eyes wide, her face full of anticipation. The story is like this: later, Liang Shanbua died, and Zhu Yingtai knelt in front of his grave crying. Suddenly, he saw Liang Shanbua's figure, so the two of them turned into butterflies and flew away. After listening, Shi Jingxian was already in tears. She took off her glasses, wiped her tears, and said with a choked voice, "Why can't lovers be together in the end?" Sigh. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "What is love in this world? It teaches people to live and die together." Palace Master Shi. After a pause, he said, "Tomorrow I'll tell you the story of the cowherd and the weaver girl." The system couldn't help but complain. "I think that at this time, the host should sing Happy Breakup, Kind Breakup, Breakup is no big deal, Autumn is the season for breakups, these kinds of songs are the best." Scram. I don't know how to sing. On the road. Whenever they saw a beautiful place, Jun Changshao would deliberately stop to let Shi Jingxian enjoy it. The others tactfully left, giving the two of them a chance to be alone. "So this is a waterfall." Shi Jingxian looked at the water that was like the Milky Way falling from the ninth heaven, and her smile became even brighter. In just a few days, she had already adapted to the colorful world, and her mood better. Of course, Shi Jingxian also knew that she was able to see the light of day again because of Jun Changshao, so every time she looked at him, her cheeks would unconsciously turn red. Jun Changshao didn't think much of it. Whenever he had time, he would study the strange energy inside the vacuum cleaner. It could instantly increase a person's strength by several times or even more. If he could study it thoroughly without losing his rationality, it would be perfect. It was a pity that he didn't gain anything from his research. The next day, they reached a fork in the road. Palace Master Shi. Jun Changshao stopped and cupped his hands. "Let's part here. Be careful on the road." "Yes." Shi Jingxian nodded, but when she was about to leave, she turned around and said, "Thank you, Jun Patriarch, for your help. I will always remember this kindness." Jun Changshao said, "We're friends. Since we're friends, why can't we become allies?" Shi Jingxian said with a smile. She had mentioned this idea when the Blue Mountain Sect and the Sect of All Times formed an alliance, but it was later rejected by the elders, who thought that Jun Changshao was too troublesome. But now Sun Fanghua and Ling Xingyue were very supportive. Jun Patriarch said, "Sure." It was normal for a sect to have many allies, so he naturally wouldn't mind. "When we return, I will announce it to the public," Shi Jingxian said. Yes. Just like that. The serious matter of forming an alliance was not completed on the solemn negotiation table. Instead, it was settled in the wilderness by the two sect leaders. The efficiency could be said to be shockingly high. Goodbye. Goodbye. Shi Jingxian reluctantly led the two elders back to Miaohua Palace, while Jun Changshao led everyone back to the Sect of All Times. Elder Wei. On the way, Jiang Yu whispered, "Elder Ling left. Why didn't you say anything?" Sigh. Elder Wei sighed. After returning from the forest of 1,000 poisons, he had been silent. Obviously, he couldn't accept the death of the girl he once loved. Looking at the slightly haggard Elder Wei, Jun Changshao said to himself, "So it's better to focus on developing the sect, so as to avoid being troubled and hurt by love in the future." The system complained, "You say it as if you can find a woman." Sect of All Times. After Jun Changshao returned, he tied up Miao Saifeng and locked her in prison. Zhao Daodu was overjoyed. He didn't expect his new cellmate to be such an outstanding beauty. However, he cried that night, because although this woman was tied up and her meridians were sealed, many terrifying spiders, centipedes, and other poisonous creatures appeared out of nowhere in the prison. He grabbed onto the iron fan window and howled miserably. Sect leader Jun, change my cell, Patriarch. Jiang Ye asked, is that woman still locked up? Yes. Jun Changshao said, lock her up first. Ding Xingwang suggested, the art of poison can be comprehended to the extreme. It's hard to guard against. Patriarch can subdue her for his own use. Yes. The Ning brothers agreed. Jun Changshao also had this intention when he brought Miao Saifeng back. But he knew that being tied up by him could lead to her death at any time. Miao Saifeng didn't compromise, which meant that she was a woman with character. It wouldn't be easy to make her submit. Since that was the case, then lock her up first. In order to prevent the number one prisoner from dying, Jun Changshao brought Miao Saifeng out and locked her in a cell alone. Zhao Daodu let out a long sigh of relief. He clutched his chest and said, I'd rather be with the Demon King than with a venomous woman. A few days later, Miao Hua Palace announced to the public that they had formed an alliance with the Sect of All Times. If it were in the past, people would definitely think that Jun Changshao was riding on the coattails of a fourth-rate sect. But now, they felt that it was an honor to form an alliance with the Sect of All Times. The alliance didn't cause much of a stir because many big shots speculated that the Sect of All Times Patriarch and the Palace Master of Miao Hua Palace had an unspeakable relationship. Now that they had formed an alliance, it was as good as confirmed. Don't mess with Miao Hua Palace in the future. Listen up. If you meet any disciples of Miao Hua Palace when you go down the mountain, be careful. Don't mess with them. Many higher-ups of fourth-rate and fifth-rate sects were warning their disciples. Clearly, the prestige of the Sect of All Times had made many forces wary. How's the setup of the intelligence network? On this day, Jun Changshao came to the Drizzle Hall to ask about the situation. Li Luoqiu took out a map of the falling star continent and pointed at a few prefectures. At least 5 prefectures have been deployed. The southeastern prefectures are still expanding and will cover the entire region in about a month. Good progress. The Patriarch is still the one with the money. It was definitely unrealistic to rely on disciples to act as intelligence agents. Many intelligence agents were recruited by rogue cultivators. To put it simply, the Drizzle Hall's intelligence network covered a few major prefectures. Disciples were the minority. Most of the information was gathered by rogue cultivators, and they were paid accordingly. Those who performed well during this period would be recommended by the branch master to become a member of the Sect of All Times. The Sect of All Times currently had 2 ways to recruit disciples. The first was through the Mountain Gate examination to obtain excellent youths. The second was through the branch master to send them over. A virtuous cycle of recruitment had been formed and was in full operation. Therefore, Jun Patriarch didn't need to think about how to recruit disciples. Li Qingyang was fully in charge of alchemy resources. He would refine whatever was lacking. It was definitely very stable. Comfortable. Lying on the chair in the study, Jun Changshao closed his eyes and took a nap. Although there were still many things that couldn't be done without him, the sect was gradually formalizing and operating in a virtuous manner. There were fewer and fewer things to worry about. A hands-off boss. Really, the day was just around the corner. Oh right. Jun Changshao opened his eyes and said, set up the dimensional battlefield teleportation gate first. Chapter 839. Jun Changshao came to the back mountain and set up the portal. Now, there was another vortex-shaped entrance, forming a triangle with the life and death secret realm and the space and time secret realm. The back mountain had all kinds of facilities. There was a spirit gathering array that could absorb spiritual energy faster, an experience tower with comprehensive development of morality, intelligence, physique, and beauty, as well as a life and death secret realm. Now there was a portal. Patriarch. Li Qingyang walked over and asked, what is this? He had just returned from the experience tower, and there were still beads of sweat on his forehead. Jun Changshao thought about it and said, let's call it a battlefield secret realm. It can improve martial arts? Li Qingyang's eyes lit up. As long as a new secret realm appeared, it would definitely be of great help to cultivation. It's used for training and you can get a lot of resources. Can I go in? No. Jun Changshao refused. The battlefield secret realm was different from the life and death secret realm. You could revive after death, so it had to be personally inspected and confirmed the danger level inside. Okay. Li Qingyang said, I'll go and do my work. Go. After he left, Jun Changshao touched his chin and said, should I go in and take a look? The system said, since I bought it, I must go and take a look. There are many experts in the battlefield secret realm. What if I can't win? Although Jun Changshao liked to seek death in fancy ways, everything was built on the condition that he had a trump card. However, he had no idea what kind of place the battlefield secret realm was, so he had no idea. Hesitation is not in the host's character. The system said, besides, with all kinds of equipment and unsheathed blades, what is there to be afraid of? You want me to be defeated in the battlefield secret realm. This will stimulate consumption. You know me well, host. Damn. Jun Changshao broke down. When did you become so shameless? I learned it from the host. After giving it some serious thought, Jun Changshao decided to walk towards the teleportation gate. He had obtained a full set of equipment from the Fatality Tower, and his strength was at the pinnacle of the sword and warrior emperors. He also had irretrievable blade and mechanical armament wings, so he was not afraid of any trouble. Most importantly, he was eager to know whether the item he bought with 50,000 contribution points was a loss or a profit. As soon as he entered the vortex of flowing light, a voice sounded in his ears, detected that the intruder has reached the level of an emperor. You have fulfilled the minimum requirement to enter the teleportation device. Loading 10%. Loading 20%. Damn. There was a cultivation level restriction for entering the planar battlefield. The lowest cultivation level was the Emperor realm. This meant that the experts on the battlefield were all Emperor-level expert. In fact, they might even be higher than that. 30% increase. No way. I'll go in after I complete the epic quest and break through to the half-saint realm. Jun Goxing felt weak. Load 100% teleport. Just as he was about to exit, he disappeared into thin air with a whoosh, and a roar could be heard. Jumping from 30% to 100%, are you kidding me? Zhongzuan state. Inside the ancient altar, several white-robed old men sat cross-legged in front of the Earth Spirit instrument. Suddenly, the Earth Spirit instrument trembled slightly, and a voice sounded. The upper realm has decided that the falling star continent must send martial artists to the planar battlefield in 5 years. What? The leading old man suddenly opened his eyes and said in shock, Sir, the upper realm has decided. You only need to obey. Yes. Whoosh. The Earth Spirit instrument stopped vibrating, and everything returned to normal. However, the 5 white-robed old men frowned, and their eyes were filled with sorrow. The leader said in pain, In the end, we still can't avoid it. Our falling star continent is just the most inconspicuous plane in the universe. Why is it chosen to participate in the planar battlefield? If it was the ancient times, we might have the ability to participate in the war. However, now that the spirit chi has withered, our strength is much weaker than before. Sending powerhouses in is undoubtedly equivalent to sending them to their deaths. The white-robed old men were very unhappy, but they could only complain because they could only obey the upper realm's orders. The leading old man shook his head and said, Inform the continent of this matter, and let the emperor-level powerhouses actively prepare for war in the next 5 years. Yes. After everyone left, the leader sighed with his hands clasped behind his back. The minimum requirement to enter the dimensional battlefield is to send 2,000 martial emperors. Although we have them in the falling star continent, if all of them die there, we will pay a heavy price. Our overall strength will only decline. The martial artists on the continent did not know about the planar battlefield, but the leaders of the relevant departments knew better than anyone else. Although there were all kinds of resources and opportunities there, it was also hell. Sigh. He sighed and said, "We can only resign ourselves to fate." Jun Changshao felt dizzy, but when he gradually recovered, he found that he was standing on a crimson land. He looked up at the starry sky and said, "Is this the planar battlefield?" At that moment, he felt as if he was in outer space, and he could see the stars and nebulae in the distance. Huff huff! Suddenly, a murderous aura spread, and Jun Changshao could not help but shiver. He had felt this aura before. However, he had never seen such a strong one. Therefore, he instantly determined that many people must have died in the area he was in. Otherwise, it would be impossible for such a terrifying aura to form. Congratulations to the planar battlefield. Because the falling star continent has never participated in the planar battlefield, you are now in the circle of the falling star continent's territory. A feminine voice sounded in his ear. "Damn!" Jun Changshao said, "It's changed." The system said, "The voice is not from the system of the strongest sect. It is from the teleportation gate of the planar battlefield." "I see." Jun Chang smiled and said, "It's pretty high-tech." "Circle? Territory?" He hurriedly looked down and found himself in a circle with a radius of about 2 to 3 meters. There was a teleportation gate next to him, and there was a flag with the words, "Falling Star Continent," written on it. "No way." Jun Patriarch broke down and said, "This territory is too small." The feminine voice sounded, "This is the first time the plane you represent is entering the planar battlefield. It is normal for the territory to be small. If you want to expand it, you will have to fight inside. For every victory or kill of an enemy, the territory will expand by 1 meter. 1 meter, Jun Changshao's mouth twitched. How many people do I have to defeat to reach the size of a village or a town? The sweet feminine voice sounded in his ear. The value of a territory is that the powerhouses of other planes cannot attack and occupy it. Therefore, dear participant, if you want to provide a safer and larger territory for the Falling Star Continent martial artists who enter in the future, please fight to your heart's content. Mwack. What the hell? Jun Changshao stepped out of the safe zone. A voice sounded in his ear. Participant will lose all protection after leaving the territory. Please be careful. Do not die. Jun Changshao swore. If this feminine system had a physical body, no matter how beautiful it was, it would definitely punch it. Chapter 840. There were many planes in the dimensional battlefield, and each plane had its own independent territory. If one wanted to expand, they had to keep killing. Jun Changshao, who came here through the portal, successfully activated the Falling Star Continent's territory, but it was only a few meters away. In fact, it was related to the number of people. If more people came in, the initial territory would be larger. Sigh. Jun Changshao said, "Since I'm here, I'll take it easy." He didn't come here to fight, and he didn't care about the territory. It was enough as long as he could smoothly go to other planes. No! Suddenly, Jun Changshao thought of something and broke down. No one can enter the Falling Star Continent's territory, and no one can enter the other planes' territories. How can I go to their world? From the battlefield settings, every plane's territory was a safe zone. There was no hope of sneaking into other people's territories or world. System, get out here. There was no reply. Obviously, it had entered a state of feigning death. F***CK. Jun Changshao hugged his head and broke down. I feel like I've lost a lot. Suddenly, a deep voice came from the sky. A martial artist from the Falling Star Continent has entered the dimensional battlefield and is one of the participants. This announcement is hereby made. Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. Saying it so loudly, was it afraid that others wouldn't know that someone from the falling star continent had come? Huff huff. At this moment, powerful auras erupted. In the starry sky in the distance, thousands of streams of light flew over at high speed. Among them were humans in strange clothes and half-naked orcs. Jun Changxiao's eyes widened because they were all Wu Huang's level. No. The dozens of martial artists flying at the front were undoubtedly half-saints judging from their strong auras. Jun Changxiao had already guessed that this place must be filled with experts when he heard that there was a cultivation level restriction. However, when he saw with his own eyes that there were as many emperors as dogs and half-saints running around the streets, he sucked in a breath of cold air and said, "The plain battlefield is so terrifying." Wait. Jun Changxiao's expression suddenly became interesting, because the thousands of experts were obviously coming for him. New martial artists from the falling star continent die. This brat is mine, don't you dare snatch him from me. Anyone who kills a martial artist from the falling star continent will be rewarded with several times the merit point. Who's the coward? Who? Killing intent erupted, engulfing the earth. Even a Wu Xing level expert like City Lord Han wouldn't be able to withstand such a formation. However, Jun Goxing was smarter. Seeing thousands of people coming at them aggressively, they hurriedly took a few steps back and shrank into a circle that was only a few meters wide. Swoosh, whoosh. Many experts arrived in the blink of an eye. They hovered in midair and taunted, "Newcomer, hurry up and show yourself." Seeing that they did not dare to cross the circle, Jun Changxiao folded his arms and said indifferently, "Come in if you have the guts. Come out if you dare. Come in if you dare. You have guts." 10 minutes later, Jun Changxiao's mouth was parched and his voice was hoarse. If you have the guts to come in, if there were only a few or dozens of Emperor-level experts, he would definitely dare to go out. However, there were thousands of people surrounding him, and he could only rely on the safety zone to argue with them. Gutless guy. A powerhouse said coldly, "I won't waste my time with you. Let's go." Swoosh, swoosh. The powerhouse representing him turned around and flew away. The powerhouses from other planes also left one after another. Soon, there were only 20 to 30 people left outside the safety zone of the falling star continent. Obviously, they didn't want to give up and planned to wait. Swoosh. Jun Changxiao summoned a chair, sat on it, crossed his legs and said, "I don't believe that I can't wear you guys out." The system said, "Don't be a coward, go. Go my ass." Jun Changxiao said, "Do you think those people really left? Dear participant, because you illegally sneaked into the plain battlefield and did not go through the normal procedures, although you have established the territory of the falling star continent, you will be expelled after 2 hours in the safety zone. Now, the countdown begins." Of course. The feminine voice continued, "Participant, if you stay outside for an hour, the countdown will start again when you enter the safety zone. I wish you good luck and a happy life." Mwax. Mwax your grandpa. Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. Staying inside for 2 hours and wandering outside for an hour. This was forcing him to not stay in the safety zone. He had to either take the initiative to fight or be hunted down. "Don't be a coward." The system said, "Screw them." Okay. Jun Changxiao stood up, shook his shoulders and said, "When the time is almost up, I'll fight them to the death." The system collapsed. He still had to go out at the right time. When did the host become so cowardly? It wasn't cowardice. It was rich express, eating chicken. I say, everyone. Jun Changxiao sat steadily on the chair and said, "Which plane are you from?" Lingyun Continent. Scarlet Sea Continent. Xingxian Continent. The powerhouses who hadn't left all reported their origins. Their noses were almost pointing to the sky. Jun Changxiao said, "What did you mean by merit points?" The powerhouses from Lingyun Continent laughed coldly and said, "Since you've come to the dimensional battlefield, how could you not know about merit points? Jun Changshao said. I came in a bit of a hurry, so I don't know a lot of things. Everyone's mouths twitched. They had thought about it for a long time before finally deciding to come to the dimensional battlefield. There was no such thing as being in a hurry. Kid. A powerhouse from Scarlet Sea continent said indifferently, when your territory expands to a certain size, a merit store will be formed in the upper realm. At that time, you can buy natural treasures and weapons that are not available in this plane. Upper realm? Jun Changshao was surprised. The feminine voice said, Dear participant, this place was opened by a powerhouse from the upper realm. Every 5 years, there will be a plane leaving and a new plane joining. Damn. Jun Changshao broke down and said, Building a battlefield that focuses on killing, the people of the upper realm are really bad. The feminine voice said, The races of the major planes are multiplying too quickly. In the long run, the energy will be exhausted, so building a dimensional battlefield is also a last resort. The more people there were, the more resources would be consumed, and in the end, it would be exhausted. Jun Changshao could understand this point. Using killing to reduce the population was a bit extreme. Or rather, the upper realm was just taking down the lower realm and treating them like ants. It didn't matter how many people died. I thought that the upper realm was an extraordinary holy land, but now it seems that it can't escape the law of the jungle. Jun Changshao shook his head. Of course. The powerhouse from Scarlet Sea continent smiled coldly and said, You won't have a chance to expand your territory because as soon as you step out, you'll become our prey to obtain merit points. Prey? Jun Changshao clasped his fingers together, leaned forward slightly, and rested his chin on it. He slowly narrowed his eyes, and a U-shaped smile appeared. Are you serious? Chapter 841. Treating him as prey? Jun Patriarch narrowed his eyes. The smile of a demon king that scared children to tears appeared on his face. Seeing his expression, the powerhouses of the other planes all said disdainfully, This guy is asking for a beating. Yes. Jun Changshao was asking for a beating. However, no one on the Falling Star continent dared to beat him up. The powerhouses of the planar battlefield were different. No one took Jun Changshao seriously. Kid. The powerhouse from the Red Sea continent cupped his hands and said, Don't hide in the safe zone. Come out and fight me for 300 rounds. 300 rounds? Jun Changshao leaned back in his chair and raised a finger. He said calmly, 1 round is enough to deal with trash like you. 1 round? The powerhouse from the Red Sea continent sneered. This little Falling Star continent martial cultivator is quite arrogant. Calm down, calm down. Jun Changshao said, You'll know soon enough. He had been waiting for the 2 hours to end. Once he left this time, he would have to wander outside for an hour. Every moment of safety counted. Actually, Jun Changshao could enter the teleportation gate and return to the Sect of all times. However, since he was here, and there were so many powerhouses here, he naturally had to have a good fight. This guy was also a battle-hungry person. However, when he was managing the Sect in the Falling Star continent, unless he encountered a troublesome enemy, the disciples would fight. Today, on the battlefield, he could finally fight to his heart's content. Kid. The powerhouse from the Red Sea continent shouted, Hurry up and come out and finish me in 1 round. He was in a hurry. He wanted to take the first blood of the Falling Star continent martial cultivators and earn several times the merit points to exchange for the resources he needed at the merit store. Jun Changshao ignored him. He secretly observed the 20 martial cultivators outside the safe zone. 10 are comparable to rank 8 Wu Huang, 6 are comparable to rank 9 Wu Huang, 3 are comparable to peak Wu Huang, and 1 is comparable to a half-saint. Why did he use the word comparable? Because every plane had different cultivation systems and different realms. On the Falling Star continent, there were martial masters and Wu Huang. On other planes, there were Qi Si and Void transformation realms. The most valiant, yet also the simplest, was the division between Level 1 to Level 999. The clamoring Scarlet Sea Continent's experts were represented by numbers, and they were experts over Level 700. The realms of each plane were different, but they were more or less the same. It's only a half-saint. Jun Changshao thought to himself, it's not a big problem. Clang. The jade dragon asks the heavens sword appeared and stabbed into the ground in front of the chair. I advise everyone to leave quickly, or else you will become a soul under this sword. He spread his legs and placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. At that moment, Jun Patriarch was like a king who was about to conquer the world. However, the powerhouses of the various existential planes did not care. They stared at the jade dragon asks the heavens sword with shining eyes. Clearly, they had taken a liking to it and planned to take it for themselves. In the planar battlefield where life and death were decided by fate and riches and honor were decided by the heavens, there was only one rule. Either you die or I die. The dead martial artist's equipment and resources would naturally become the victors. Seeing that they were all looking at his swords, Jun Changshao knew that they would not leave. Fine. He shook his head and said, just wait for your death. TSK. Everyone was disdainful. They were all veterans who had been in the planar battlefield for a long time, so they naturally wouldn't put this guy in their hearts. However, there was one thing that was very puzzling. It would take another 5 years for a new plane to enter the planar battlefield. Why did the Falling Star Continent's martial artist come in early and by himself? Sigh. The arrangements of the upper realm were unpredictable. At this moment, the upper realm was very helpless, because this guy was smuggled in and was not within the rules at all. Time passed by minute. The 20 martial artists gathered outside the safe zone of the Falling Star Continent had no intention of leaving. The system's feminine voice rang out, "Dear participant, you will be evicted in 1 minute. Please be prepared to be forcibly evicted. Love you." Jun Changshao had always felt that complaining about his system was very annoying, but compared to this feminine system, it was simply heaven and earth. There is no harm without comparison. The system said, "Now you know how good I am." Shwa. Jun Changshao stood up, a stream of light flashed behind him, and the mechanical wings appeared. He held the jade dragon asks the heavens sword with one hand and said sinisterly, "The slaughter begins." Whoosh whoosh. Flames erupted, and the momentum was like a rainbow. The Scarlet Sea Continent expert was surprised. It's even a fire element martial artist. Whoosh. At this moment Jun Changshao burst out, and an incomparably cold sword light suddenly flashed in the monstrous flames. Not good. The Scarlet Sea Continent expert's eyes were filled with shock. He wanted to dodge, but just as the thought rose in his mind, he saw the sword light flash past his side, and his entire body was stunned in midair. Jun Changshao came in front of him and looked down like a king. A trash like you can be dealt with in half a move. Powerful, awesome. Poochie. Blood spurted from that person's neck, and his head flew off. From his wide-open eyes, it was obvious that he did not expect that he would be killed so easily by his prey. Plop. His body fell to the ground, sending up waves of dust. Congratulations to the participant for obtaining the first blood of the Scarlet Sea Continent, obtaining 100 merit points. A feminine prompt sounded in his ear. So this was the first blood? Jun Changshao's lips curled up slightly, and the Demon King's smile appeared again. Then, he looked at the martial artists from the other planes and said with a cold gaze, "All of you are my prey today." Everyone suddenly felt a chill in their hearts. A level 700 expert from the Scarlet Sea Continent was killed by him in one move. This guy was quite strong. "Everyone!" An expert shouted coldly. "Everyone, attack together!" Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. More than 10 experts from different planes condensed different kinds of energy and charged over. In an instant, this area emitted an even stronger murderous aura, and the scarlet ground became even more enchanting. Die. Jun Changxiao's black hair danced wildly, and his long and narrow eyes were filled with killing intent. Holding Jade Dragon asks the heavens, he charged over fearlessly. Whoosh whoosh. Flames erupted, and sword aura rampaged. At this time, if gang leader Qiao's background music was borrowed, it would definitely ignite adrenaline instantly. Swish. Poochie. The expert from the Lingyun continent didn't dodge at all and was mercilessly beheaded. Even his companion next to him was killed. Congratulations to the participant for taking down the first blood of the Lingyun continent. 100 merit points awarded. Congratulations to the participant for 10 merit points. It wasn't hard to tell from the notification that the first person to kill a plane would be rewarded 100 points, and the second person would only be rewarded 10 points. Black sky, scorching sun. Tornado clouds. Whoosh whoosh. On the other side, several experts from different planes displayed their own martial arts techniques, and dazzling energies wantonly appeared. This was a plain battlefield. Even if the power was extremely strong, it only caused the momentum and didn't shake the space. Otherwise, it would have been torn apart by the shock waves. Boom! Boom! Dozens of different powers bombarded, creating a huge explosion. However, in the area filled with power, Jun Changxiao rushed out wearing the 9 phosphor body armor, shocking everyone. This guy's defensive equipment was so strong. Everyone attacked together, but it didn't hurt him at all. Swish. Jun Changxiao flew over, and with a wave of his wrist, he immediately used the Ling Jian divine art. Sword light burst out like a storm of pear blossoms. Not good. Dodge quickly. The experts from different planes were aghast. Unfortunately, under the extreme speed of the sword, the targeted expert didn't even have the chance to turn around before he was torn into pieces in an instant. Swish. Swish. Sword light filled the sky, illuminating the entire Crimson Land. Whoosh whoosh, Poochie. Poochie. In a short few minutes, Jun Changxiao held the blood-stained Jade Dragon asks the heaven's sword in the air, like an undefeatable god of war from the legends. On the Crimson Land, 19 corpses and limbs were scattered all around, and not a single one was left alive. P.S. A new week, a new month, begging for monthly votes, begging for recommendation votes HHHH. Chapter 842. In the cruel planar battlefield, it was either you die or I live. Therefore, Jun Changxiao didn't show any mercy when he attacked. If he could kill with one move, he wouldn't use a second move. Just like that. In just a few minutes, all 19 planar powerhouses were dead. It was a pity that no one from the Falling Star continent witnessed it. Otherwise, they would be deeply shocked. After all, the weakest of those killed by Jun Changxiao was comparable to rank 8 Wu Huang. If it was a large sect, the death of so many mainstays would be a devastating blow. It might even be impossible for them to recover. Of course, if it was the Falling Star continent, Jun Changxiao might not have the chance to kill so many. The emperors there cherished their lives very much. Moreover, with the current strength of the sect of all times, it would be difficult for dozens of emperors to fight unless they were in a life-or-death situation with the enemy. The 19 people killed came from 3 planar dimensions. One person got 300 points, 16 people got 160 points, and a total of 460 merit points. Whoosh! Jun Changxiao waved his sword and looked at the planar powerhouse who was comparable to half-step Wu Sheng. He said indifferently, "There's one last prey left." More than 10 powerhouses from several planar dimensions had thought of him as prey. In the end, they became the prey. It was a bit tragic. The half-saint powerhouse said indifferently, "No wonder you dared to enter the planar battlefield alone. You have some ability." However, after a pause, he said with a cold gaze, "You still have to die." This powerhouse could have joined forces with others to attack earlier, but after seeing the Red Sea continent cultivators killed, he decided to stand by and watch. Why? because this falling star continent cultivator was very strong. If he killed many people consecutively, he would slowly accumulate kill points. When the time came, he would kill him and obtain more merit points. Jun Changshao was very strong. This half-saint powerhouse guessed correctly. However, he didn't expect him to be so strong that he could kill 19 people in such a short time. But it didn't matter. Now that the pig was fattened, it was time to butcher it. Boom! Boom! This half-saint powerhouse waved his hands and the space shook. Fist imprints condensed from top to bottom. Judging from the strength of the fist imprints, it was definitely not something an ordinary half-saint could compare to. Jun Changshao clenched his sword tightly as fighting spirit rose in his eyes. Since he had advanced into the apex of the Emperor realm, he hadn't fought seriously against a half-step sage. Now that he was in the plain battlefield, where the spatial barrier was firm, he could finally get what he wanted. Burn. My chakra, my little universe, my Haoshaku, my Hello Kitty. Sword chi traversed 30,000 miles, and a single sword illuminated 19 continents. Jun Changshao's long hair fluttered in the wind. The jade dragon asks the heavens, shrouded in scorching flames, suddenly slashed out, instantly forming an unparalleled sword chi. In the distant battlefield, the experts of the various planes all saw a dazzling light appear in the sky. It was extremely eye-catching. Sword chi? Although it's very far away, it feels very strong. Could it be that sword Dao expert? Let's go and take a look. All the cultivators rushed to the scene as fast as they could. As far as they were concerned, it was definitely an expert in the sword Dao that was capable of erupting with such a dazzling sword move. Boom! 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 The dazzling sword chi carried the power of an explosion and obliterated the fist imprints one by one. Seeing that his move was destroyed by a single sword move, the half-step sage's calm expression was replaced by a serious one. He thought to himself, this kid's strength is not inferior to mine. Swish, swish, swish. Jun Changshao rushed over with his sword and used the one-word speed technique again. The battle intent in his eyes was unprecedentedly strong. When the half-step sage met his gaze, he immediately felt a little guilty, so he hurriedly used his movement technique to escape. Once an expert made a move, one would know whether or not it was real. Jun Changshao's sword move had already made a half-step sage wary. As the Emperor of Swords, coupled with the Jade Dragon asks the Heaven's Sword, his current combat strength was definitely stronger than when he was wielding the Green Dragon Crescent Blade. Although he often played with blades, however, his sword Dao was the strongest. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless sword chi burst out like a whirlwind. Unfortunately, the half-step sage had no intention of fighting and retreated, so he didn't hit. Trying to run? With the mechanical armed wings and the power of flight, Jun Changshao turned into a stream of light and chased after him. In the blink of an eye, he had caught up. What a fast speed! The half-step sage exclaimed. Die! Jun Changshao shouted coldly and suddenly raised the Jade Dragon asks the Heaven's Sword. His wrist suddenly shone and was covered by pieces of steel. Mechanical armed wings. Battle mode activated. Whoosh whoosh, the explosive sword chi slashed out. Not only did it reveal an extremely cold aura, but it also revealed a heavy power. At that moment, the whole world seemed to have lost its color, leaving only the scorching sword light that would be remembered by the world for a lifetime. No, the half-step sage felt a sense of crisis and screamed in horror. But just as he opened his mouth, his whole body was split into two by the terrifying sword chi. Poochie! The sword chi tore through the air, and the split corpse fell to the ground with a loud bang, adding another crimson blood stain to the ground. Congratulations to the participant for taking down the first blood of the Fengyun continent. 100 merit points awarded. Congratulations to the participant for killing a black expert. 20 merit points awarded. Black expert? The feminine voice prompted, "The realms of each plane are different, so in order to differentiate strength, participants in the dimensional battlefield are divided into heaven, earth, black, and yellow levels. Dear participant, the expert you just killed is a transformation void realm expert in the Phongian continent, but in the dimensional battlefield, it is classified as black level." "I see," Jun Changshao said. "What level am I?" "In terms of realms, you should be classified as yellow level. So killing a higher level will give you 10 more merit points than killing someone of the same level." The feminine voice sounded. System. It felt a sense of crisis and panicked. Jun Changshao said, "I'm the lowest? But from the battle just now, your true strength should be between earth and black level." The feminine voice sounded. "That's more like it." Jun Changshao smiled with satisfaction. However, the half-step sage was only at black level, which meant that there were still heaven and earth level experts in the dimensional battlefield. Their strength was definitely comparable to Wu Sheng, or even higher. If he encountered them, wouldn't it be very troublesome? As expected, in a battlefield where the minimum requirement was emperor level, there were as many experts as there were clouds. Jun Changshao covered his face and laughed strangely. "This place is very exciting, very suitable for me." He, who was using cheats, had a feeling of being invincible in the falling star continent. In the dimensional battlefield, emperors were everywhere, half-step sages were as common as dogs, and there was also Wu Sheng or even higher. The situation was different. Especially when he thought of being able to fight with them, Jun Changshao's blood instantly burned. After killing 20 half-step sages, he obtained 580 merit points. The territory of the falling star continent below also expanded from the initial 2 to 3 meters to more than 20 meters. Jun Changshao broke down. "To expand to the size of a village, how many do I have to kill?" The feminine voice sounded, "Dear participant, the number of people in the territory determines the speed of expansion. The fewer people there are, the slower the expansion." Shwa! Shwa! At this moment, streaks of light flew over. Among them, there were experts who pretended to leave, and there were also experts who were disturbed by the sword energy. There were at least 6,000 to 7,000 of them. Jun Changshao stood proudly, holding his sword with one hand. Killing 19 emperors and 1 half-step sage was just a warm-up. What came next was the real battle. Combat armor wings and the ability to fly burst out at the same time, and this guy actually ran away as fast as he could. "Don't be a coward," the system said. Jun Changshao roared, "My head was kicked by a donkey, otherwise I would fight with thousands of emperors." Chapter 843. Jun Changshao was very strong, but he did not think that he could fight against thousands of emperors alone. Thus, he could only escape and return to the safe zone when the time was up. Whoosh! With the combination of the mechanical armed wings and the ability to fly, he was very fast. In just a short while, he had left all the powerhouses behind him in the dust. Jun Changshao was quite confident in escaping. Unless Wu Xing used space travel, no one would be able to catch up to him. Suddenly, he realized that his arms and body were emitting a red glow that extended into the sky. He was puzzled. What the hell is this? Martial artists from the falling star continent have killed 19 yellow-level experts and 1 mystic-level expert. They have gone berserk from killing. A Class 3 arrest warrant has been issued, and the reward is 500 merit points. A heavy voice came from the sky. A Level 3 bounty order? This is a big fat sheep. All the powerhouses scattered across the battlefield heard the voice, and their eyes lit up. Apart from taking the first blood of a martial artist and killing a powerhouse stronger than oneself, everyone else would be rewarded with 10 merit points and 500 merit points. This was definitely a fatal temptation. Red light. All the martial artists within 100 miles of Jun Changshao saw the red light and immediately rushed over like hungry wolves. Dear participant, The feminine system said, "You are now a level 3 bounty order. The red light you emit will expose your location at all times. Please be sure to hide well." Mwah. Jun Changxiao's expression collapsed. At this moment, the red light was still rising. Anyone within 200 to 300 miles would definitely be able to see it clearly. Only 20 people. Jun Changxiao roared. "I became a bounty order just because I'm in a killing frenzy?" The system gloated. "Host, you pinched the wrong time." It definitely pinched the wrong time. If he knew that killing people would make him a bounty order and expose his location, Jun Changxiao would definitely not hide in the stronghold for 2 hours. He would quickly go out and kill, then retreat back. If there was no other way, he would use the teleportation gate to return to the Sect of all times. But now, he could not go back even if he wanted to. The system continued to gloat. Easy mode was forcefully turned into hell mode by the host, ha ha. It's fine. Jun Changxiao calmed down and said, "I have the mechanical armament wings, and it's powered by 2 cores. My speed is even faster. Escaping for an hour is not a problem." Who? At this moment, he released his spiritual senses and captured countless experts chasing after him from 3 other directions. Therefore, he could only escape as fast as he could. The system said sarcastically, "This place is indeed very exciting. It's very suitable for the host to escape." Jun Changxiao didn't pay any attention to him and focused on escaping. Chase. Don't let him escape. 500 merit points, I must get it. Tens of thousands of martial artists from all 4 directions chased after him with burning eyes. They couldn't wait to chop this 3rd-grade fugitive into pieces and earn merit points. Why aren't they fighting? Why are they chasing after me? Jun Changxiao roared in his heart. The planar battlefield was supposed to be a place where all the major planes would fight and kill each other. But now they were collectively targeting him. Who the hell had he offended? Dear participant, because your life is worth 500 merit points, 50 times more than 10 merit points, the female voice said. Jun Changxiao ran at full speed and entered into a frenzied escape mode. At this moment, his blood was no longer boiling. There was only one thought in his mind: I want to go home. I want to go back to the Sect of all times. Falling Star Continent. A few martial saints, including City Lord Han, who rarely appeared, landed on the ancient altar. They all frowned, looking as if they had a lot on their minds. High Priest. One of the experts was silent for a while and said, "Can't we reject it?" Sigh. The white-robed elder shook his head and said, "The will of the upper realm can only be obeyed. The planar battlefield has always been participated in by the higher-level planes. The overall strength of our falling star continent is relatively weak. Going in is no different from suicide," one of the Wuxing said with a frown. These experts, who were second only to the martial emperor, had some understanding of the planar battlefield. That was why they were frowning. The high priest sighed and said, "Even if it's suicide, we have to send 2,000 Wu Huang in. Only by expanding the territory of our falling star continent to a certain extent will we have the right to leave." Expand the territory? City Lord Han smiled bitterly and said, "In my opinion, we won't be able to expand the territory. We'll be wiped out." Sigh. Several Wuxing sighed. The falling star continent was just one of the most inconspicuous planes in the universe. There were countless higher-level planes. Participating in the planar battlefield 5 years later was equivalent to sending Wu Huang to their deaths. If they only sent a few dozen people, it would not be a problem. However, they had to send 2,000 people. If all of them died, it would be a heavy blow to the already declining continent. "Everyone," the high priest said, 5 years later, "you should also go to the planar battlefield. Perhaps you can use your strength to expand the territory and reduce the losses to the minimum. That's the only way." Several Wuxing's eyes were filled with determination. They were strong, but they also knew that the experts from the higher-level planes were stronger than them. Since they were appointed by the upper realm, they could only bite the bullet and participate. Planar battlefield? In the heavenly mandate Imperial City, Mu Changhong frowned. Yi Tianxing, who was sitting at the head of the table, said, I heard that this is a battlefield created by the upper realm to solve the problem of overcrowding. Once you enter, you must kill and expand the territory. Sidhu Haoyun shook his head and said, the planar battlefield is a place more terrifying than hell. Sending people from the falling star continent is equivalent to sending them to their death. Yes. Yi Tianxing said, the great war of the ancient emperors caused the world to fall apart. Our vitality was greatly damaged. If we go to the planar battlefield, our core strength will be severely damaged. Our overall strength will only decline further. Mu Changhong realized the seriousness of the matter. He picked up the letter on the table and said resolutely, for the continent we have to go. The altar not only had to send 2,000 Wu Huang, but also half-saints and Wu Sheng. Even if they were weak, they could not give up. They had to fight for a glimmer of hope. They were obviously sending themselves to their death. Why did they have to send so many experts? Because according to the rules of the planar battlefield, if one side was passive or only sent Wu Huang, they would be punished. To put it bluntly, going to the planar battlefield from a designated plane was the same as going to their deaths, risking their lives. Of course, if they managed to survive the stipulated time or expand their territory to a large extent, they would also be rewarded handsomely. As far as the experts of the falling star continent were concerned, they did not expect to be rewarded. They only hoped to survive the cruel battlefield and minimize their losses. Then they would be thankful. While the top experts of the falling star continent were worried, Jun Changshao, who had sneaked into the planar battlefield through the portal, was running wildly with his mouth open and his tongue hanging out. Forcing him to this extent, yes, there were thousands of experts chasing after him. Just think about it. A dense mass of emperors and even half-step saints were chasing after him. How shocking would that scene be? Go Sheng was able to achieve what he had today, thanks to the heavens and the earth. The system was still gloating. Hurry up and burn your chakra, burn your little universe, and burn your Haoshiku. Chapter 844. Although Jun Changshao was in a very difficult situation, it was still a bit difficult to chase him down with the armed wings and the ability to fly. However, the red light broke through the sky, exposing his position at all times. More and more experts were surging over from all directions. It was truly a place where danger lurked everywhere. In fact, Jun Changshao could use the hard blade, but the effect of this thing had not been tested yet. As for whether it was fierce or not, if he fell into a serious weakened state, he would definitely die in the danger zone. Where do you think you're going? Ho ho! While thinking, energy suddenly erupted from the right side, and dense fist and palm prints pressed down. Get out of here! Jun Changshao slashed out with his sword, instantly breaking the incoming attack, and killing the few martial emperors who were blocking his way on the spot. This scene of being surrounded appeared several times in just 10 minutes. He killed a lot of people in succession. Although his merit points increased, his body became redder. Sect Master Jun was the Emperor's favorite right now. Moreover, he was the kind of person whose radiance could pierce through the heavens and earth. It was easy for others to spot him. Swish! Swish! More and more experts charged over. For 500 merit points, they would never give up. Seeing more and more strong people joining in to chase him, Jun Changshao roared in his heart, "How much longer?" The system said, "There are still 10 minutes to enter the safe zone. It's about time." Jun Changshao sped up and suddenly turned around in midair, flying toward the falling star continent's stronghold at full speed. He secretly calculated that the time to reach there should be just right. The system said, "I don't want to discourage the host, but I have to say something. If they surround the stronghold, what should we do?" F***ck. Jun Changshao collapsed. This, he did not think of. Damn it. Jun Changshao's body suddenly emitted endless killing intent and said, if the stronghold is surrounded, I can only kill my way out. Without the help of Wu Xing, he could escape to the ends of the earth. However, the energy would eventually dry up, and the red light would always expose his position, attracting more strong people. So, if he wanted to live, he had to return to the safe zone. The system guessed right. When Jun Changshao flew toward the falling star continent's stronghold at full speed, he saw at least 1,000 strong people floating in midair, surrounding the stronghold. Damn it. He said decisively, fight! Ka. The mechanical wings combat and defense forms were activated, and the 9 phosphor armor and spirit armor were covered in layers. At this moment, Jun Changshao was in his strongest state. At the peak of Hua Mountain to challenge 2 evil sects' big shots, he had even used the rocket launcher, but that was mainly used to scare people to make them give up their territory and pay tribute. At this moment, to survive in the dimensional battlefield, to survive. Since the safe zone had been sealed off, they had to kill their way out no matter what. Otherwise, if they wandered around the danger zone, they would die sooner or later. The Eternal Sect needed to develop, and he was still single. How could he die in this place? The system said, it's better for the host to die, because it's too difficult to be single. Jun Changshao ignored the system's complaint. His eyes gradually turned red, and his whole body was covered in scorching flames. He was like a fire god that would burn anyone who touched him. That kid is here. I knew he would return to the stronghold. The eyes of the 1,000-strong martial artists guarding the falling star continent were burning. At this moment they did not care about Jun Changshao, who was covered in flames. Instead, they treated him as the 500 merit points that could fly. Formation. One of the experts from the other plane shouted. Whoosh, whoosh. More than 20 strong people flew out, unsheathing their swords, and immediately set up some kind of sword formation. Die, all of you! Jun Changshao roared angrily, and his right arm, which was in combat form, suddenly swung Jade Dragon asks the heavens, dragging out a dazzling sword aura. This attack was even more powerful than the one that killed the half-saint just now. One could clearly see the slender sword mark left on the thick spatial barrier. Ta. At this moment, 2 strong people from the wasteland continent stepped on the ground, and 2 ancient giant shadows appeared. They immediately raised their hands to meet the sharp sword aura. Boom. Boom. An earth-shaking explosion was heard. When everything calmed down, the 2 giants had already been destroyed by the sword aura. Thump. 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 The 2 strong people from the wasteland continent retreated, holding their chests and vomiting blood. Their eyes were filled with shock. They were Xian experts, and the ancient giants were also the strongest defensive Dharma Laksana of the wasteland continent. Now that they had released them together, they could not even withstand one attack from that guy. Jun Changshao in his strongest state was not a pushover, but a hedgehog full of spikes. 3,000 sword manipulation technique. At this moment, the dozens of swordsmen in the formation threw out their swords. In an instant, 3,000 sword auras appeared like peacocks spreading their tails. Then, they formed a rain of swords and charged toward Jun Changshao. Whoosh, whoosh. The dense sword chi formed the momentum of mountains and tsunamis. Linear speed technique. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The dense sword shadows shook out and crazily collided with the rain of swords. In the end, all the swords were sent flying. Swords come! Jun Changshao shouted. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The swords that were sent flying were no longer controlled by the swordsmen. They swirled and gathered above their heads, forming a giant sword. Showing off their swords in front of Jun Changshao was no different from showing off in front of Guan Yu. The people in the formation were stunned. In the next second, a strong ominous feeling rose. The leader shouted, "Retreat! Die, all of you!" Jun Changshao was furious, and the Jade Dragon asks the heavens sword suddenly slashed down. The giant sword that gathered above suddenly collapsed like a mountain, and with endless sword momentum, it pressed down fiercely. Boom! 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 The dozens of swordsmen in the formation could not dodge in time and instantly turned into a rain of blood under the sharp edge of the giant sword. At that moment, an emperor expert was as fragile as an ant. Congratulations to the participant for taking down the first blood of the Imperial Sword mainland. 100 merit points awarded. Congratulations to the participant for killing 21 yellow-class martial artists of the Imperial Sword mainland. 210 merit points awarded. The experts from various planes who were about to attack were so shocked that their eyeballs almost popped out when they saw more than 20 experts of the Imperial Sword mainland fall. Roar! At that moment, the clothes of 2 experts from the barbarian mainland who were sent flying burst open, and strange tattoos appeared on their chests. Immediately, their bodies gradually expanded and evolved into the shape of ferocious beasts that were more than 60 meters tall. "Barbarian King Transformation!" someone exclaimed. "Kid!" The Barbarian King Transformation expert roared. "Die!" The mountain-like palm carried a violent force and fiercely attacked. Whoosh! The other Barbarian King Transformation expert raised his right arm and attacked from the side, sandwiching Jun Changshao, who was flying over. Whoosh! The violent force was released crazily, and the entire space was almost distorted. When the experts from various planes saw this, they were all in awe. At that moment, they could judge that after the 2 Mystique experts entered the Barbarian King Transformation, their strength was probably infinitely close to the earthly level. This level 3 wanted criminal was probably doomed. Kill! Jun Changshao's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He poured power into the Jade Dragon asks the Heaven's Sword, forming a scorching sword aura, and pierced toward the large palm that attacked first. Poochie! The sword aura directly pierced through the palm. Chapter 845. Ah! The barbarian king who had his palm pierced by the Jade Dragon asks the Heaven's Sword let out a painful roar. Whoosh whoosh! The other palm came from the side with boundless power. Jun Changshao didn't have time to pull out his sword. He turned around, raised his steel-covered right fist, and punched the palm. Boom! The power exploded and ripples spread out. The experts from the various planes all stared with their eyes wide open, because in their field of vision, the Barbarian King Transformation expert, who was hundreds of feet tall and possessed boundless strength, staggered back and finally fell to the ground with a loud crash. Ah! The other powerful being was still screaming. Jun Changshao flew over and pulled out the Jade Dragon asks the Heaven's Sword. He jumped into the air and slashed down. Poochie! The thick arm was instantly cut off by the huge sword aura. Facing 2 powerful beings who had activated the Barbarian King Transformation and were infinitely close to the earth level, Jun Changshao was able to send one flying and injure the other. That was really terrifying. Under normal circumstances, he would definitely take advantage of the situation to kill. However, he was in a hurry to kill his way back to the stronghold, so Jun Changshao rushed back to the safe zone with his sword. The battle just now had shocked the powerful beings from all dimensions. When they saw that powerful being rushing over, they immediately retreated in shock. "Everyone!" someone shouted. "He's alone. Let's attack together. Whoever can kill him in the chaos will depend on luck." Okay. The powerful beings from all dimensions responded. Whoosh whoosh. However, just as they were about to attack, a dazzling light suddenly flashed in the sky. A huge palm came crashing down with rolling clouds. The powerful aura deeply shocked everyone's hearts. "This is," one of the powerful beings exclaimed, "an Earth-level powerful being." Jun Changshao, who was rushing over, also felt the terrifying pressure. He hastily raised his head and saw the mighty palm print pressing down on him. He immediately cursed, "You motherf asterisk cur." Boom! The entire crimson continent shook and dust rolled up. In the sky, an elder in a green robe appeared. He emitted a terrifying aura, which made the powerful beings from all dimensions feel wary. This was an Earth-level powerful being. Using the falling star continent standards, he was a bona fide martial sage. In fact, he was even stronger than City Lord Han. No wonder Jun Changshao was suppressed before he could finish cursing. After all, he was too strong and too fast. The palm came crashing down and dust covered the sky. It's over. It took an Earth-level powerful being to deal with a mere martial artist from the falling star continent. This is unbelievable. Disperse, disperse. Now that a level 3 wanted criminal was dead, the powerhouses of the various planes naturally wouldn't stay. No. Why wasn't there a voice notification? According to the rules of the planar battlefield, martial artists who were defined as wanted criminals would be announced to the world as long as they were killed. But now there was no sound in the sky. Whoosh! Suddenly, a black shadow dashed out from the billowing dust at an extremely fast speed. The experts from the other planes immediately realized that the falling star continent cultivator hadn't been killed by the palm seal. The Earth-level powerful expert was. Even if it was an opponent of the same strength as him, that palm strike of his would at least injure him. How was it that this kid was completely fine? He didn't have much time to think, so he gathered his powerful palm again and pressed down. Rumble! The ground shook again and dust filled the sky. Whoosh! Jun Changshao dashed out of the dust again. However, the outermost layer of his spiritual armor had been severely damaged, and he looked extremely miserable. What are you waiting for? The system roared. Hurry up and open the store. Buy some items and beat him up. Jun Changshao pretended he didn't hear it and flew away. He didn't die. The powerful beings from all dimensions were dumbfounded. Kid! The Earth-level powerful being said coldly, don't even think about escaping. Whoosh! Whoosh! As soon as he said that, a giant palm came crashing down again. Rumble! Whoosh! Jun Changshao came out again. His spirit armor had been completely destroyed, revealing the 9 phosphor armor. If you don't want to use your contribution points, you can use your unstoppable blade. The system roared. At this time, it was very nervous and panicked. If Jun Changshao died, it would die too. The powerful beings from all dimensions were shocked to see that the kid could still run so fast after taking 3 consecutive blows from the Earth-level powerful being. Of course, there was no time to be shocked. They all used their movement techniques to escape. The 4th palm came crashing down. If they didn't dodge, they would be affected sooner or later. Rumble! Whoosh! Jun Changshao came out again. The system was about to cry. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Rumble! Whoosh! Just like that, the palm kept pressing down. Jun Changshao was like a tenacious gopher. He escaped again and again. After a few more blows, the Earth-level powerful being stopped in midair. The target had already entered the falling star continent. Plop! Jun Changshao slumped into a chair, his head bowed as he gasped for breath. The 9 phosphor body armor he was wearing had been damaged in many places. He could take so many blows because of his defensive equipment. Otherwise, he would have been dead. Old man, after a while, Jun Changshao looked up with difficulty. He gritted his teeth and said, I will remember this. I will pay you back 100 times in the future. What? As soon as he finished speaking, he couldn't suppress the injuries in his body. He spat out a mouthful of blood. He took so many blows. Although he relied on his defensive equipment, he also relied on his spirit to maintain it. Every blow not only consumed his spirit energy, but also hurt his internal body. Jun Changshao's meridians were all damaged. He could be classified as seriously injured. It wasn't that he hadn't been injured since he transmigrated to this world, but he had never been so severely injured. He had never been in such a sorry state before, so the anger in his heart erupted, and his eyes gradually turned red. "Humph!" The Earth-level powerful being sneered. "You are lucky to survive after taking so many blows from me. But you won't be so lucky next time." His voice became more and more vague. He had disappeared into space. Crack! Jun Changshao clenched his fist. He remembered this expert, who was comparable to a martial saint, in his mind. He thought to himself hatefully, "The day I become strong will be the day your head falls to the ground. This kid is really tough. He didn't die after being suppressed so many times. Let's go, let's go." Because Jun Changshao entered the Falling Star Continent's stronghold, the warriors couldn't do anything to him. They could only leave. Puff! Jun Changshao spat out another mouthful of blood. He stood up with difficulty and walked toward the teleportation gate step by step. "Dear participant, once you leave the dimensional battlefield, the Falling Star Continent's territory will be seized. If you don't come in within a year, you will be forcibly erased." A feminine voice sounded. Jun Changshao stopped in front of the teleportation gate. With his back to the dimensional battlefield, he said, "I will be back." Whoosh! His body disappeared into thin air. The stronghold had extended to a few hundred meters. The flag with the words, "Falling Star Continent," in the middle was waving in the air. Chapter 846. Junior Brother Xiao, are we going to the Spirit Gathering formation later? Sure. Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji walked out of the Tower of Trials. However, just as the two of them were talking, the teleportation gate flashed. Jun Changshao staggered out, then fell to the ground and fainted. Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji were stunned. "Oh no, the Patriarch has fainted! Quick, quick! Go to the medicine hall. Where's Sun Bukong? Where's Sun Bukong?" The entire sect of all times was in chaos. Jiang Ye and the other elders paced back and forth outside the medicine hall with their hands behind their back. Their faces were filled with anxiety. Xiao Ziji sat in front of the stairs. Long Xiang, Li Tiantian, and the others were also very worried. Lu Qianqian leaned against the wall. Although her clear eyes were still cold, she could not hide the worry in them. Creak! After a while, the door opened. Elder Wei and Sun Bukong walked out with their heads lowered. They looked like doctors who had just finished an operation. They almost apologized to the patient's family. "Sorry, we did our best." "Elder Wei," Li Qingyang asked first, "is the Patriarch okay?" "Although he's unconscious, it's not serious," Elder Wei said. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. "However," Elder Wei said, "he needs to rest for a while." Ding Xingwang said solemnly, "To be able to make the Patriarch return with such heavy injuries, how terrifying is this battlefield mystic realm." Jun Changshao was unconscious for a day before waking up. Although his injuries were under control with Sun Bukong's medicine and he had the strength to get out of bed, his meridians were severely damaged. He could not use spirit energy for the time being. It was not a big problem. With the space-time mystic realm, he could quickly recover after entering. Although he had only gone to the battlefield for 3 hours, Jun Changshao realized that he was still too weak. The system comforted him. "It's not that the host is weak. There are just too many strong people. Damn it!" Jun Changshao clenched his fists as he thought about how he had been repeatedly suppressed by a martial saint's palm. This is too King frustrating. He was very angry. Revenge had to be taken. The system suggested, release all of your contribution points, buy a set of top-grade equipment, and go back to the planar battlefield to kill those bastards. Jun Changshao said, "I'll wait until I complete the 2 epic-level missions and break through to Half-Saint before I take my revenge." The system wanted him to spend as soon as possible so that he could repay his debt. However, what Jun Patriarch thought was that it would definitely take a lot of contribution points to deal with Wu Xing. Instead of that, he might as well wait for a few months until the reward was given and he reached a higher realm. Revenge is a dish best served cold. Jun Changshao said, moreover, my surname is Jun. The system broke down. What does this gentleman's Jun have to do with your surname? Creak. The door was pushed open and Lu Qianqian, who was dressed in snow-white clothes, walked in. She placed the bowl on the table and said, "It's time to take your medicine." The corner of Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. Fortunately, he could get out of bed and move. If she were to take care of him, he would probably have to get out of bed and drink the medicine himself. Lu Qianqian said, "Since the planar battlefield is so dangerous, why didn't Patriarch prepare a heal pill?" "The heal pill has no effect on my current realm," Jun Changxiao said. However, Lu Qianqian's words reminded him. The martial arts had always been changing, but the heal pill was still stuck at the middle grade. It seems like, Jun Changxiao thought to himself, I have to find a time to refresh the shopping mall. The system said, "Do you want to release the contribution points?" Jun Changxiao rolled his eyes and said, "You're instigating me to spend now, you're getting more and more deranged." Sigh. The system said, "The host is being abused by others on the battlefield. I also feel uncomfortable in my heart, so I urgently hope that the host can have more trump cards and become stronger." F***CK. Spending 50,000 contribution points to buy this planar battlefield teleportation gate is useless. I haven't had a good talk with you yet. At first, he thought of using the teleportation gate to sneak into other worlds, but the various planar strongholds were defined as safe zones, so it was completely impossible to go to other worlds. No. Jun Changxiao only thought about it for a moment, and he felt pain all over his body. The system didn't say anything and entered the second play dead mode. Jun Changxiao went to the space-time secret realm, and after coming out, his injuries were completely healed. Next, he put his thoughts on the construction of the Sect. The planar battlefield teleportation gate could be entered anytime and anywhere, but it was nothing more than an instance dungeon. Finding an exciting place, the development of the Sect was still the most important task at hand. The next time I go in, I can bring Old Ding and the others to expand the territory and activate the merit store. Jun Changxiao muttered. After fighting in the planar battlefield, his merit points had already exceeded 1,000. He was now looking forward to the merit store that could be exchanged for various martial arts resources. Of course, Old Ding and the others were also very curious. What exactly did the Patriarch experience in the planar battlefield's secret realm for him to be seriously injured and unconscious? What? Oh my God! Jun Changxiao told the whole story. Suddenly, Old Ding, Jiangye, and the others who were sitting in the main hall were all dumbfounded. Emperors were as common as dogs, and half-saints were everywhere. This scene was simply unimaginable. Sigh. Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, "I was injured by an Earth-level powerhouse comparable to Wu Xing." Patriarch. Old Ding's eyes were burning. "Can I go in?" "Not now," Jun Changxiao said. "After a while, I will bring you in together." Jiang Ye and the Ning brothers' eyes were burning. Although the planar battlefield was very terrifying, as a martial artist, they naturally longed for excitement and wanted to fight with powerhouses. Of course, Jun Changxiao said solemnly, during this period, you must work hard to cultivate, because once you enter the planar battlefield's secret realm, life and death will be up to fate. Yes, Jiang Ye and the others said in unison. After the meeting, Jun Changxiao called the Purple King over and said, "How's your recovery?" "It's okay," the Purple King said, "about 70 to 80%. With Lu Wancher's delicious food and various equipment to temper him, he was very close to reaching his pre-seal strength. Back then, several Wu Xing joined forces to subdue him. This guy was definitely very strong. Jun Changxiao naturally wanted to bring him to the planar battlefield to avenge him and expand his territory. Patriarch. Yi Xingqian came over and said, "Can I go in?" Jun Changxiao pondered for a moment and said, If you can break through Wu Huang in 10 months, I will naturally bring you in. 10 months. Yi Xingqian said, that's a bit difficult. He was now a rank 8 martial king. Apart from He Wudi, his cultivation was the highest among the disciples. With enough resources and various planar battlefield secret realms, breaking through to the peak in 10 months was not a problem. However, breaking through to Wu Huang would take a lot of time. In fact, Yi Xingqian breaking through to Wu Huang was something that was set in stone. After all, he had done it in his previous life. It was just a matter of walking through it again. However, cultivation required not only comprehension, but also time. He had already comprehended it. All that was left was time. If Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others wanted to enter Wu Huang, they would need a lot of comprehension and time. It was obviously harder for them to break through compared to Yi Xingqian. It was not a big problem. With the body metamorphosis scripture and the 5 elements heavenly reflection art, as well as high-quality spiritual roots and various resources, breaking through was only a matter of time. Damn it! Jun Changshao clenched his fist and said, when I bring people in, I will definitely turn the planar battlefield upside down. Chapter 847. This trip to the dimensional battlefield made Jun Changshao understand that this was not a place where one person could play, unless he was strong enough to crush everything. No problem. Next time, he could bring people. Moreover, that female system also said that the more people there were, the faster the territory would expand. Of course, with the experience of almost not being able to return from the battlefield, Jun Patriarch naturally had to start preparing for a rainy day. First of all, it was okay to bring people in, but he had to ensure their safety. He could not really let them live or die in there. The system said, the host lacks high-grade healing pills, high-grade talismans, high-grade weapons and equipment. Jun Changshao knew that this guy was promoting, but he really lacked them. However, if he really wanted to get them all, how many contribution points would he need? Moreover, he could not use the dimensional battlefield to go to other worlds. As long as he expanded the territory and opened the merit store, it would be enough to see what was inside. There was no need to go through so much trouble. Let's get high-grade healing pills first. Jun Changshao made a decision and opened the beginner's store. The system said, it's impossible for the host to get such high-grade items in the beginner's store. Then where should I get them? High-grade store. Jun Changshao was silent. Ever since he had the ability to buy the high-grade store, he had never refreshed it. The main reason was that each refresh required 10,000 contribution points. The system said, although the goods in the high-grade store look good, there are not many that can really help the host and the sect. It is recommended that you refresh them instead of saving them for the new year. This guy was trying to stimulate Jun Changshao to spend money. However, it made sense. Currently, except for a few items, most of the goods in the high-grade store did not have the value to buy. How many contribution points did you bet? Jun Changshao asked. The system said, during this time, I have helped the host to bet more than 70,000 contribution points. So little? Jun Changshao frowned. When disciples challenged the life and death secret realm, they would get 1 contribution point for every disciple that passed. Now that a long time had passed, even if half of the tens of thousands of disciples succeeded each time, it would be at least 100,000 contribution points. The system said, the higher the level of the disciple, the lower the difficulty of the challenge. Some inner disciples will even team up with lower-level disciples to challenge the easy mode, so there will be no contribution points reward. The life and death secret realm was a good place for Sect of all times disciples to grind. However, after grinding for a long time and reaching a higher level, the EXP awarded would gradually decrease. Even the contribution points would not be given at all. For example, Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji. With the cultivation of a rank 7 or 8 martial king, if one attempted the easy mode, one would receive 0 experience and contribution points. Even if one attempted the normal mode, the amount of experience that one would receive was extremely small. Even if one attempted it multiple times, one might not be able to increase one's cultivation. As for the hard mode, although they could clear it and receive a large amount of EXP and contribution points, the Sect of All Times members could not clear it without taking any damage, so the EXP and contribution points were not much. Right now, relying on the life and death secret realm to earn contribution points could only be done by the disciples who had just joined the sect and had just increased their cultivation, since they were at the golden stage of farming. All right. Jun Changshao said, "Give me 50,000 renminbi first." Ding. Contribution points. 544-805-0000. Ding. Overflow of contribution points. Schwa. He pulled open the high-level store. Jun Changshao glanced at it again. After confirming that there were no items that he had to buy, he gritted his teeth and used his mind to scroll down. At that moment, his hands were trembling. Ding. Contribution points. 444-805-0000. After spending 10,000 contribution points, the items in the high-level store were all replaced, and the items that appeared were Origin Stone, Advanced Dragon Flame Technique, 8 Desolation Sky Splitting Act. Jun Changshao continued reading until he saw the item named Upper Grade Healing Pill Formula. His eyes immediately lit up. Look, the system said, I was right. Jun Changshao clicked on the introduction. Item. Upper Grade Healing Pill Formula. Introduction. After purchase, it will automatically be matched with the pill pavilion and obtain the refining method of the upper grade healing pill. Effect. When a martial artist still has a breath left, consuming the refined upper grade healing pill will allow them to recover quickly. Advantage. Not only can it heal injuries, but it can also quickly replenish consumed spiritual energy, allowing one to instantly reach a full state. Disadvantage. Restricted to martial artists at the level of Wu Huang and Wu Xing, and only 1 pill per day. Price. 10,000 contribution points. It can even recover spiritual energy? Jun Changshao said happily, this is good stuff. The lower-grade healing pill could only heal injuries. When a person was seriously injured and exhausted, and limited to dangerous situations, consuming it would basically have no effect. The upper-grade healing pill could recover injuries and spiritual energy, which meant that when one was seriously injured, they could immediately recover and continue fighting with the enemy. I have to buy this. Jun Changshao did not think much and spent 10,000 contribution points to buy it. As one's level gradually increased, one's fighting style would become more diverse. As long as a martial artist was injured, his meridians would be damaged, and his spirit core would be affected. A pill that could recover spiritual energy was really a necessity when going out and fighting outside. Ding! The formula was automatically matched with the pill pavilion. Clicking on the refining introduction, more than 50 materials appeared. Damn! Jun Changshao said, this is too much. The better the effect of the pill, the more materials it needs. This is basic knowledge, okay? The system said. Jun Changshao said, 2 kilograms of meat and 2 hunger grass. How do you explain refining an intermediate-grade beast pill that is several times stronger than an elementary-grade beast pill? This. The system was speechless. Patriarch. Li Luochio walked in and said, the hunger grass is far from reaching the collection standard. I'm afraid it will be out of stock soon. Jun Changshao. Just as I was using the intermediate-grade beast pill to slap the system's face, you suddenly came out to slap my face. The procurement hall had been purchasing a large amount of hunger grass. Although this thing was all over the mountains, it took a year to mature. After a long time, it would not be able to supply it. Moreover, the merchants of Qingyang County knew that the Sect of All Times had been buying it for a long time. They dug up the hunger grass every day, and the mountains had long been dug bare. Jun Patriarch muttered, I have to think of a way to provide it for a long time. There were hundreds of thousands of ferocious beasts in Mount Ironbone that needed to be raised. The intermediate grade beast pill must not be out of stock. He definitely had to look for Elder Wei about the medicinal herbs. Jun Changshao came to the medicine hall and handed over the list of medicinal herbs to refine the high-grade healing pill. He said, "How long will it take to grow these dozens of medicinal herbs?" He did not have any medicinal herbs, but he had a lot of seeds. Moreover, the procurement hall had been purchasing them. As long as they were of good quality, they would buy them and store them for emergencies. In Jun Changshao's words, "I can wait for all kinds of formulas to be refreshed, but I definitely can't let the formulas wait for the materials." It had to be said that he had foresight. Otherwise, he would have to urgently think of a way to find the materials to refine the high-grade healing pill. In fact, Jun Patriarch could also plant all the seeds and keep them as backup, but the project was vast. Moreover, he did not know what materials were needed for a refreshed formula, so he could only gather the seeds first. Elder Wei looked carefully and said, "Although there are many kinds, the quality is not too high. It will take about 3 to 4 months. Let's plant a batch first," Jun Changshao said. The dimensional battlefield had a level limit, so it was destined that not many people could be brought in. It was enough for everyone to have a few pills, so there was no need to mass-produce them for the time being. Oh right. Jun Changshao said, "Send some people from the medicine hall to plant the Mount Ironbone with the hunger grass." Elder Wei was instantly dumbfounded. Strictly speaking, the hunger grass was just an ordinary plant. It could not be considered a medicinal herb at all. Letting the members of the medicine hall grow this thing would definitely lower their status. Jun Changshao touched his chin and said, "We can set aside a grassland and use it to grow the hunger grass." The corner of Elder Wei's mouth twitched. He could already imagine the scene of a professional herbalist growing the hunger grass. Chapter 848. On a hill not far from the herb garden, Peppa the wild boar released its spiritual energy and went back and forth, diligently reclaiming the land. This place was used to grow hunger relief grass, and it was estimated that more than 2 million of them would be planted. Under normal circumstances, this kind of plant would take 1 year to grow, but with the seed-nurturing pond and sufficient spiritual energy and herbalists, it would mature in 2 or 3 months. It would not be a problem to feed hundreds of thousands of ferocious beasts, and it could even be sold. However, if outsiders knew that the Sect of all times was growing hunger relief grass, their jaws would drop. Everything is ready. Now we just need to wait for the herbs to mature. Jun Changshao leaned against the chair, crossed his legs, and enjoyed his tea. The system said, "The host has forgotten the fear of being dominated by an Earth-ranked powerhouse's palm in the dimensional battlefield." F***CK. Jun Changshao broke down and said, "Can you not mention it? I just forgot." "How can you forget such a deep grudge?" The system said, "Revenge is a dish best served cold, but you still have to take revenge. I will always remind the host." Right now, Jun Changshao really missed the female system that would kiss him. Whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, the sound of someone leveling up came from outside. Jun Changshao looked up and said in surprise, "Someone is about to break through to Wu Huang?" The disciples who were cultivating in the outer court also noticed it. They all looked in the direction of the aura and finally confirmed that it came from He Wudi's room. Tsk tisk. Jun Changshao took a sip of tea and said, "This disciple of mine is improving very quickly." He was not too surprised when He Wudi broke through to Wu Huang. After all, he had a super divine grade spiritual root and was very diligent in his cultivation. "He's faster than me." Yi Xingqian, who was about to enter the training tower, suddenly frowned. He was not jealous that there was a disciple in the sect who became an emperor faster than him. He was just wondering if he could break through to this level before going to the battlefield secret realm. Whoosh whoosh, The leveling up continued for a while and gradually calmed down. Creak. The door opened and Woody walked out. His whole body was emitting an emperor-level aura. His eyes were shining with a sharper luster than before. Congratulations, junior brother for breaking through Wu Huang. His fellow disciples who were passing by all congratulated him. Coincidence, coincidence. Woody scratched the back of his head and smiled foolishly. Since he came from the upper realm, he had always been humble and low-key. This was a stark contrast to Yi Xingqian, who had been reborn as a martial emperor. Junior brother Li Qingyang said, "The Patriarch summons you to the Great Hall." Yes. In the main hall, Jun Changshao cupped his hands and said, "Since you've broken through to Wu Huang, follow me to the secret battlefield realm." Battlefield mystic realm? Woody was confused. In order to break through Wu Huang, he had been in closed-door cultivation all this time, so he hadn't heard about it. Jun Patriarch said, "Simply put, it's the planar battlefield." Planar battlefield? Woody's eyes flashed with surprise. He had heard of this place before. It was a battlefield created by a powerful expert using a mystical ability, allowing cultivators from various planes to enter and kill each other. Patriarch. Woody asked, "Can we enter?" "Anytime," Jun Changshao said. Woody's mouth twitched as he thought to himself, "Aren't only the designated planes qualified to enter?" When he arrived at the back mountain and saw the entrance to the secret battlefield, he suddenly realized, this must have been created by the seven profound Holy Lord using a mystical ability. Woody would always forcefully imagine things that he couldn't understand. No wonder he was the leader of the imagination trio. Jun Changshao not only had to bring his disciples and elders, but he also had to bring his contracted beast. Thus, he called the little dragon and Xiao Maxian over and told them to use the limited time to strengthen themselves. "Humph," the little dragon said indifferently, "it's enough for Master to bring me. There's no need to bring a burden." "Who are you calling a burden?" Xiao Maxian's almond eyes widened as she fiercely pinched the spiritual cat. Although the spiritual cat was in pain, its face was filled with enjoyment. "I'm talking about you." "Say that again." "A burden, a burden, a burden." The little dragon repeated important matters 3 times in a very manly manner. The system said, "You are indeed worthy of being the host's contracted beast." "Master," Xiao Maxian said with an aggrieved expression, "this little bug is bullying me again." Jun Chang smiled and said, "Let go of your hand first. The little guy is out of breath from your grip." It's fine," the spiritual cat said in a hoarse voice. You can continue chatting. I can still hold on, purring, pung." Xiao Maxian grabbed it and slammed it into the ground several times. She bitterly said, "I'm annoyed, don't talk." Jun Changshao, this little fellow that followed Du Nan had awakened an incredible hidden attribute. Little Dragon and Xiao Maxian were very strong, but their birth characters were incompatible. If they weren't bickering then they would be bickering on the road. Thus, this gave Jun Patriarch a headache. This was impossible. After persuading them for a long time, the two finally entered a state of truce. Only then did Xiao Maxian leave with the spiritual cat. "Master." Little Dragon returned to the main topic. Its eyes were cold as it said, "I will become stronger and enter the mystic realm. I will torture that fellow that bullied you until he wishes he was dead." "Wu Xing." Jun Changshao said, "This is a bit tricky. The Earth-ranked powerhouse that suppressed him, from the aura that erupted, was clearly stronger than Ding Xingwang and City Lord Han." "It's fine," Little Dragon said, "I can evolve. Now? That won't do. We have to wait for the right time." Jun Changshao opened the high-grade store and locked onto the advanced dragon flame technique. He thought, this should be able to make Little Dragon stronger. The advanced dragon flame technique was a beast-type skill that was suitable for fire-type beast. It cost 10,000 contribution points. After giving Little Dragon the beginner-level fire rain technique, its strength increased significantly. This advanced skill should be stronger, right? Jun Changshao guessed. The system said, there are only good items in the high-grade store. There's no need for the host to think too much. Just buy it. Ding. The host has spent 10,000 contribution points. You have obtained the advanced Dragon Flame Technique X1. It has been transferred into the spatial ring. Ding. Contribution points 344,805,0000. The system said, you bought it just like that? In the past, when he tried to persuade the host to buy things, he would always be indecisive. Now, he bought it just like that. Happiness came a bit too suddenly. Ding. The purchased Dragon Flame technique was automatically matched with the Spirit Beast Pavilion. Jun Changshao clicked on the introduction. Beast Skill, Advanced Dragon Flame Technique. Effect. Allows contract beasts to comprehend the Advanced Dragon Flame Technique. Requirements. 1/1 Fire-type contract beast, 231,100 Fire-type mid-level 9th-grade beast crystal cores, 0/30 Fire-type low-level 9th-grade spirit beast crystal cores, 0/10 Fire-type mid-level 9th-grade spirit beast crystal cores. Jun Changshao then clicked on the Fire-type contract beast. The name that appeared was Fire Dragon. This meant that as long as he had enough Fire-type crystal cores, he could give Little Dragon the advanced Dragon Flame technique. Fire-type crystal cores. He touched his chin and said, where should I find them? At this moment, through the entrance of the hall, Jun Changshao saw the Purple King who was heading towards the Spirit Beast Hall. He smiled and waved, Hall Master Z, come here. I have something to say to you. The Purple King stopped in his tracks. He had a bad feeling about this. Where am I supposed to find so many Fire-type crystal cores? You beasts should have your own graveyard. You can send your subordinates to collect them. No. That kind of place cannot be desecrated. Smack. Jun Changshao placed the spatial rings filled with mid-level beast cores on the table and said, Hall Master Z, please collect the Fire-type crystal cores as soon as possible. Understood. The Purple King stood up and took the rings with him. He was not going to kill his own kind for crystal cores. He was just going to the graveyard to look for them. It was still acceptable. Before he left, Jun Changshao said, bring some crystal cores of other elements. Chapter 849. After handing over the matter of crystal cores to the Purple King, Jun Changshao focused on managing the sect. Now that he had the healing pills, the next thing he needed to consider was whether he could help his disciples break through faster before the mission was completed. This breakthrough referred to the Emperor Realm. There were many experts in the dimensional battlefield. If his disciples entered and fought with them, it would naturally be more challenging than the life-and-death secret realm. Moreover, since he wanted to turn that place upside down, it was definitely not something that could be done with just a few people. If he brought hundreds or thousands of Emperor Realm experts to bully them, the scene would definitely be as beautiful as a painting. Li Qingyang and the other disciples are close to breaking through to the peak of the Martial King realm. I'm afraid it will take a long time for them to comprehend on their own. Jun Changshao murmured, if only there were Wu Huang pills. The system said, as long as the host is willing to spend contribution points, you can have anything. However, it paused and said, before that, you have to go to the high-level mall. Get lost. Jun Changshao rolled his eyes. In a high-cost place like the high-level mall, without hundreds of thousands or millions of contribution points, he would not have the confidence to go there. Sigh. Jun Changshao sighed and said, I'll take it one step at a time. Leveling up had to be done slowly. It was not realistic to become a fatty in one go. Patriarch. Li Qingyang said, Qian Songbao is here. I thought this kid changed his mind halfway. It had been a while since the God of Cookery competition ended, but Qian Songbao still did not report to the Sect of all times. Jun Changshao guessed that he might have been stopped by his father and went to quietly be a rich second generation. In the main hall, Qian Songbao sat at the head of the table. He did not come alone. He was followed by a middle-aged fat uncle with a big belly. Because he was too fat, his eyes were almost squinted into a line. "This is?" Jun Changshao walked in and asked. Qian Songbao was about to introduce him when the middle-aged uncle cupped his hands and said, "This humble servant does not have much money." Shua. Jun Changshao sat down beside Qian Budwa at lightning speed. He extended his hand and said, "Recently, there have been auspicious clouds appearing in my sect. I was wondering why, but now I know that Master Qian will be paying us a visit today." The system, Li Qingyang. Although Qian Budwa was a little shocked, he had been through a lot. He smiled and said, "Jun Patriarch, my son is lucky to be able to join the sect of all times. I'll have to trouble you in the future." As soon as he finished speaking, he put down a spatial ring and said, "Here are 5 million taels of silver and 20,000 natural spirit stones. Take it as the entrance fee." Her son was so rich. As a father, he was indeed inhumane. "Patriarch Qian, how old are you?" "Over 40 years old." Jun Changshao cupped his hands and said, "Jun is only in his early 20s, so I'll address you as Big Brother." When Qian Budwa heard what he said, he smiled and said, "Then from now on, Big Brother, we'll call each other brothers." "Big Brother. Brother." The system ridiculed. "Do you want to take out the green dragon crescent blade and offer it to Guan Yu so that you two can become sworn brothers?" "Good idea." The system, Qian Budwa, came this time to send his son to the sect of all times. Secondly, he wanted to try the dishes cooked by the god of cookery competitions champion, Lu Wanshi. Therefore, they brought up the topic during their conversation. Jun Changshao went with the flow and said, "Big Brother has come from afar. I've already prepared a feast to welcome you. Please." "Please." Jun Patriarch brought him to the courtyard where he lived and arranged for the dining area to be in the main hall. The higher management of the certification center, such as Elder Zhou and Elder Zhen, only allowed them to eat in the cafeteria and arranged for Qian Budwa to stay here. This showed that he respected his big brother very much. "Serve the dishes." Jun Changshao snapped his fingers. 1 He and 2 He, who had received the order earlier, walked in with delicacies and quickly filled the entire dining table. Meat, vegetables, sweet, spicy, everything was available. After all the dishes were served, Qian Budwa was not in a hurry to move his chopsticks. Instead, he sniffed lightly and said, "The taste is not bad." Qian Songbao was stunned. His father was even more picky than him when it came to food. Now that he had praised it without even tasting it, it was a little unexpected. Jun Patriarch said humbly, "It's just plain tea and plain food. I've embarrassed myself in front of you." Qian Budwa said, "Brother, just this mouth-watering smell alone is worth a few 100,000 just to smell it." The corner of Jun Changshao's mouth twitched. Sure enough, in the world of the rich, everything was measured by money. Swoosh! Qian Budwa waved his hand and took out his specially prepared cutlery. Judging from the color, although it was not gold, it was definitely more precious than gold. Jun Patriarch began to seriously consider whether he should accept the system's suggestion and summon the Green Dragon Crescent Blade to become sworn brothers with him. Qian Budwa arranged the cutlery and then picked up a piece of red braised pork with his chopstick. The moment he put it to his mouth, he stood there like a wooden chicken. That was right. His soul flew away. After the meal, the expression on Patriarch Qian's face was like a stormy sea, full of changes and wonderful. Smack. After drinking a mouthful of soup, he put down the spoon and said solemnly, "Brother, to be able to taste such delicacies in your sect, I have no regrets in this life." Smack. He slapped the spatial ring on the table and said, "There are 20,000 natural spirit stones in here. Treat it as your hospitality." "Brother." Jun Changshao said. You're treating me like an outsider. That's true. Qian Budwa took back the spatial ring and said, talking about money between brothers hurts our relationship. The corner of Jun Changshao's mouth twitched. I was just being humble. How could he take it back without any hesitation? Brother, Qian Budwa said, my Qian family recently discovered a sizable spirit stone mine in the depths of the 100 Hills mountain range. I need to go back and take care of the situation. I'll take my leave first. A sizable spirit stone mine? Jun Changshao's eyes lit up, but he also said solemnly, the 100 Hills mountain range is filled with ferocious beasts. It's very dangerous. That's right. Qian Budwa said, it's very difficult to mine it. Let's go back and think of a way. Brother, Jun Changshao said, if you need help from the Sect of all times, I'll be happy to help. You don't say. I really do need help. Qian Budwa said, brother, can you send some experts to follow my Qian family's exploration team into the 100 Hills mountain range? Jun Changshao was a little confused. Although he was very tempted by the spirit stone mine, he was just being polite. Or was he not here to send his son off or have a meal, but to ask for help from the Sect of all times? Of course. Qian Budwa said, we'll pay for your help too. Brother, when are you going? Half a month later. Only your Qian family knows about this mine? For now, only my Qian family knows. No problem. Jun Changshao said, I'll send experts in half a month. Thank you. You and I are brothers. You're treating me like an outsider. He did not mention that money was treating him like an outsider because he was afraid that the other party would not be polite and would not even pay for his help. Chapter 850. No matter what Qian Budwa came here for, Jun Changshao would definitely send people to help him mine the spirit stone veins. After all, he was so generous, so he would definitely give a lot of help. Brother. Qian Budwa stood in front of the mountain gate and cupped his hands. I'll leave my son to you. Big brother, please rest assured. Jun Chang smiled and said, Brother, I will definitely nurture him into a useful pillar of society. Goodbye. Goodbye. Qian Budwa came and left in a hurry. After watching him leave, Jun Changshao went through the procedures for Qian Songbao and handed him over to Lu Wanshi. The little girl acted like a master and said, From today onwards, you'll be a member of the cafeteria. You'll have to wake up early every day to prepare ingredient. That, Qian Songbao collapsed. I'm very lazy. Even if you're lazy, you still have to do it. Otherwise, you won't have anything to eat. Lu Wanshi said. Qian Songbao wanted to cry. However, if he couldn't eat Lu Wanshi's cooking, what was the point of coming to the Sect of all times? All right. He compromised. I'll try. Pring. The next day, the sleeping Qian Songbao suddenly flew out of the window and fell to the ground with a plop. Pa, the barefoot Xiao Maxian clapped her hands and walked out. The sun's already up and you're still sleeping. Hurry up and go work in the cafeteria. Qian Songbao stood up like his bones were falling apart. Looking at the first glimmer of light in the sky, he collapsed. The sun's still early. Xiao Maxian grabbed his collar and coldly said, Are you questioning this queen's words? Boom. Boom. Before long, Qian Songbao arrived at the cafeteria with a bruised face. Lin Yao, who had already integrated into the Sect of all times, pointed at several large baskets filled with ingredients and said, Go wash the ingredients. This is too much. Pung. Just as he finished speaking, Xiao Maxian appeared behind him and punched him in the head. If I tell you to go, then go. Don't talk nonsense. Okay. Qian Songbao hurriedly carried the ingredients and left. He didn't have much to do on the first day. He was only responsible for washing the vegetables before every meal. However, when he was done, he lay on the bed and cried as if he was paralyzed. Father, I want to go home. The spoiled Qian Songbao had a hard time adapting to life in the Sect of all times. Luckily, Xiao Maxian was in charge of supervising him. After being abused for several days, she was able to wake up early on time and help out in the kitchen. When he was working, the little guy's expression was crumbling. During the meal, the little fellow's expression was one of exultation. At this point, the cafeteria was further improved. Lu Wanshi and O Yangjun were in charge of cooking, while Ma Yongning and Lin Yao were in charge of cutting the vegetables. One black, two black, and the other members were in charge of miscellaneous tasks. As for Qian Songbao, he was in charge of washing the vegetables first. Once he became more diligent, he would be allowed to cook. The people in the medicinal hall did not stay idle either. They began to plant hunger grass on the grassland that Peppa Wild Boar had cultivated. This thing did not require any cultivation technique. After it was planted, there was no need to keep an eye on it every day. Occasionally, he would come over to weed and fertilize it. Elder Wei and a few of his core members focused their attention on the dozens of medicinal herbs that Jun Changshao had given them. Therefore, they began to work overtime in the medicinal field. Several days later, Purple Craggy Demon Monarch had returned with enough crystal cores. Shua! Jun Changshao opened the Spirit Beast Pavilion and tapped on the high-level Dragon Flame technique. The word comprehension lit up behind it. Fuck off! I won't fuck off. On the inner court martial stage, Xiao Longlong and Xiao Maxian, the two enemies, met again and began their daily bickering. This situation was very common. Therefore, the nearby disciples did not come up to stop them. Do you believe that I won't beat you up right now? Xiao Longlong coldly said. Beat me up? Xiao Maxian disdainfully said, You don't have the ability. Xiao Longlong forcefully suppressed his anger and said, A good man does not fight with a woman. I'm too lazy to bother with you. After saying this, he turned around and walked towards the outer court. But just as he took 2 steps, his body suddenly stiffened. A strange message appeared in his mind. He had experienced this feeling before. Therefore, after he regained his consciousness, he said in a daze, I learned another skill? Huff huff. Flames erupted all over his body as he activated his second form. Xiao Maxian thought he was going to attack. Thus, she flew into the air and covered herself with her wings, about to use sky-filling feathers. Shwa! Suddenly, Xiao Longlong also flew up. His hands reached out from the flames and locked down below. He shouted, Dragon Flame Storm! Huff huff! The martial stage space below rippled. Fire attribute energy appeared and rose into the air. It constantly spun in place and gradually spread upwards, forming a tornado. Ka ka ka! As the intensity of the flames increased and the speed of the rotation increased, the entire martial stage was roasted red. The stone slabs were completely evaporated. Jun Changshao had just pressed the comprehension button when he felt the restless flames coming from the inner court. He hurriedly flew out and saw the martial stage destroyed. He collapsed and said, Stop, stop, stop. Jie. The flames suddenly weakened. Ta! Xiao Longlong landed on the scorched ground. He looked at his hands with disbelief, saying, This skill is terrifying. He had only used 20 to 30% of the power of the flames. If he had completely erupted, then let alone the martial stage, even the entire inner court would have been burned to ashes. After testing it, not only was the high-level dragon flame art terrifying, but its attack range was also extremely wide. If this were to happen in the planar battlefield, then no matter how many yellow-rank powerhouses came, they would all die. I can't wait. Jun Changxiao's eyes blazed. Especially when he thought of being suppressed by an Earth-rank powerhouse, he wished he could bring Ding Xingwang, the Purple King, his 2 contract beasts, and Jiang Ye to the battlefield. He wanted to find that fellow and torture him until he wished he was dead. Burning area. Internal Affairs Chief Li Qingyang was calculating the losses. Xiao Longlong had obtained the Dragon Flame art. As for how strong it was, it could only be perfectly displayed on a battlefield where slaughter was the main focus. Jun Changshao wanted to wait until the epic mission was completed before he decided to enter. Thus, it was destined that he wouldn't be able to display it for a while. Hall Master Purple. One day, he ordered, Family Head Qian has discovered a spirit stone mine in the 100-Mound Mountains. Bring Old Nyo and the others there to help. 100-Mound Mountains? The Purple King's eyes turned cold when he heard this. What's wrong? Jun Changshao asked. The Purple King said in a low voice, a spirit beast comparable to Wu Xing lives in the 100-Mound Mountains. It calls itself the King of 100-Mound. Back then, I went to recruit it, but I was rejected. Is that so? Jun Changshao frowned. He had promised Qian Budwa to help him excavate the mine because he wanted Zi Huan to help. After all, he was a demon king. Now that there was a powerful spirit beast that didn't submit to him, the problem was a little tricky. If that's the case, Jun Changshao said, just take it down. The Purple King said solemnly, this King of 100-Mound is very strong and very cunning. It'll be very difficult to subdue it. It seems that when you went to recruit it, you either suffered a loss or failed to gain any advantage, Jun Changshao said. Humph. The Purple King said coldly, at that time I had just descended from the upper realm. My cultivation and strength were greatly reduced. Otherwise, I could have crushed it with a finger. Obviously, Jun Changshao had guessed correctly. This guy not only failed to recruit the King of 100-Mound, but he also suffered a loss. Even Hall leader Zi can't do anything about it. Jun Changshao touched his chin and said, if we can subdue the King of 100-Mound, it'll be a great help. A few days later, outside the 100-Mound Mountains, Jun Changshao walked over. Behind him were two contracted beasts, including Old Ding, Gongsun Haohai, and Jiang Ye. There were also 5,000 members of the War Cavalry Hall led by Shuirengui and Tao Yuan, as well as core disciples like Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji. Qian Budwa and the Qian family's experts were also with them. Every time they saw this lineup, they would break down and think to themselves, isn't it just mining a spirit stone mine? Is there a need to make such a big fuss? P.S. Looking for monthly votes, looking for recommendation vote. Chapter 851. The 100 Hills mountain range was vast and stretched across several states. However, the most dangerous place was the deepest part because it was known as the Beast Paradise. Although there were many herbs, ores, and other resources, no one dared to collect them. Moreover, there was a strange thing about the 100 Hills mountain range. As soon as a martial artist entered, the dire beasts would attack as if they had received some kind of order. Jun Changshao had heard about this place before. When he learned about the King of 100 Hills from the Purple King, he guessed that it was behind the collective attack of the dire beast. Rustle. In the dark forest, 5,000 members of the War Cavalry Hall stepped on the wet ground and walked step by step. After Shuirengui and Tao Yuan's training, they seemed to have transformed into special forces fighting in the forest. Brother, Qian Budwa praised, these disciples of yours are not simple. The Qian family had brought many masters, but compared to the members of the War Cavalry Hall, they paled in comparison. They're all right, Jun Changshao said humbly. Patriarch. Jiang Ye stopped and said, there's a pack of wolf beasts 20 miles away. There are about 5,000 to 6,000 of them. Stay alert. Jun Changshao immediately ordered. Swoosh, swoosh. The members of the War Cavalry Hall unleashed their auras and materialized black armor in front of them. This speed, this efficiency. Without long and strict training, it was impossible to form in a short time. Xiao Ziji had already set up his AWM sniper rifle and carried a modified rocket launcher on his back. However, the entire sect of all times was on high alert. One of the Qian family's masters muttered, there's a restriction in the forest that restricts the spread of spiritual senses. Can he reach 20 miles? Others could not. Jiang Ye could. Because he had a primordial spirit. Ever since he inherited this physique in the Fatality Tower, his spiritual senses had become stronger and stronger. Even in the dark forest with many restrictions, he could still explore very far. Li Qingyang and the others had been strengthening their physiques while cultivating, and now they were basically seeing results. For example, Xiao Ziji. The great wasteland in his dantian had already materialized. Although the scale was very small, the power it formed had already begun to increase his defense. Every day, after tempering his body, he could clearly feel the changes in his muscles, blood vessels, and even his pores. Another example was Zhou Hong. After inheriting the sword transformation constitution, his understanding of swordsmanship had improved tremendously. Even Su Xiaoma, who was undercover in Taixuan Shengzong, was constantly trying to comprehend the body of fierce wind. Yi Xingqian was the happiest of them all. After inheriting the spiritual pulse physique, the speed at which he absorbed spiritual energy increased. Especially with the various martial arts facilities and the 2 mental cultivation methods, the speed at which he improved his realm increased every day. Although these physiques from the ancient times could not bring about earth-shattering changes in a short period of time, as they continued to comprehend and improve their realms, they would definitely bring about great benefits. Awu! Awu! After walking for a while, waves of wolf howls came from the depths of the forest, and the decaying air was filled with a murderous aura. The Qian family's experts instantly became nervous. Shua! Shua! At this moment, a huge brown wolf beast jumped out of the dark grass, and its eyes shone with 7-colored light. 7-colored wolf! One of the Qian family's experts exclaimed. Jun Changshao said, "This wolf beast is stronger than the hurricane wolf." Ta, ta, ta. After a while, more 7-colored wolves comparable to Wuzong walked out of the dark. Their number gradually increased to several thousand, and dozens of them were not weaker than the martial king realm. Under normal circumstances, wolf beasts at the spirit beast level would not appear easily. Now that they had gathered together, there must be something fishy. Family head. One of the Qian family's experts said in a low voice, "This is a little troublesome." With his cultivation, he was not afraid of the wolf pack. However, they had just entered the depths and were already targeted like this. It would be more dangerous later. Humans. Suddenly, a gloomy voice came from the mountain in the distance. "All of you will die today." The Qian family's experts looked up. They saw an even bigger and majestic 7-colored wolf standing on the mountain. They exclaimed, "7-colored wolf king." The strength of this big guy, judging from its aura, was not inferior to a Wu Huang. The Qian family's martial artists panicked. They might not be able to defeat a spirit beast of this level with their strength. The 7-colored wolf king laughed strangely. "I let those humans in on purpose. I didn't expect to attract so many of them." Hearing this, Qian Budua's expression changed drastically. He was still wondering how the exploration team he sent to the 100 Hills mountain range was so dangerous. How did they find the mineral vein? Hearing the 7-colored wolf king's words, he understood that this was a trap deliberately set for him. TSK. Jun Changshao took a bite of the apple and said, "Your spirit beast is a little cunning." The purple king said disdainfully, "Like master, like subordinate. It's not strange at all." The 7-colored wolf king turned its head and sneered. "Isn't this the guy who was chased away by my king back then? How dare he come again?" The purple king clenched his fist. Thinking back to when the king of 100 Hills used despicable means to trick him, he could not suppress his anger. Looks like this 7-colored wolf king is that guy's subordinate. Since it's an enemy, there's no need to show mercy. Crunch. Jun Changshao took another bite of the apple and waved his hand. "Kill them all." Boom. Boom. As soon as he said that, a deafening explosion was heard. The Qian family's experts were shocked to the point that their faces turned pale. Then, they gradually widened their eyes. Because where the wolf pack gathered, A strong wind was blowing, and the rolling dust formed a mushroom shape and extended into the sky. What's going on? Gradually, everything returned to normal. A huge pit appeared, and the thousands of wolf beasts that gathered together disappeared. Crystal cores were scattered all over the ground. Swoosh! Xiao Ziji placed the rocket launcher on the ground and started to charge it. Everyone in the sect of all times was calm, while Qian Budwa and the Qian family's experts were stunned. The seven-colored Wolf King was also dumbfounded. Its eyes were filled with fear. It wanted to order its subordinates to attack and tear this group of humans into pieces, but in an instant, they were all annihilated. This plot was not right. The situation was tense. Run! Swoosh! The seven-colored Wolf King made the right choice in the shortest time. It turned around and was about to escape into the depths of the forest. But as soon as it turned around, it saw Ding Xingwang and Gongsun Haohai. One was sitting on a rock, the other was leaning against the mountain wall, smiling with their hands crossed. When did these two humans appear? Why didn't it notice them at all? Swoosh! Without hesitation, it ran to the side. But as soon as it turned around, old Ding's palm hit it directly. Then, the poor big guy tilted its head and fell from the mountain, landing in front of everyone's feet. Qian Budwa, the Qian family's experts, a spirit beast comparable to Wu Wang, was so weak in front of the weathered elder? Jun Changshao jumped and landed on the half-dead seven-colored Wolf King. He crossed his hands and said loudly, "King of 100 Hills, are you satisfied with my greeting gift? P.S. The 5th update, please vote." Chapter 852. In fact, Jun Changshao and the others had already been tracked when they came in. A large number of ferocious beasts in the depths had received orders to move. The thousands of wolves were just the first obstacle. There were many more powerful ferocious beasts waiting for them. Since the other party had given them such hospitality, Jun Changshao had to return the favor. Therefore, he ordered Xiao Ziji to use the rocket launcher to kill the wolves and used the Rainbow Wolf King as a temporary seat. Fastidious people. They would not lose their way no matter where they went. They were not too polite and did not use the more destructive field artillery. Jun Patriarch was fastidious, but Qian Budwa and the Qian family experts were stunned. They had already imagined being attacked by the wolf beasts and fighting them crazily, but they were all killed cleanly. As for the Rainbow Wolf King that was comparable to an emperor tier, it was even slapped to the point that it could not take care of itself. Shock, shock. All kinds of emotions rose in the hearts of the Qian family experts. In terms of showing off, they were better than the passers-by. This was worthy of praise. Kid. A heavy voice came from the depths of the forest. I don't want to go against you. Leave the 100 Hills mountains quickly. 100 Hills, kid. The Purple King clenched his fists and said angrily, "Get out here." The voice came again. Loser, what are you being so arrogant for? The Purple King was so angry that he gritted his teeth. However, he heard Jun Changshao say, "You are the boss of this area, King of 100 Hills?" "That's right," the heavy voice said proudly. Jun Changshao said, "You deliberately used the spirit stone vein to lure me here. How can you leave just like that?" King of 100 Hills said coldly, "I'm already very kind to let you leave. If you don't know what's good for you, you can only leave your life here." Roar! Roar! As soon as he said that, angry roars came from all directions. Then, they could vaguely see large ferocious beasts walking out. The ground shook with their movements. The Qian family experts were so shocked that their souls almost flew out. There were not many ferocious beasts, only a few hundred of them. However, from their auras, they were comparable to king tier or even emperor tier existences. Qian Budwa's expression became interesting. "I just came here to mine. Why did I suddenly have to face such a big battle?" "Brother," he said in a low voice, "let's retreat." Spirit stone veins were precious, but they couldn't compare to one's life. Right now, He wished he could grow a few more legs so that he could return to the Qian family as soon as possible and live his life happily. Big brother, you take them away first, Jun Changshao said. I'll bring up the rear. This, Qian Budwa was deeply touched. You and I are brothers. If we're leaving, we'll leave together. Jun Changshao's mouth twitched. This was because when Qian Budwa spoke, he was already more than 10 feet away from him. It was obvious that he was ready to escape immediately. Big brother, it's not too late to leave now. It'll be troublesome if we're surrounded by ferocious beasts. Since that's the case, I'll take my leave first. Qian Budwa was not a hesitant person. He hurriedly said, let's retreat. Swoosh. Shwa. Whoosh. Without another word, the Qian family's experts turned around and fled at top speed. Each of them was faster than the other. After all, their strength was only at the level of Wuzong and Martial King. In the face of so many high-level spirit beasts, they naturally didn't have the courage to fight. Patriarch. Jiang Yu retracted his spiritual thoughts and said, they've already left. Jun Changshao placed his hands on his forehead and then stroked the back of his head. The Jade Dragon Asks the Heavens sword appeared out of thin air and stabbed into the Rainbow Wolf King's body. A devilish smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He said, you guys can go all out now. Whoosh, whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, the cultivation of the War Cavalry Hall's Martial King level erupted. In an instant, all the hostility in the air was completely suppressed. Stomp, stomp, stomp. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, Li Fei, Tianqi, Long Xiang, Song Xianzhou, Zhou Hong, and the others stepped out. They clenched their fists and their eyes were filled with an unprecedented strong fighting spirit. Although they often trained in the life and death secret realm, those were all illusions. Now that they were in the forest full of ferocious beasts, they should be able to fight to their heart's content. Stomp! Yi Xingqian walked out from the gap between his fellow disciples and stood at the front. He said coldly, leave this group of trash to me. At that moment, the Sect of all times seemed to have unlocked an ancient seal and turned into demons from hell. Seeing that the humans suddenly became more terrifying than them, the spirit beasts panicked. Go! Jun Changshao waved his hand. Boom! Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, an explosion came from the side. A spirit beast comparable to a peak Martial King flew out and crashed into the mountain wall. Its chest was penetrated and it died. He Wudi stood in the same place with a fist, but in his hand was a warm crystal core. The moment he made contact with the target, his fist turned into a claw and directly pierced through the target's flesh and took out the crystal core. The whole process was as fast as lightning. From this move alone, he Wudi, who had just broken through not long ago, was much stronger than the ordinary Wu Huang. Boom! Boom! On the other side, Li Qingyang and the others had already made their move. All kinds of energy exploded, dyeing the ancient forest. Roar! Roar! The spirit beasts also received the order and crazily attacked the humans. Although their bodies were very large, their aura was comparable to the core disciples of the Sect of all times. They were easily defeated. Of course, in reality they were also instantly defeated. As long as a spirit beast was targeted, as long as it was comparable to a Martial King, it would be unlocked and fall to the ground. Screech! A sharp cry came from the sky. Dozens of eagle-like spirit beasts swooped down quickly. Their target was Jun Changshao, who was sitting on the Rainbow Wolf King. To catch bandits, first catch the leader. Careful! Jun Changshao was still sitting on the Rainbow Wolf King, indifferent. When the dozens of eagle beasts were about to approach, the barefooted Xiao Maxian jumped over. Her clear eyes suddenly became abnormally sharp. Killer move, Eagle Queen's Contempt. When the eagle beasts saw this, they were so scared that they flapped their wings to stop. Huff huff! At this moment, there was a sudden burst of heat from the side. A large palm condensed from flames violently grabbed at them. Bang! 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 The 5 fingers of the large flaming hand closed together, and the dozens of eagle beasts that were bound by it all collapsed. Even the scattered crystal cores were incinerated. "How dare you hurt my master?" Little Long Long, who had entered his second form, poked out from the flames and said coldly, "You must be tired of living." Jun Changshao said, "Next time, control the temperature. Don't burn the crystal cores." Yes. Boom! On the other side, Xiao Ziji caught the giant ape's fist and threw it high into the air. He summoned his AWM sniper rifle from his spatial ring and fired several times. The bullets accurately hit the giant ape's forehead, until the last bullet directly pierced through its skull. This kind of brutal physical attack, coupled with a hot weapon, was definitely very pleasing to the eye. Compared to Yi Xingqian, it was obviously a little showy. This was because this guy rushed toward several spirit beasts, sword light flashing, and all of them fell to the ground. In terms of killing, Night Emperor had many methods, but his favorite was still simple and brutal. Chapter 853. In the depths of the 100 Hills mountain range, humans and beasts were fighting head-on, and the level was extremely high. Both sides were king and emperor level. Unfortunately, Qian Boudoir and the experts of the Qian family, who were lucky enough to witness this scene, had already escaped to the outskirts of the mountain range. No matter how earth-shattering the battle was, they did not notice it. Huff huff! Huff huff huff! The people of the Qian family bent over and panted heavily. They were secretly glad that they had made it out. Of course, they also knew that they were able to make it out miraculously because the Sect of all times was covering for them, so they were all grateful. "Brother!" Qian Boudoir stood outside and said sorrowfully, "You and the disciples must come out safely. It doesn't matter if you are injured, I will hire the best doctor and spend the most money to treat you." With hundreds of powerful spirit beasts, he did not think that Jun Changshao would be able to make it out safely. In fact, in the depths of the mountain range, the disciples of the Sect of all times had turned into hellish demons and were crazily slaughtering the subordinates of the King of 100 Hills. Boom! Boom! Spirit beasts comparable to martial kings fell to the ground, blood and limbs scattered everywhere. It was like purgatory on earth. The king-level spirit beasts were dealt with by the disciples. The emperor-level spirit beasts were held back by Jiang Ye and the others. There was no lack of powerful middle 9 spirit beasts, but they were nothing in front of Ding Xingwang and Gongsun Haohai. The strongest combat power of the Sect of all times was mobilized. It was not a joke. Based on the current situation, unless there were thousands more spirit beasts in the 100 Hills mountain range, they would not be a threat at all. Roar! Roar! Suddenly, a roar came from the depths of the forest. The ground shook violently, and all kinds of ferocious beasts rushed over under the command. It seemed that the King of 100 Hills had realized that this group of humans was very strong. It would be difficult to deal with them with the higher-level spirit beasts alone, so they could only use the beast tide to attack. "Formation," Xuerengui said in a deep voice. Swish! Swish! The 5,000 members of the War Cavalry Hall lined up. Roar! Roar! Soon, ferocious beasts rushed over from the shadows. Their eyes were red, as if they were in a berserk state. Zhongyi shouted, "Eat the fried rice!" Swish! Swish! The War Cavalry Hall member waved his hand, and took out a mouthful of strength fried rice from his spatial ring, and swallowed it. This scene, in this austere environment, was more like drinking wine. Clang! Zhongyi brandished his piercing cloud saber and shouted, with the determination to break through enemy lines. "Only death awaits. Kill! Kill! Kill!" The 5,000 members of the War Cavalry Hall bellowed and unleashed all kinds of spiritual energy, charging toward the tens of thousands of ferocious beasts. Looking down from the sky, one could see trees falling one after another under the influence of the aura. The originally complicated terrain was instantly flattened and turned into a battlefield for killing. There was a huge crowd. Beast tide. They came from the left and right, colliding with each other. Although the members of the War Cavalry Hall had yet to reach Wuzong Realm, they were all at the pinnacle of Wuzong Realm. Furthermore, they were equipped with all kinds of equipment. After eating the strength fried rice, their explosive strength was terrifying. In just a short exchange of blows, the thousands of ferocious beasts charging at the front were mercilessly wiped out without even a chance to resist. Kill! Kill! Poochie! Poochie! Sabers and swords flashed as spiritual energy rampaged. The ferocious beasts charged dauntlessly, charging to their deaths one after another. In just a short moment, more than 10,000 people were killed or injured. The Purple King's mouth twitched slightly. In the past, his subordinates had fought against such well-equipped members of the War Cavalry Hall. Now that he saw them again, he realized that they were much stronger than before. If they fought again, his subordinates would definitely die even more miserably. Jun Changshao was not surprised by the ferocity of the members of the War Cavalry Hall. Instead, he thought to himself, if they were all emperors, wouldn't they be invincible in the interdimensional battlefield? Time passed, and the slaughter continued. More and more ferocious beasts charged out from the darkness, using their bodies and blood to add a bit of terror to this gloomy area. Whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew from the depths, carrying some kind of crimson powder. Not good. Zhong Yi exclaimed, it's poisonous. The crimson powder spread over a very wide area under the howling wind. The members of the War Cavalry Hall who were fighting the ferocious beasts were careless and were hit by it. Their expressions changed drastically. Despicable and shameless, the Purple King said angrily. In the past, when he fought against the King of 100 Hills, he had been forced to retreat because he had been poisoned by a poison that weakened his body. Roar! Roar! The ferocious beasts charged even more fiercely. However, the group of humans who seemed to have been poisoned suddenly took out a pill and swallowed it. Then, their furrowed brows relaxed, and they charged over with weapons raised. They were not poisoned? Kill! Kill! The members of the War Cavalry Hall recovered and charged over again with weapons raised. It was surprising that the ferocious beasts could use poison. However, they were still inferior to the 9 Poisons Temple, so the antidote was more than enough. However, Jun Changshao's gaze gradually turned cold. If they even used something as despicable as poison, who knew what other tricks they had up their sleeves? In that case, don't blame me for being particular. I've sinned. Jun Changshao said in a low voice, set up the cannons. Yes. Xiao Ziji blasted a ferocious beast away and landed on a high point. He then summoned the field cannon and kicked the barrel, aiming it directly at the dark forest where the ferocious beasts were swarming out. Retreat! Zhong Yi shouted. Swoosh! 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 The 5,000 members of the War Cavalry Hall retreated and subconsciously sealed their hearing. Purple Craggy Monster King gloated and said, by Chio, that punk's subordinates are probably going to suffer heavy casualties this time. Fire! Jun Changshao said coldly. Bang! The field cannon shot out a shell, creating ripples in the air. Finally, it drew an arc and landed in the midst of the ferocious beasts that were charging forward. They seemed to have sensed the danger, and despair appeared in their eyes before they died. Boom! The Qian family martial artists who had just caught their breath were still waiting anxiously outside. They prayed for the Sect of all times and hoped that they could escape safely. Suddenly, they heard a loud explosion and were so shocked that they almost fell to the ground. Look! Someone exclaimed. Qian Boudoir and the Qian family martial artists all looked up. Their eyes gradually widened and looked like they could pop out at any time. In the sky, they could see a mushroom cloud that was many times bigger than the previous one slowly appearing. Boom! At this moment, another explosion came, causing their ears to buzz. The second mushroom cloud quickly appeared in their vision. Spatial ripples spread out from that area, creating gusts of wind. This, Qian Boudoir rubbed his eyes and said in a daze, what is going on? Huff! 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 Huff. In the deepest part of the mountain range, the wind was howling, and the airwaves were monstrous. When everything calmed down, 2 deep pits with a radius of about 300 meters were blasted out in the place where the towering trees used to be. Countless broken limbs were scattered around the edges, and the soil was dyed red. In front of the field cannon, Xiao Ziji quickly charged 2 shells and said, "Patriarch, do you want to continue?" Jun Changshao raised his hand to signal that there was no need. Then, he looked at the deep pits and smiled. The main culprit has been blasted out. A hunchbacked, white-haired old man in a long robe walked out from the depths of the dark forest. His eyes were unusually sharp, and there was even a strong sense of hostility. This was the leader of the 100 Hills mountain range, the king of 100 Hills. Kid. He stopped and stood in front of the deep pit. He looked at the field cannon with a gloomy face and said, "What is this thing? It doesn't matter what it is. What's important is that you have angered me," Jun Changshao said calmly. Buzz! Suddenly, the space in front of him rippled. The old man, who was hundreds of meters away, suddenly appeared in front of him. He reached out his skinny hand with endless killing intent and said coldly, "You have angered me too." Chapter 854. Although the king of 100 Hills was powerful, he was also very sinister. Whenever he sent his underlings out, he would always hide behind the scenes and manipulate the situation. As for the way he used poison, he had learned it from the anthropologist. After the incident at the 9 Poisons Temple, Jun Changshao was very disgusted with the use of poison, so seeing it play like this, he had no choice but to use the field artillery. Field cannons were not as powerful as rocket launchers, but their lethality was great. Using them to bombard a group of dire beasts was undoubtedly very satisfying. Preliminary estimation: at least 20 to 30,000 ferocious beasts were killed on the spot. The king of 100 Hills, who had been hiding in the dark, could no longer sit still when he saw how many of his subordinates had died. Thus, he decided to personally kill this human leader. Hoo-hoo! A withered hand grabbed out, bringing with it an intense baleful aura. Jun Changshao had the demeanor of a great general. Facing the spirit beast that was comparable to Wu Xing, he did not panic at all. He even wanted to laugh. Buzz! Suddenly, the space in front of him rippled, and evil Saint Wu Ju's feminine palm stretched out from inside. Boom! Spiritual energy and beast power collided, rolling up waves of air. Shwa! The king of 100 Hills was sent flying and landed in his original position. He looked at the old man who had walked out of the space, and said in a low voice, "So you're Wu Xing?" "No." Ding Xingwang shook his finger and corrected, "It's Evil Saint." Evil Saint? Could he be an evil cultivator? The king of 100 Hills rolled his eyes, as if he was thinking of something. Jun Changshao cupped his hands and laughed. "If I hadn't made any preparations, would I have come here to die? Brat." The king of 100 Hills' face darkened. "You're the helper that exhibitionist hired. Are you here to avenge him?" From this sentence, it could be inferred that the Purple King must have been naked when he tried to recruit it back then. "No." Jun Changshao said, "I'm here to recruit you." If he could tame a spirit beast of this level, it would definitely be a golden fighter. "Recruit me?" The king of 100 Hills sneered. "Do you think that's possible?" Even the Purple King did not submit to him, so naturally, he would not follow the humans. "It's not a possibility, but a certainty." Jun Changshao laughed. His laughter was terrifying. Buzz! All of a sudden, streaks of light shot up into the sky and enveloped it along with Jun Changshao and the others. Array formation? The king of 100 Hills' expression changed slightly. Shwa! There was no time to think. He hurriedly flew back. At the same time, he gathered a powerful force and blasted it at the spatial barrier. Boom! The power of this punch was quite terrifying, but it only caused the barrier to tremble slightly. It did not directly shatter. Kakik! In the distance, Zhen Dijuan covered his face and laughed strangely. Is the formation I set up something that you can break just because you want to? It turned out that the bomber demon had also come. His lack of presence was also intentional, because when the patriarch came, he had instructed him to find an opportunity to set up a formation. While the entire sect of all times was fighting against the horde of beasts, he began to take action. Every time he passed by a place, he would secretly leave behind formation flags. What kind of array did he set up? Dragon Imprisoning Array. This formation came from the Supreme Grade chapter of the Chiman 32 formations. Based on the standards of the Falling Star continent, it was definitely comparable to a Saint Heavenly Sovereign. Of course, its effect was only to bind 10 targets, so Zhen Dejuan could barely set it up. As for the higher-level offensive formations of the Supreme Grade chapter, with his current strength as an Array Emperor, he would definitely not be able to do it. To put it bluntly, Jun Changshao had already thought of a way to deal with the King of 100 Hills when he sent a large force over. However, he did not expect that 2 shots would blow him out and make him fall into a trap that he had set up beforehand. Boom! The King of 100 Hills did not believe it. He gathered his power again and blasted the barrier. In the end, he still could not break it. He shouted angrily, "Cunning human!" Huff huff. At this moment, a cold wind came from behind. Ding Xingwang flew over and used the power of the 5 ultimate palms. The target was trapped. Whether or not he could subdue it depended on his strength. Boom! Boom! The evil saint of 5 ultimate and the king of 100 Hills instantly exchanged blows. One was an evil saint, the other was a high-grade spiritual beast. It was hard to tell who was better in a short time. "You two go too," Jun Changshao said. "Yes." Xiao Longlong and Xiao Maxian flew over. The 2 of them did not join in. Instead, they leaned on the sides and looked for an opportunity to attack. Boom! Boom! At the same time, the spiritual beasts that were trapped in the array were still being tortured by Li Qingyang, Yi Xingchen, and the others. However, because the main characters were here, Jun Changshao ordered them not to kill them. They only needed to injure them until they lost the ability to fight. Boom! Boom! The fiercest battle was still between Ding Xingwang and the King of 100 Hills. After all, they were both saint level. The power of their attacks was shocking. "I've sinned," Jun Changshao said. "Give me the rocket launcher." Yes. After catching the rocket launcher, Jun Changshao placed it on his shoulder and aimed at the King of 100 Hills. "Find a chance to separate. I'll give him a shot." Swoosh! Ding Xingwang took the opportunity to fly out. This was an opportunity. Without hesitation, Jun Changshao activated the special effect and pulled the trigger. With a bang, the bullet accurately landed on the King of 100 Hills' body. Fire rain technique. Sky full of feathers. While their master was attacking and old Ding was away, Little Dragon and Xiao Maxian used their skills. Whoosh, 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 dense fireballs and arrow-like feathers shot out. Whoosh. After a series of explosions, the King of 100 Hills flew out of the smoke and gathered his strength to attack the spatial barrier again. He took many attacks but didn't suffer any fatal injuries. However, he would be in trouble sooner or later. So, the most important thing now was to break the array. Unfortunately, his punch didn't do anything to the barrier. Instead, he was entangled by Ding Xingwang and had to fight fiercely. Little Dragon and Xiao Maxian stood in the distance. Jun Changshao aimed at the King of 100 Hills again after charging the rocket. These 3 were really shameless. In terms of strength, the King of 100 Hills wasn't afraid of Ding Xingwang. However, he panicked when he saw that there was someone next to him. Boom! Boom! On the other side, the dozens of spiritual beasts were all killed by Li Qingyang and the others. Although the King of 100 Hills was angry, there was nothing he could do. He even found that the array was shrinking and separating, trying to bind himself to a certain space. Damn it! He roared angrily. Lines appeared on his body, and he turned into a giant. His head was huge, but he only had one eye. So your true form is a giant eye monster. Ding Xingwang sneered and kept making hand seals. The power of the 5 extinction filled the air and turned into palm print. In human form, the king of 100 Hills could dodge. Now that he had transformed into his true form, his body was countless times bigger and he couldn't avoid being hit. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. On the other side, Little Dragon and Xiao Maxian also used their skills. They attacked at will and could hit the target. Boom. Jun Changshao fired a shot. He didn't even use any special effects and it hit the back of the King of 100 Hills' head. Then, he broke down. Isn't it easier to take hits if it enlarged its body? Is it stupid? Chapter 855. The King of 100 Hills wasn't an idiot. The true reason for activating its true form was not so that it would be easier to take a beating, but because its defense and strength would greatly increase. Beasts only took human form for convenience. Only by transforming into their true form could they display their true strength. After withstanding the sneak attacks of Jun Changshao and Little Dragonite, the King of 100 Hills only had light scars on its surface, but its insides weren't damaged. Hoo-hoo! It clasped its fists together and smashed them into the space barrier. What the King of 100 Hills needed to do now was not fight, but break through the array formation as quickly as possible and escape from this unfavorable situation. Evil Saint 5 ultimate strength was on par with it. There was also Jun Changshao's cannonball and Little Dragonite and Xiao Maxian waiting on it. Let alone the King of 100 Hills, even the King of 1,000 Hills would suffer a tragic fate if this continued. Boom! After transforming into its true form, its strength had increased significantly. As its fist smashed into the space barrier, the vibrations it caused were even more intense than before. Patriarch, Zhendijuan said with a sound transmission, I can't hold on much longer. The purpose of the dragon prison array was to imprison it. If the other party continued to bombard it with such a powerful force, its foundation would definitely be shaken. Swoosh! Ding Xingwang rushed forwards, about to use a palm strike. Ho-ho-ho! A giant hand came hurtling over, bringing with it a strong wind. Swoosh! Ding Xingwang hurriedly dodged, frowning. This fellow's strength is even greater than before. Die! The King of 100 Hills opened its other hand, smashing it towards Little Dragonite and Xiao Maxian. Its body had enlarged and it had fallen into a berserk state. This palm came crashing down at an incredible speed. Xiao Maxian was just about to spread her wings to protect herself. Out of my way! Little Dragonite kicked her in the face, sending her flying backwards. The entire process happened in a split second. At this time, the giant hand came crashing down with an infinite force. Boom! Boom! Xiao Maxian stabilized herself as she flew backwards. She covered her face and angrily said, You dare kick me! Her voice came to a sudden stop. This was because Little Dragonite had sunk several feet into the ground. The youth's face was fierce to the extreme. It was clear that he had been wounded by the King of 100 Hills' palm strike. It kicked me, was it trying to save me? Little Dragonite angrily said, I said, you are nothing but a burden, hoo-hoo. At this moment, the King of 100 Hills stomped his foot. Ding Xingwang could save her in time, but just as he was about to rush over, he stopped because, the Purple King stopped in front of Little Long Long. He raised his head and sneered, Little brat Baichio, I'll take you on. Loser die. The great King of 100 Hills' footprints contained even more power. Boom. At this moment, the Purple King's clothes burst open, revealing his muscular body. He suddenly raised his palms, and an incomparably dense aura burst out. Basic exercise Wu-Lu. Boom! The heavy and violent footprints were caught by the Purple King. Then, with an angry roar, he flew up against the force. Dang dang dang! The King of 100 Hills took a few steps back, his eyes filled with surprise. This defeated opponent's aura was far weaker than last time. How could he withstand his kick and still be able to lift him up? If there was an explanation, it would be that the purple craggy Goblin King was now a member of the Eternal Sect, and he had already deposited money into his account. Whoosh! At this moment, the evil Saint of 5 Treasures came from behind. 5 Treasures palm. Whoosh whoosh! The evil aura burst out crazily, gathering into a palm that contained 5 different powers. It was like a mountain crashing down. Boom! The King of 100 Hills had a huge body and could not dodge at all. He was instantly hit by the palm, and the 5 evil auras seeped into his body, causing deep damage. Old Ding's 5 Treasures palm was powerful in that it could penetrate the body and cause great damage. Even the toughest spiritual beasts were no exception. The 5 evil auras swept through his body like a raging flood. Although the King of 100 Hills could still resist, his face was already contorted. The Purple King flew up and said coldly, "You don't deserve to be called a king in front of me." Boom! The punch landed heavily on the King of 100 Hills' head, causing him to stumble backward and almost fall to the ground. Although this was mostly due to the 5 evil auras disturbing the opponent, the Purple King's strength was even more explosive after being tempered in the Sect of all times. Without a doubt, as long as he regained his strength before being sealed, he would only be stronger. This was the benefit of joining the Sect of all times. Don't think that the Purple Craggy Monster King had been enduring all this time for the sake of food and mid-grade beast cores. He had been relying on Jun Changshao to strengthen himself. 5 Treasures palm. Ding Xingwang gathered another palm and attacked. Boom! The King of 100 Hills finally could not take it anymore and fell to the ground. The 5 different toxins in his body broke through his defenses and started to wreak havoc in his organs and even his mind. Get out of the way! Little Long Long stood up shakily from the deep pit and said angrily, "I'll burn it!" Old Ding and the Purple King hurriedly dodged. Little Long Long raised his hand, and hot flames spread out and gathered around the King of 100 Hills, forming a violent whirlpool. Dragon Flame Storm! Whoosh whoosh! The violent flames exploded, forming a pillar of fire. The temperature in the array rose rapidly, causing Li Qingyang and the others to form spirit armor to protect themselves. Ka ka ka! The hot flames collided with the array's barrier and started to distort. Zhen Dejuan's expression was ugly, and he could only remove it. Whoosh! In the instant that the barrier disappeared, the dragon flame storm was no longer obstructed, and it directly soared into the sky, looking like it was about to soar into the clouds. Qian Boudoir and the others widened their eyes. "Can someone tell us what's going on inside?" Boom! Suddenly there was an explosion. The pillar of fire suddenly exploded, and the heat wave swept over, burning everyone's cheeks. Deep in the mountains, the heat wave gradually dissipated, revealing a scorched area about a few hundred feet wide. Li Qingyang, Xiao Zuiji, and the others removed their spiritual armors one after another. As they looked at their surroundings, the corners of their mouths twitched. Little Longlong's dragon flame storm was too powerful. Whoosh! Jun Changshao removed the barrier in front of him and said in surprise, "The dragon flame technique is really powerful." Plop! Little Long Long sat down. It had completely erupted with a skill that it had just learned and consumed all the energy in its body. Now, not only was it injured, but it was also in a severely weakened state. "Hey!" Xiao Maxian landed in front of it, indifferently asking, "Are you okay? You're just a burden." Little Long Long didn't finish speaking before its eyes rolled back and it fainted, its body returning to its lizard form. Xiao Maxian carried it on her back, curling her lip. "If you weren't unconscious, I definitely wouldn't have let you off." Shwa! She landed in front of her master and threw it down. Jun Changshao determined that Little Long Long was only unconscious and wasn't seriously injured. He flew up and landed in the dragon flame storm. The 100 Hills King had already entered human form, his entire body charred black as he lay in a deep pit. Not only had this fellow been severely injured by the dragon flame storm, but his organs had also been severely corroded by the evil energy of the 5 extreme elements. He was now in a severely wounded state. Being trapped in an array formation and being beaten by the Sect of all times, it was already quite good that he hadn't died. "Can you take it?" Jun Changshao took out the high-grade gate palm sphere. In the past, he had used it to subdue the Purple King, but unfortunately, he hadn't succeeded. "Go." Jun Changshao waved his hand. Gate palm sphere. Ding! It smashed into the 100 Hills King's head. And as the gate palm sphere fell to the ground, the Taiji diagram began to emit a brilliant light that immediately enveloped the gate palm sphere. Jun Changshao was dumbfounded. "You succeeded? You subdued him just like that?" Chapter 856. The King of 100 Hills was heavily injured, so Jun Changshao took out the gate palm ball just to give it a try. He did not have any hope at all, after all. He did not succeed in subduing the Purple King back then. However, the less optimistic he was, the more he was surprised. "Damn it!" Jun Changshao was speechless. "If I had known it would be so easy, I would have come alone and brought so many people. Why would I waste so much effort?" The system said, "The host was able to subdue this beast because it was heavily injured. Otherwise, it would not have succeeded." "If that's the case, the Purple King was covered in wounds, why didn't you succeed in subduing it?" Jun Changshao asked. The system was silent for a moment, then said, "Maybe because it came from the upper realm, its potential strength is higher, so the gate palm ball could not be taken." Although the explanation was a bit far-fetched, it did not make sense. After all, in terms of bloodline and core strength, the King of 100 Hills was definitely not a match. Back then, he was able to chase the Purple King away because the other party had just snuck down from the upper realm and had not completely recovered his strength. Secondly, he used some despicable methods. Schwa! Jun Changshao took back the gate palm ball and smiled. Great! The King of 100 Hills was comparable to a saint level, and it took so many people to seal it with a formation. Now that it had become his contract beast, it had undoubtedly increased his strength. "Patriarch," Li Qingyang said, "what should we do with these spirit beasts?" "Tie them all up." The boss of the 100 Hills mountain range was controlled by him, so his subordinates were definitely his as well. "Go," Jun Changshao ordered. "Take the crystal cores, skin, bones, and flesh that are scattered on the ground. Take them all away." Yes. The members of the War Cavalry Hall began to clean up the battlefield. In the areas that were not affected by the artillery shells and flames, there were many crystal cores and the bodies of the beasts scattered around. When all of them were taken away, it could be considered a big harvest. "Patriarch Qian," Jun Changshao said gratefully, "you are really my big brother." If he did not say that he was going to excavate the spirit stone vein, he would not have come to the 100 Hills mountain range, let alone subdue a saint-level spirit beast. Wait, there was also the spirit stone vein. Jun Changshao said, "There should be, right?" Schwa. With a wave of the advanced gate palm orb, King of 100 Hills, who had just been sent in for treatment, was sent flying out. He lay on the ground and said weakly, "Greetings." "Greetings, Master." Beasts that had been subdued by the gate palm ball were equivalent to forming a contract. They would only listen to their master brainlessly and would not resist. "Are there really spirit stone veins in this mountain range?" Jun Changshao asked. "Yes." The King of 100 Hills said, "But I've already dug it out, leaving only the empty veins to lure the humans." "You dug it out?" Jun Changshao asked. "Where is it?" The King of 100 Hills said weakly, In my nest." Boom! Before he could finish his sentence, the Purple King, who was wearing red underwear, quickly walked over and punched him to the ground. Then, he raised his foot and viciously stomped on him. He angrily said, "Aren't you very awesome? Aren't you very cocky? Get up and fight me." Jun Changshao was speechless. Even when the other party was in peak condition, you weren't this aggressive. Although the King of 100 Hills was now his contracted beast, he still had a personal grudge with Hall Leader Z. It was reasonable for him to let him vent. Boom! Boom! The Purple King kicked him a few more times before Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji pulled him away. Jun Changshao said, "You've already scolded and beaten him. From today onwards, the grudge between you two is written off. You must help and care for each other in the faction." The Purple King was stunned. "We're going to take in this despicable and shameless fellow? Not only are we not going to take him in, we're going to kill him. We have to kill him." Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "Hall Leader Z, don't let your emotions affect your decisions. After all, we're going to work together for a great cause. We naturally know how to cherish a strong helper." Speaking of cause, the Purple King's mind had already turned. He said coldly, "For the sake of the Patriarch, I won't argue with you." Swoosh. Jun Changshao put the bruised King of 100 Hills back into the Gate Master Ball and said, "Rest here." Yes. All the disciples relaxed one after another. So comfortable. I haven't had such a good fight in a long time. The members of the War Cavalry Hall gathered in twos and threes, still discussing the battle just now. The battle intent in their eyes had yet to fade completely. They had been training strictly according to the military style, and naturally, they had cultivated the bloodlust of soldiers on the battlefield. Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji were also having a good time fighting. After all, fighting real beasts was much more exciting than fighting beasts created by the life and death secret realm. 2 hours later, Jun Changshao summoned King of 100 Hills and ordered it to lead the way to his nest. It was a natural cave with a complicated environment. When Jun Changshao led the core disciples into the largest cave, all of them widened their eyes. That was because all they could see were natural spirit stones. It was as if a group of explorers had opened an ancient stone door and revealed a golden treasure. It was shocking and exciting. Jun Changshao blinked his eyes and breathed heavily. "There must be at least 1,000,000 of them." "Master," King of 100 Hills said, "this is only 1/10 of them. There are more in the other 9 caves. There were only 1/10 of them here. There were 9 more. 1,000,000 of them. 10 of them would be 10 times 1,000,000. That's 100 million, plop." Jun Changshao could not catch his breath. He rolled his eyes and fainted. The system broke down and said, 10 times 1,000,000? How did he calculate 100 million? Oh no! The Patriarch has fainted. Quick, quick, pinch his philtrum. In the 10th cave, Jun Changshao put all the natural spiritual stones into his infinite space ring. He squatted on a rock with one hand and covered his face with the other. He was grinning so hard that his mouth was crooked. Qian Budwa was right. The spiritual stone mine in the depths of the mountains was very large. There were more than 10 million spiritual stones. "I'm rich. I'm rich." Jun Changshao was still squatting on the rock and smiling foolishly. Such a large number of spiritual stones was definitely a huge fortune for the sect. It would not be a problem for the overall strength of the sect to increase by a large margin. "Big brother," Jun Changshao said, "I love you." The system said, "Don't you plan to share some with them?" I accompanied Big Brother to dig the spiritual stone mine, but he ran away in the end. There are no ores in the mine. How can I share them? Jun Changshao looked innocent. The system said, "The host is so loyal." Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "These natural spiritual stones can increase the overall strength of the sect. They can help Li Qingyang and the others quickly break through to peak Martial King. I can only let Big Brother down for now. The rich Patriarch Qian will probably be grateful to you for saving him," the system said. That was true. "Let's go back," Jun Changshao said. He had subdued a saint-level spiritual beast and earned tens of millions of spiritual stones. The harvest from this trip to the 100 Hills Mountains was so great that on the way back, Jun Changshao could not help but sing, "Come on, let's have fun, we have a lot of time anyway." Chapter 857. Outside the 100 Hills Mountains. Qian Budwa was still anxiously waiting. Although there was no movement inside, he still did not dare to enter. "Master," an expert said, "I'm afraid June Patriarch won't be able to come out. Let's leave." Yeah. Another person said, "It's been a few hours. If he's still alive, he would have escaped long ago." "Brother." Qian Budwa faced the 100 Hills Mountains and cried out in grief, "It's all my fault." "But, don't worry." His gaze was firm. "I'll definitely build the best cenotaph for you and your disciples. I'll bring my descendants here to pay respects during festivals." "Brother, there's no need for that." A voice came from beside him. Qian Budwa was stunned. He hurriedly turned around and saw Jun Changshao standing in front of him, munching on an apple. He was so shocked that he took a few steps back. His voice trembled as he said, Are you a human or a ghost?" "Human." Jun Changshao was speechless. Qian Budwa also realized that he had a shadow, so he strode forward and put his hands on his shoulders. He said ecstatically, "Brother, you're not dead." "I'm lucky to have survived," Jun Changshao said. As they spoke, Li Qingyang and the others walked out of the mountains one after another. Although they were covered in blood, they were all in high spirit. The experts of the Qian family were stunned. From the number of people, the sect of all times did not seem to have any casualties. What had they done in such a long time? The word "nothing" was used incorrectly. It should be that there were no casualties at all. Although I've killed some of the beasts, there are still stronger ones inside. On the way, Jun Changshao said, "So I can only bring the disciples out quickly. As for the spirit stone mine, I think it's better if you don't mine it. Otherwise, you'll lose your life inside." He had taken all the ores, so he would be too embarrassed to say so. He could only lie. Qian Budwa sighed and said, "I didn't expect this to be a trap set by the beasts. Of course, I won't take the spirit stone mine. Brother, you've returned safely. Everyone's happy. Also," he stopped and said seriously, "if you didn't accompany me on this trip, I'm afraid I would have died in the 100 Hills Mountains." Truth. If he hadn't asked Jun Changshao for help and brought the experts from the other sects here, he would have long become the mud under the feet of the ferocious beasts. In order to express his gratitude, Qian Budwa handed over a space ring and said, "Brother, there are 100,000 natural spirit stones in this ring. Just treat it as compensation for following me here for nothing." "Big brother." Jun Changshao declined, "I can't accept it." He really didn't want it. After all, he would feel a little guilty if he received 10 million spirit stones. Why would he care about 100,000 spirit stones? "Brother, you must accept these spirit stones." He didn't have much money, but he had to force it. After a heated argument, Jun Changshao could only reluctantly accept it. The group returned the way they came. The spirit beast subordinates of the King of 100 Hills, who were relatively strong, transformed into their human forms and followed them in the dark. Since their boss had surrendered, they had no choice but to submit. There were at least 30 to 50 beast kings and 7 or 8 beast emperors. If he planned to bring them to the spirit beast hall, their strength would increase further. And so, Jun Changshao was even more confident in going to the planar battlefield to fight. After traveling for 2 days, they reached a fork in the road. Qian Budwa clasped his hands and said, "Brother, we'll meet again." "Big brother." Jun Changshao said, "Goodbye." After Qian Budwa left, the vicious beasts hiding in the dark could finally appear in the open. The King of 100 Hills' vicious beast army wasn't small either. There were about 200,000 of them. Jun Changshao planned to stuff them all into the Iron Bone Mountain and raise them with beast cores. The sect of all times didn't have many disciples, but the beast race army had reached 600,000 or 700,000. This was enough to make a great achievement. Unfortunately, June Patriarch's thoughts were on developing the sect. He didn't have any thoughts of conquering the world. The reason he took in the beast race army and subdued the King of 100 Hills was so that he could smoothly carry out his robbery plan when he entered the Spiritas continent. Sect of all times. Jun Changshao returned and placed the 200,000 vicious beasts deep within the Iron Bone Mountain. Patriarch Xuerengui said, "The vicious beasts are fierce because they fight in the wild all year round. If we keep them in captivity, they will lose their ferocity over time." Makes sense, Jun Changshao said. It was obvious who was stronger between a lion in captivity and a lion in the wild. What do you suggest? In this subordinate's opinion, why don't we train them together so that they can familiarize themselves with tactics? Jun Changshao's mouth twitched. Training humans can no longer satisfy me, the head of the war cavalry hall. I'm starting to have thoughts of training vicious beasts. Under normal circumstances, Xuerengui definitely wouldn't think about it. But since the vicious beasts could listen to orders, it wasn't impossible to carry out military training. Moreover, if they were really trained, their combat strength couldn't be ignored. Okay. Jun Changshao said, "I'll leave it to you, Patriarch." Xuerengui thought for a moment and said, "That psychic cat can speak human language and communicate with vicious beasts. Can you give it to my war cavalry hall?" "No problem," Jun Changshao said. In the room, the psychic cat clung to the door and cried, "I don't want to go. I want to stay." Boom. Xiao Maxian pressed it to the ground and rubbed its face against the floor. She said, "This is Master's order. You must obey." After being tortured, the psychic cat comfortably reported to the war cavalry hall with tears in its eyes. Training vicious beasts was undoubtedly very challenging. However, Jun Changshao believed that with Xuerengui and Tao Yuan around, there shouldn't be any problems. Next, sitting on a chair, one hand supporting the side of his face, he muttered, "It's time to think about how to distribute the natural spirit stones so that the disciples can improve faster." On the day of the epic-level mission, with enough resources, Li Qingyang and the other core disciples were confident that they could break through to the peak of Martial King. However, there was no hope for them to break through to the Emperor level unless they had a better pill formula. Wu Huang pill, Wu Huang pill. Jun Changshao opened the high-level store and carefully looked through the goods inside. He didn't find any high-grade pill formulas that could raise one's cultivation level, so he could only focus on other things. Wait! His eyes fell on a formula called Surge Talisman. He clicked on it and the introduction appeared. Item: Surge Talisman Formula Introduction. After purchasing, you can obtain the formula to refine the Surge Talisman. Effect: Crush the refined Surge Talisman and raise one's cultivation level by a large level. Advantage: After using it, you will have a higher cultivation level and stronger strength. It can also be convenient to peak at high-level martial arts and is beneficial for breaking through. Disadvantage: The user must be at the highest level of a certain cultivation level. The effect lasts for 2 hours. After the effect expires, you will drop one's cultivation level. The effect lasts for 2 hours. Price: 10,000 contribution points. Jun Changshao rubbed his chin and said, "After using it, can Qingyang and Zueji enter the dimensional battlefield?" The system said, "They should be able to." "I'll buy it." Ding. Host has spent 10,000 contribution points and obtained Surge Talisman Formula X1. It has been transferred to the spatial ring. Ding. Contribution points: 244,805,0000. Chapter 858. After buying the recipe, it was automatically matched to the Talisman Pavilion. Jun Changshao tapped on the newly appeared Surge Talisman, and the refinement data appeared. Main materials: 1205 middle 7th grade Spirit Beast cores, 365 middle 8th grade Spirit Beast cores, 211 middle 9th grade Spirit Beast cores. Supplementary materials: 1 Martial King Dan. That's right, Jun Changshao said with satisfaction. Now this is scientific. Martial King Dan had the effect of increasing one's cultivation level, and the Surge Talisman also had the effect of temporarily increasing one's cultivation level. Using the former as a supplementary material was completely acceptable. Unlike the Strength Amplification Talisman that required Healing Pill, and the Insight Talisman that required Body Shaping Pill. 8 poles have nothing to do with each other. It's really ridiculous, the system said. Shouldn't the host's concern be that Martial King Dan is more precious and harder to refine than Healing Pill and Body Shaping Pill? Jun Changxiao's expression froze for a moment before it gradually collapsed. What the hell? Refining a Surge Talisman required a Martial King Dan. The system was speechless. This reflex arc to temporarily increase one's cultivation level, one must consume a Martial King Dan, which meant that a disciple of the sect would not be able to become a Martial King in the shortest time possible. There were enough materials for Healing Pill and other pills, so they could be mass-produced. But Martial King Dan had been out of stock ever since they were respawned, and there were still many disciples waiting in line to use them. If they were used to refined talismans, it would definitely be painful. Are you kidding me? Jun Changshao held his head and collapsed. This is too much of a scam. Now, he really wanted to use detoxification pills and high-grade qi gathering pills as supplementary materials without any scientific basis. The Surge Talisman was a good thing. Its use was not only to increase one's cultivation level in a short period of time, but also to increase one's cultivation level. To be exact, the increase in one's cultivation level would bring a brand new understanding of martial arts, which was the biggest feature of the Surge Talisman. It was a huge amount of wealth that could not be measured by money or resources. However, the fact that it required Martial King Dan to refine it made Jun Changshao feel a bit depressed, and a bit hard to accept. The system said, "It's better than nothing, don't be too depressed." Not to mention, Elder Wei and the others are still planting Martial King Dan materials. Sooner or later it will reach saturation point. To be able to comfort the host like this, after a long time of contact, there were still sincere feelings. You're right. Jun Changshao was relieved. Now we just need to wait for the new batch of materials to mature, then use the Martial Emperor pills to refine the Surge Talisman. He didn't lack crystal cores, but he lacked auxiliary materials. Patriarch. Ningdu woke up and reported, "It's time to recruit disciples again. Are there any special instructions?" "No." Jun Changshao said, "Just do it as usual." Understood. A few days later, the Sect of All Times's daily disciple recruitment began. Due to the continuous rise in his reputation, the number of youths who came from all over the world to register each month was maintained at a few thousand, but those who actually passed were few and far between. Gradually, the difficulty of joining the Sect of All Times spread throughout the Starfall continent. Jun Changshao was not lacking in disciples at the moment, so he would rather go without than have too many. As for the sect's monthly strength assessment, the disciples' minor competition every 3 months, and the disciples' grand competition every year, although they were never mentioned in the text, they were also held at a fixed time. Other than the grand competition every year to determine whether a disciple would be promoted to inner or outer disciple, Jun Changshao generally did not participate in other tests. As the sect's scale grew larger, it had to be tested on its ability to operate on its own. If the Patriarch made the decision on any trivial matters, wouldn't raising a group of elders be akin to freeloaders? Of course, this had something to do with Jun Changxiao's deliberate intention, because while he was completing the main mission, he was also carrying out another mission. One day, he would be a hands-off shopkeeper, let go of fame and fortune, and travel the Jianghu hand in hand with his true love, living a life that only envied mandarin ducks and not immortals. Every time he thought of this, the system would very timely pour cold water on him and say, With your attributes that are even more amazing than a spiritual cat, it's impossible for you to achieve this in your lifetime. What do you know? Jun Changshao said, I'm just putting my thoughts on the sect. When the bomb was defused that day, it was definitely at the level of Elder Wei. After the disciple recruitment, the sect of all times once again entered a relatively peaceful phase. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others successively received large amounts of natural spirit stones and focused their attention on cultivation. The patriarch said, if they broke through to the peak of Martial King in half a year, they would be brought to the dimensional battlefield. A place that could injure the patriarch and make him unconscious would definitely be full of excitement, so it greatly stimulated everyone's desire to break through faster. With Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others' high-level spirit roots, as long as they were given enough resources, breaking through small levels was very stable. In the next few months, one after another, disciples broke through and advanced all the way to the peak of Martial King. Of course, the first to reach this level was naturally Pei Aniu, who had scattered the stars and scattered the clouds and the sun and moon. This won't do. Inside the space-time secret realm, Yi Xingchen said rather irritably, it's impossible to break through Wu Huang in 3 months. He had experience, but there was not enough time. If Jun Changshao delayed for a few more months, then there would be no problem. It could not be delayed. The system reminded the host every day not to forget that he was suppressed by an Earth-rank expert, so the closer it was to the end of the epic mission, the stronger the desire for revenge. Patriarch. One day, Elder Wei came to see him and said, the new batch of medicinal ingredients has matured. Hurry up and bring it over. When the medicinal ingredients for refining the Martial King pill were stored in the space ring, Jun Changshao directly refined it with one click. Ding! The first pill was refined. He opened the talisman pavilion again and pressed the confirmation button to refine the surge talisman. About an hour later, the warm surge talisman was refined. Jun Changshao held it in his hand and thought to himself, can I use this thing? The introduction said that it could only be used when one reached the highest level of a certain realm. He was now a peak martial emperor, so theoretically, he met the requirement. However, there were 2 epic missions. If he crushed it and his realm did not increase, then it would be terrible. Let's try it. Pa! Jun Changshao decisively crushed it, but there was no reaction at all. Thus, he squatted on the ground with his head in his hands. He wanted to cry but had no tears. A Martial King pill, so many crystal cores were wasted just like that, MIF** King cheap. Ding. At this time, another Martial King pill was produced. Jun Changshao continued to refine and called Yi Xingchen over. You broke through the peak of Martial King? Yes. It just so happens that I have a talisman that can temporarily increase one's realm. Give it a try. Jun Changshao handed over the surge talisman. Temporarily increase one's realm? Yi Xingchen crushed the talisman with surprise and shock. The spiritual energy in his Dantian's spirit core immediately began to transform, and his realm also advanced from peak Martial King to Wu Huang. This, Yan Yo was dumbstruck, standing in place. It was not strange to advance to Wu Huang, but the whole process made him feel the same as when he advanced to Martial Emperor. Magical. Unbelievable. Pei Xingchen gradually calmed down and said in his heart, this talisman that can instantly increase one's realm must have come from the upper realm. Upper realm? No, it didn't. Don't talk nonsense. Oh right. Jun Changshao reminded him. The talisman's effect lasts for 2 hours. After it disappears, your realm will also drop from its original level for 2 hours. When the time limit was up, Yi Xingchen's realm dropped from Wu Huang to peak Wuzong. It felt as if he had fallen from the sky into a bottomless abyss. The most tragic was Jun Changshao, who had fallen from peak Martial Emperor to peak Martial King. He then lay on the chair and said helplessly, You didn't give me the enhancement effect, but you gave me the side effects. Chapter 859. After Yi Xingchen's test, The Surge Talisman indeed had the ability to increase one's realm. Moreover, after breaking through, there would be a similar feeling of increasing one's realm, which would undoubtedly bring great benefits to the user. In short, the Surge Talisman's increase in strength was secondary. The most important thing was to experience the process of breaking through. Although it didn't immediately help the warrior break through, with the experience of someone who had experienced it, the comprehension and time would be greatly reduced. Not bad. Jun Changshao was very satisfied. With the Surge Talisman, there was no need to deliberately chase after the Wu Huang pills. After all, there might not be any. However, because it required Martial King pills as materials, it was destined that it couldn't be mass-produced for the time being. Let's refine 100 pills first. After a few hundred Martial King pills were refined, Jun Changshao selected 100 pills to begin production. As for the unused Martial King pills, he left them for the disciples to use to break through to the King level. The Sect of all times's Martial King level was steadily increasing every month. Even the first-rate sects couldn't compare. To be able to cheat to such an extent, it was truly insane. After he finished, Jun Patriarch habitually clicked on the epic mission, which showed that there were still 3 months left until the end of the mission. Soon. Who should I bring into the dimensional battlefield? Old Ding and Jiangya, the sect's upper echelons, would definitely be there. Zidan and Bai Qiu would also follow. What made Jun Changshao hesitant was whether to bring Li Qingyang and the others. After the epic mission was completed, they might not be able to break through to Wu Huang, but they might be able to sneak in with the Surge Talisman, but they could only stay there for 2 hours. If something happens and we can't return before the time limit ends, it will definitely be dangerous. Jun Changshao tapped his finger on the table and said, "We have to think about it carefully." He decided to let the disciples decide whether to go or not, so he called Li Qingyang and the others over. Patriarch Xiao Ziji was the first to make his choice. His eyes were firm. Disciple is willing. Disciple is willing. Li Qingyang, Li Fei, Tianqi, and the others all expressed their opinions. Obviously, in their pursuit of excitement, they could ignore all dangers. Jun Changshao said, "In that case, let's break through to the peak of Martial King in 3 months." Yes. Everyone shouted in unison. After that, they cultivated even harder. Patriarch. One day, Li Luoqi walked in and said, "Little Mo sent a message. 10 days later, she will go to the Yunling Mountains with the outer disciples to train." The Yunling Mountains are Taishan Xingzong's exclusive training grounds. There are many ferocious beasts there. Every year, the outer court disciples are organized to engage in actual combat. Whoever kills the most ferocious beasts within a set period of time will be rewarded handsomely. Jun Changshao rubbed his chin and said, "This is a good opportunity for little Mo to be promoted. Inform Hall Master Z and ask him to bring some members to the Yunling Mountains." Yes. Li Luoqi left. Not long after, Hall Master Z led his subordinates to the Yunling Mountains. Jun Changshao only gave one task, which was to create opportunities for Su Xiaoma as much as possible and provide a stage for him to shine in the outer court training. If he relied on himself to climb up, it would definitely take time. If he helped him at a critical moment, he would definitely climb faster. In the forest, 500 outer court disciples of Taishan Xingzong were led by an elder of Wu Huang's level to the Yunling Mountains. Their eyes flashed with excitement, nervousness, and other emotions. Every year, the sect would hold an actual combat training. If they performed well, not only would they be rewarded, but they would also be awarded merit points. As long as they had enough merit points, they could enter the inner court from the outer court. The easiest way for an outer court disciple of Taishan Xingzong to enter the inner court was to obtain excellent results in the annual sect competition. Those outer court disciples who were diligent and hard-working but were not very talented could enter the inner court by accumulating merit points. Junior brother Su. On the way, a fair-skinned man said proudly, "Although the Yunling Mountains are dangerous, as long as you follow me, I guarantee that you will be safe." Su Xiaoma smiled and said, "Thank you for your guidance, Senior Brother Sunday." He muttered in his heart, "It's just a Wuzong. Does he really think that he's strong?" As a martial king, he relied on the hidden cultivation technique to suppress his cultivation level to that of a martial master. It was a little unfair for him to hang around with low-level outer court disciples all day. He had no choice. In order to complete the task given to him by the patriarch, Su Xiaoma had to be a spy to the end. "Rest here." Not long after, the leading elder shouted, "Junior Brother Su." Sun Inquan waved his hand and said, "Come and massage Senior Brother Su's shoulders." "Okay." Su Xiaoma ran over with a smile and then skillfully massaged his shoulders. He smiled and said, "Senior Brother Sun, is my strength okay?" "Yes." Sun Inquan closed his eyes and said, "Not bad." If it was Night Emperor doing this, he would be able to shatter his shoulder blades with a punch. Therefore, someone like Su Xiaoma, who was smooth and slick in dealing with people and was able to lower herself, was practically born to be a spy. "Inquan." The leading elder's face darkened as he said in a low voice, "You are here to gain experience, not to enjoy." "Father." Sun Inquan smiled and said, "Just for a while." Sigh. Elder Sun shook his head, then glanced at Su Xiaoma and said, "After returning to the sect, you can go to the Spirit Chi Array to cultivate for 3 days." The Spirit Chi Array was a place to cultivate in Taishan Xingzong. The Spirit Chi inside was several times higher than the outside world. Although it was far inferior to the Spirit Gathering Array of the Sect of all times, it was a holy land in the eyes of the outer court disciples. They would do anything to get in. "Thank you, Elder Sun." Su Xiaoma was overjoyed and pounded even harder. As expected, "My strategy is right. As long as I serve Sun Inquan well, I will naturally be valued by Elder Sunday." While thinking, he looked at the beautiful girl sitting on a huge rock in the distance and thought to himself, "She is Elder Xia's granddaughter. I have to find a chance to interact with her." Su Xiaoma's way of climbing up was to build a good relationship with all the disciples who were related to the Taishan Xingzong. "Let's go, let's hurry." The Taishan Xingzong disciples rested for a while before continuing to the Yunling Mountains. At this time, Hall Master Z had already rushed over with his subordinate. "Elder Nyo, what should we do?" He was good at taking off his clothes and fighting, but finding a way to provide a stage for Su Xiaoma to show off was a bit of a test of his intelligence. Elder Nyo said, "The Patriarch said that we only need to create some trouble for the Taishan Xingzong. When necessary, I can transform into my physical form to bully them." "That works too." The Purple King said, "It's decided then. King, the target is here. Hide well. Don't be discovered." Swish, swish. All the experts of the Spirit Beast Hall went into hiding. Elder Sun didn't expect so many powerful spirit beasts to be hidden in the Yunling Mountains. He walked in with his disciples and said with his hands behind his back, "This training will last for 5 days. You can group up or act alone. When the time is up, gather here." "Yes." All the disciples shouted in unison. "Training begins." When Elder Sun shouted this sentence, the 500 disciples immediately scattered. Some entered the depths of the mountains alone, while others formed groups of 3 to 5. Chapter 860. Junior Brother Su. Sun Inquan shook his head, clenched his fist, and said, "Let's go, Senior Brother will take you to kill some beasts." Su Xiaoma followed behind, not forgetting to flatter, "I heard that Senior Brother Sun has already comprehended the 12 moves of the Chrysanthemum Sword technique to the Great Accomplishment stage. I wonder if Junior Brother will have the honor of witnessing it today?" "Yes," Sun Inquan said proudly. "Sister Xia." Su Xiaoma waved his hand and smiled. "Do you want to team up?" "Not interested," Xia Shui said indifferently and left without paying any attention to the two of them. Sun Inquan rolled his eyes at the woman and said, "She's always so cold, as if everyone owes her money." Senior brother Sunday Su Xiaoma scratched his head and said, "Sister Xia has the minor ice sky physique, so it's understandable that she's cold." Humph. Sun Inquan curled his lips and said, "Back then, that person also had the Taishan ice heart physique, but I didn't see her this cold." "That person? Who?" Su Xiaoma asked. Sun Inquan tilted his head and whispered, "It's Lu Qianqian who was expelled. The higher-ups ordered us not to talk about her, so don't talk nonsense." "Understood, understood." Su Xiaoma hurriedly nodded and said in his heart, "So senior sister has such a strong physique, no wonder she wasn't interested in ancient physiques in the suicide tower." During this period of undercover, he had already understood a lot of things. Taishan Xingzong started with the remnants of the Taishan ice heart technique left behind by the Taishan elders. Although the martial path had blossomed everywhere, she still mainly cultivated the ice element. If a disciple had an ice element physique, no matter what level they were at, they would be heavily nurtured. For example, Xia Shuiyun. Although her grandfather was an elder, she also had the minor ice sky physique, so her outer disciple status was only temporary. When her strength increased, she would be an inner disciple or even a direct disciple. Senior brother Sunday Su Xiaoma asked tentatively, "Taishuan's ice heart physique is one of the strongest physiques in the ice element. Since Lu Qianqian has such a strong physique, how could she be expelled?" "I broke the precepts," Sun Inquan said. "Oh." Su Xiaoma didn't want to get to the bottom of the matter. He was afraid that he would be suspicious if he asked too much. Roar! At this moment, the roar of a fierce beast could be heard. A huge tiger beast stood in front of him, its eyes emitting a strong ruthless aura. "Junior brother Su." Sun Inquan took out his 3-foot green sword and said proudly, "Today, senior brother will show you the 12 paths of the chrysanthemum sword technique." "Alright." Su Xiaoma hurriedly stepped aside, although he appeared to be looking forward to it. However, he quietly released his psychic senses and captured Xia Shuiyun, who was gradually moving away from him. He thought to himself, "I wonder if the Patriarch has sent anyone over." "Kid." Suddenly, the Purple King's voice sounded in his ear, "I'm here. Do you want this kid to die or cripple him?" Su Xiaoma's mouth twitched slightly. It was just an outer sect experience. How could he kill him? Besides, he was following him. If he died, he would lose his promotion. He might even be unlucky. Hall Master Z. Su Xiaoma said telepathically, "Let's wait and see." Okay. Chrysanthemum bloom. Chrysanthemum dance. Sun Inquan shook out the 12 paths of the chrysanthemum sword technique. Sword shadows appeared all over the sky. Although the moves were very fancy in terms of level, it was actually just SOSO. Poochie. Poochie. The tiger beast blocking the way was only at the level of a martial disciple. It was quickly killed. Su Xiaoma stood at the side and praised, "Senior brother Sun's sword technique is exquisite. It's really amazing." Swoosh. Sun Inquan sheathed his sword and said proudly, "It's just a warm-up." Su Xiaoma smiled and said, "With senior brother Sun's superb sword technique and strength, you will definitely be able to take the first place in this Yunling mountain range experience." "Of course." Sun Inquan waved his hand and said, "Let's go." The Purple King, who was hiding in the dark, saw that this kid had killed his own kind and was still so arrogant. He almost couldn't help but rush out and slap him into meat paste on the spot. Calm down, calm down. In order to not reduce the number of beast pills next month, he had to complete the mission that guy gave him and smoothly cooperate with Su Xiaoma's performance. Roar. Boom boom boom. In the depths of the Yunling mountain range, the 500 outer sect disciples had already started 5 days of actual combat experience. Fighting scenes and killing ferocious beasts could be seen everywhere. These ferocious beasts were not the Purple King's subordinates, but they were still of the same kind. Seeing them die one after another, their eyes became redder and redder. Patriarch. In the sect of all times, Li Qingyang was a little worried and said, Hall Master Z is from the beast race after all. The Taishan Xingzong's outer sect training this time is mainly to kill ferocious beasts. I'm afraid that things will go wrong. Jun Changshao said, That shouldn't be the case, right? Something happened. Li Luoqiu hurriedly walked in and said, Hall Master Z brought Elder Niu to cause trouble in the Yunling mountain range. The Taishan Xingzong disciples participating in the training have suffered heavy casualties. Swoosh. Jun Changshao stood up and said, This guy really dares to cause trouble. It was more than just causing trouble. It was as messy as the sky. At this moment, in the depths of the Yunling mountain range, tens of thousands of ferocious beasts surrounded the Taishan Xingzong disciples with red eyes. Elder Niu walked out and said coldly, You dare to kill my people? All of you must die. In the crowd, Su Xiaoma supported the injured Sun Inquan with one hand and roared in his heart, Patriarch, what kind of actors did you hire? They're completely unprofessional. In the plan, he would let Hall Master Z make a move when necessary and create some trouble for the Taishan Xingzong disciples. At the crucial moment, he would rush over and sacrifice himself to win the favor of his fellow disciples and elders. In the end, trouble was coming. However, Hall Master Z directly gathered tens of thousands of ferocious beasts in the mountain range and launched a beast-tide attack. What was even more devastating was that Elder Sun was even injured and ran away. More than half of the 500 disciples were dead or injured, and they were surrounded by so many ferocious beasts. The situation was critical. If he stood out now and used his body to block the danger, it would definitely be unreasonable. Kid. The Purple King transmitted his voice. I've created a chance for you to act cool. You can come out and perform now. Perform your sister. Tens of thousands of ferocious beasts. Do you want me to chase them all away with my martial master cultivation? It's over, it's over. We're all going to die here. Despair appeared in the eyes of many Taishan Xingzong disciples. If there were only a few hundred ferocious beasts, they could still fight against them. Facing tens of thousands of them, and a few spirit beasts that were stronger than the elders, they would definitely die today. What? Sun Inquan spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face became paler. This kid was punched by Elder Niu. Although he did not die, he was already seriously injured. Don't panic, don't panic. Su Xiaoma pretended to be calm and said, The sect will definitely send someone to save us. Save? Elder Niu smiled sinisterly and said, I've said it before, all of you will die today. As he spoke, he waved his hand and grabbed a trembling Taishan Xingzong disciple. He said coldly, You killed 7 of my clan members. Death. No, bang. Elder Niu squeezed his hand, and the disciple directly shattered. Su Xiaomo roared in his heart, If you kill him like this, how can I save him? Next. Elder Niu glanced at the Taishan Xingzong disciples and smiled coldly. Whose turn is it now? Ta. Su Xiaoma clenched his fists and walked out. His legs pretended to tremble and said, If you want to kill me. Don't hurt my senior brother. Although this group of actors did not follow the script, he had to change the plot into the plan. Needless to say, Xia Shuiyun, who was in the crowd, looked at him with a strange look in her eyes. She said to herself, Is he not afraid of death? Elder Niu raised his hand and said coldly, A piece of trash that isn't even from Wuzong. Killing you will only dirty my hand. Bang. A slap landed on his face. Su Xiaoma immediately flew out and crashed into a huge rock. Wah! He pretended to be injured and vomited blood, but in his heart, he collapsed and said, Patriarch, there is a group of unqualified actors. I can't continue this show. Chapter 861. Jun Changshao wanted to provide Su Xiaoma with a platform to show off. He wanted to shine in the Taishan Xingzong outer sect disciples' training and be recognized by the higher-up. In fact, Su Xiaoma had a whole set of plans. First of all, he pretended to be a martial master in the Taishan Xingzong. It was unrealistic to be the best in the Yunling Mountains, so he decided to take the tragic route. What was the tragic route? It was to deliberately create trouble for Sun Yingquan and Xia Shuiyun. At the critical moment, he would step forward to take the damage for them and pretend to be seriously injured. The plan was perfect, but the reality was cruel. The Purple King lost control of his emotions when he saw his clan members being killed. He directly gathered tens of thousands of beasts and formed a beast tide to attack the outer sect disciples of the Taishan Xingzong. At this time, Su Xiaoma definitely could not step forward. After all, he was only a martial master. If he could survive the beast tide, he would definitely be doubted. However, what was more desperate was that Elder Nyo's original body appeared and beat up Elder Sunday. Only a group of outer sect disciples were left trembling. In this situation, he might not be able to win even if he used his martial king cultivation. The plan and plot were all messed up. The difficulty level was raised by n levels. Su Xiaoma could not act at all. Saying that Hall Master Z and Elder Nyo were not qualified actors was already mild. It was unpleasant to hear. A group of useless teammates. However, no matter how wrong the plot was, no matter how difficult the play was, he still had to act. Su Xiaoma stood up, his arms hanging down. He said shakily, If you want to kill me. Don't hurt my senior brother." Not only did he have to continue the tragic route, but he also had to find a way to stall for time. As one of the top sects, they should have received the news that the outer sect disciples were attacked by beasts and should have sent reinforcements. Yes, they had received it. However, it would take some time to reach the Yunling Mountains from the sect. Go Sheng, Sun Yingquan, who was seriously injured on the ground, was stunned. He did not expect junior brother Su to be so manly in this situation. On the other hand, he and the other disciples were scared out of their wit. Bang! Elder Nyo slapped him again. Boom! Su Xiaoma crashed into the wall and used his spirit energy to force the blood out of his body. He staggered to his feet, and his eyes shone with determination despite his messy hair. "Can these 2 palm strikes exchange for my senior brother's 2 lives?" Junior brother Su, the outer disciples of Taishan Xingzong, were all stunned. Kakik. Old Monster Ox laughed and said, "Kid, you're pretty tough. Alright, let's play a game. Take one of my palms and I'll spare your life." Fortunately, this old man could follow the plot. Otherwise, there would be no way to continue acting. Who? Su Xiaoma took a deep breath. Because he had aggravated his injuries, his face suddenly turned ferocious. Come, every action and action of a qualified spy had to be at the level of an award-winning actor. The Taishan Xingzong disciples had already determined from his superb acting skills that he was struggling to hold on, that he was using his life to stall for time. Boom! Old Monster Ox struck again. Su Xiaoma flew out beautifully and then fell to the ground. One of his legs was twitching slightly. Old Monster Ox thought to himself, his acting is really good. Although it looked like he had used a lot of strength, it was actually just SOSO. Martial disciples wouldn't feel pain. Wah! Su Xiaoma forced out another mouthful of blood and staggered to his feet. Sun Yingquan and Xia Shuiyun were both stunned. After being hit so many times, he was clearly seriously injured. How could he still stand up? Heh! Old Monster Ox said in surprise, "You're a little martial disciple. Seems like I'll have to use more strength." This sentence was to tell the Taishan Xingzong disciples that he didn't want to kill Su Xiaoma. It was to explain why he could take so many hits. Old Monster Ox. Su Xiaoma transmitted his voice, "Hit harder. Break his bones." If he kept standing up like a roly-poly toy, there would definitely be flaws. If he wanted to play, he would play to the limit. Whoosh! Old Monster Ox threw a punch. Bang, crack. The sound of ribs breaking could be heard. Su Xiaoma flew out and fell to the ground with a loud bang. Junior brother Su. Sun Inkwan suppressed his injuries and roared with his fist clenched. At that moment, the Taishan Xingzong disciple's eyes were filled with grief. After all, Go Xing was trampled by the spirit beast for everyone. Bastard! Sun Inkwan said angrily. If you have the guts, come at me. Don't hurt my junior brother. Although this guy was a little arrogant, at this moment, Su Xiaoma's unyielding performance had stimulated his manhood. As for the other disciples, they also showed an expression of facing death with equanimity. Don't worry. Old Monster Ox smiled coldly. It's almost your turn, because Su Xiaoma got up with difficulty and half knelt. One hand was on the ground and the other hand was on his chest. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He said in a voice as soft as a mosquito, I haven't fallen, Old Monster Ox. Come and stomp on him. He could only bet on the Taishan Xingzong's reinforcements. All he could do was to delay as much time as possible. Understood. Old Monster Ox walked over and said coldly, It seems that I'm too merciful to let you live until now. He lifted his foot and stomped down. Bang! 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 He stomped crazily. Junior brother Su, if Sun Inkwan was not injured, he would have rushed up even if there was a possibility of death. Bang bang bang! Old Monster Ox trampled on Su Xiaoma to his heart's content. The outer disciples of the Taishan Xingzong, who were huddled together, all stared angrily. Are they still not coming? Although Xia Shuiyun in the crowd still looked cold, she was very anxious in her heart. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, in the distant sky, hundreds of streamers were flying at an extremely fast speed. The aura in the sky was very strong. Old Monster Ox. The Purple King transmitted his voice. We can retreat now. Let's go. Swish. 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 In an instant, Old Monster Ox and the other spirit beasts retreated. The tens of thousands of ferocious beasts surrounding the outer disciples of the Taishan Xingzong also scattered like birds. As soon as they disappeared, the experts of the Taishan Xingzong landed one after another. These people were all at the Emperor stage. If they fought with the Purple King, it would be earth-shattering. Are you all okay? The middle-aged leader asked. Elder Shen. Xia Shuiyun hurriedly pointed at Su Xiaoma, who was lying in the distance and covered in bruises, and said, Junior brother Su is seriously injured. He needs to be treated quickly. Woman. You're not cold at all. Su Xiaoma fainted with satisfaction. Although the difficulty of the play increased a lot, he made the right bet. The Taishan Xingzong was quite fast in terms of rescue. When Su Xiaoma, who pretended to be unconscious, woke up, he was already in the hospital bed of the Taishan Xingzong. Junior brother Su. Sun Inkwan, whose wrist was bandaged, hurriedly got up and said, You're finally awake. Senior brother Sun, Su Xiaoma said, What is this place? Sun Inkwan knew that he was unconscious and didn't know what happened later, so he hurriedly explained. Is that so? Everyone is safe. Su Xiaoma smiled with difficulty and said, That's great. Sun Inkwan said, Junior brother Su, you stepped forward in the face of danger and bought time for everyone to prevent more of your fellow disciples from dying. I'm really touched. This is what I should do, cough cough. Su Xiaoma didn't continue because he needed to pretend that he was seriously injured. Life was like a play. It all depended on acting. Sun Inkwan hurriedly said, Don't talk. Heal your injuries first. Pa Xia Shuiyun appeared in the ward and put a bottle of pills on the table. She said lightly, This is the Tranquil Heart Ice Pill. It can quickly heal injuries. After that, she turned around and left. This, Sun Inkwan was stunned. The Tranquil Heart Ice Pill was a top-grade healing medicine in the Sect. It was extremely difficult to obtain, but this woman actually took out a bottle. In the main hall, more than 10 elders of the Taishan Xingzong were talking. The topic was, why did an emperor-level spirit beast appear in the periphery of the Yunling Mountains? Why did a group of ferocious beasts riot? Elder Shen guessed, the altar sent a message earlier that the Purple King has been unsealed. Could it be that guy's doing? It's possible. It seems that if we don't find that monster as soon as possible, it will be a threat to the Taishan Xingzong and the entire continent. We have to find it, but it's the altar's business. We don't have to force ourselves. Is the disciple named Go Xing all right? Although he was seriously injured, he was treated in time. He is now out of danger. In a life-and-death situation, he still stood up for his fellow disciples and stalled for time. This courage is precious. I think it must be rewarded. Elder Sun said. Elder Xia next to him said, Shui Yun told me what happened. At that time, all the outer disciples were scared. Only he dared to stand up. He should be used as an example. Since the two of them could help Su Goxing, it meant that the trick of injuring oneself was not in vain. At least, they had won the favor of the two elders. The third elder, who was more authoritative, was silent for a while and said, this time, the training was interrupted because of a group of beasts. Su Goxing is the winner. He will be rewarded with 500 merit points. No one had any objection. If it weren't for Su Goxing risking his life and successfully stalling for time, hundreds of disciples would have been killed. He deserved the merit point. Junior brother Su. Sun Inkwan came to the ward and said excitedly, in view of your performance in the Yunling Mountains, the elders have discussed and decided to reward you with 500 merit points. Su Xiaoma was stunned. In the plan, he didn't fight for anything in this training in the Yunling Mountains. He only needed to play the role of a tragic character and win the favor of two disciples with elders backing them. He didn't expect to receive such a high amount of merit points. He was rewarded because of the Purple King. However, that guy was now standing with Elder Nyo in the Spirit Beast Hall, being reprimanded by June Patriarch. Two elders! I asked you to help Su Xiaoma act cool and give him a chance to shine. I didn't ask you to attack the group of beasts. I didn't ask you to act cool. The Taishan Xingzong sent so many Emperor stage experts to help. If there was a mistake and your identity as a disciple was exposed, you wouldn't be able to escape the blame even if you died 10,000 times. The Purple King whispered, it can't be that serious, right? Swish. Jun Changshao sat down and drank a cup of tea. He said, if you don't handle the matter well, 2 of your meals will be reduced this month. Your mid-grade beast cores will be halved. Chapter 862. After the Yunling Mountain incident, Su Xiaomo received the approval of the elders. After all, it was rare for someone to risk his life for a fellow disciple. At first, Sun Inkwan only saw him as a follower. Now, he saw him as a good brother. This was, after recovering from his injuries. He took the initiative to call Su Xiaoma over and secretly gave him the secret manual. Junior brother, this is the 12 Chrysanthemum Swordsmanship. Take it and cultivate. Don't tell anyone that I gave it to you. Thank you, senior brother Sun. Sun Inkwan said with a straight face, you're treating me like an outsider. Su Xiaoma grinned. I took on an easier mission. Let's complete it together tomorrow. Okay. Sun Inkwan was not the only one who changed his attitude toward Su Xiaoma. The other disciples would greet him warmly when they saw him from afar. In the past, they pretended not to see him. Su Xiaoma was a good person in the eyes of the elders. However, in the eyes of many disciples, he was a little cunning. Therefore, he was not liked. After the Yunling Mountain incident, they realized that this fellow disciple had courage and backbone. Naturally, they accepted him. Although Hall Master Z and the others don't know how to act, everything is still according to plan. Su Xiaoma thought to himself on the way to the cafeteria. For now, he had successfully gained a foothold in the outer sect. As long as he slowly released his talent and strength, it should not be a problem for him to become an inner sect disciple. In a large sect like Taishan Xingzong, flattery could only accumulate limited connections. If he wanted to achieve a meteoric rise, he had to rely on his own strength. I can't take too big a step to avoid the suspicion of the higher-ups. Sigh. Su Xiaomo rubbed his temples and thought to himself, I have a long way to go. Hey. Suddenly, he heard a voice. Su Xiaomo turned around and saw Xia Shuiyun leaning against a tree. She said calmly, Have you recovered from your injuries? This girl was about 18 or 19 years old. Although she was not devastatingly beautiful, she was very pleasing to the eye. However, there was a cold air on her face, as if she was 1,000 miles away. When a girl with a cold personality takes the initiative to talk to you, it means that she has let her guard down around you. Elder Wei's words sounded in Su Xiaoma's ears. Then how should I interact with her? When facing such a girl, you must not pester her, because it will backfire. You should deliberately keep a distance from her, and then wait and see what happens. You should adapt to the situation by sticking to the status quo. Su Xiaoma carefully thought about what Old Man Wei had said before. She cupped her hands and said, Thank you, senior sister, for the tranquil heart and icy skin pill. Xia Shui said indifferently, Sun Yingxuan's thoughts are not on the martial path. Following him will only delay your future. With that, he turned around and left. Su Xiaoma thought to himself, I want to follow you, but you don't care about me. He didn't care about the relationship between men and women, but that his grandfather was an elder, which was beneficial to him in Taishan Xingzong. Go Xing. Sun Yingquan appeared behind him and put his hand on his shoulder. I saw Xia Shuiyun talking to you just now. Su Xiaoma said. She asked about my injuries. TSK. Sun Yingquan said, This cold woman actually knows how to care about junior brother. It's a bit unusual. Could it be? He paused and said, She's interested in you? Senior brother's son, don't joke around. Su Xiaoma said, I'm from a humble background, and my aptitude isn't high. How could I be liked by a proud girl like Sister Xia? Don't look down on yourself too much. Sun Yingquan patted his shoulder and said, Come, let's go eat. The Taishan Xingzong cafeteria was bigger and bigger than the sect of all times. However, the taste of the food was not to Su Xiaoma's taste. Every time he ate, it was like swallowing rice grains, but he still had to pretend that it was delicious. I miss Du's cooking. Su Xiaoma sat down listlessly with the food in her hands. Just as he was about to eat, he suddenly felt a chill. He saw Xia Shuiyun sitting in front of him. Hey. Sun Yingquan walked over with the food and said, This is my seat. Why are you sitting here? It's my pleasure. Xia Shuiyun said lightly. You forget it. A good man doesn't fight with a woman. Sun Yingquan sat in another seat and muttered in his heart, She always eats alone. Why is she sitting in front of Go Xing today? When facing such a girl, you must not pester her, because it will backfire. Deliberately keep a distance and then wait and see. Adapt to the situation by sticking to the status quo. Su Xiaoma was still thinking about Elder Wei's words, so he lowered his head and ate. He did not look at Xia Shuiyun and did not say a word to her. Elder Wei, how did the situation change? I accepted a mission. Let's do it together after dinner, Xia Shuiyun said. Sun Yingquan, who was drinking soup, almost choked. Did he hear wrongly? The woman who had always been isolated from the world actually took the initiative to ask Go Xing for a mission. Su Xiaoma scratched his head and said, Sister Xia, I have an appointment with senior brother Sunday. After dinner we will go to the spirit array to cultivate, so you must go, Xia Shuiyun said. This, Su Xiaoma looked at Sun Yingquan, who said, Sister Xia rarely asks for help. You have to give her some face. Was she asking for help? She was ordering him. Okay. Su Xiaoma said, I will go after dinner. With that said, he picked up his chopsticks and started eating. Xia Shuiyan said indifferently, when you scratched your head just now, your dandruff fell into the bowl. Su Xiaoma's expression became interesting. Yin Mountain Ridge. A very evil place. At this moment, Su Xiaoma was walking in front, and Xia Shuiyun was walking behind. The two did not talk, and kept a certain distance. Senior sister. After walking for a while, Su Xiaoma finally could not help but ask, what mission are we doing? Destroy the Yin Wind Wolf King. Huh. Su Xiaoma widened his eyes and said, this is a beast comparable to Peak Wuzong. I can't beat it. You just need to lure the wolves away. Leave it to me, Xia Shuiyun said. Su Xiaoma rolled his eyes. This woman called him over to do the mission with her to lure the target. Awoo! Awoo! At this moment, wolf howls could be heard from the dark forest. Thud, thud, thud. One by one, Yin Wind wolves with strength of lower rank 9 walked out. Their eyes were cold. Go. Xia Shuiyun said, lure them away. Although Su Xiaoma was on the verge of breaking down, he could only brace himself and walk forward. He taunted the wolf beasts, a bunch of fleas, come and catch me. Awoo! Awoo! Hundreds of wolf beasts rushed over in a frenzy. Oh my God! Su Xiaoma hurriedly ran away. Although he was trying very hard to suppress it, his short legs were still quite fast when he took a step. Clang! At this moment, Xia Shuiyun took out her 3-foot-long sword. She used a mysterious movement technique and blended into the darkness, looking for the Yin Wind Wolf King that was hiding. This woman is too reckless. Su Xiaoma, who was walking with a group of wolf beasts, was speechless. His spiritual senses had already penetrated deep into the forest. He found that there was not only the Yin Wind Wolf King, but also a few high-level wolf beasts comparable to Wuzong. It was easy to go in, but difficult to come out. P.S. There will be 2 chapters today. In the middle of this month, the strongest sect will make a big recommendation. When the time comes, there will be a lot of chapters. Without Jun Goxing's ability, I can only work hard. How many chapters? Probably 10, 20. I don't dare to say more. I'm afraid I can't do it. Chapter 863. As expected, Xia Shuiyun entered the depths of the forest and saw that there were 4 other beasts in addition to the Wolf King. She immediately realized that the situation was not good. She wanted to retreat, but as soon as the thought arose, she was surrounded. 1 Wolf King is not easy to deal with, let alone 4 helpers. Su Xiaoma thought, this woman is in big trouble. Should I save her? Forget it, I'll just wait and see. Su Xiaoma withdrew his thoughts and continued to drag hundreds of wolf beasts around the forest. For the sake of acting, he gave up the dignity of a martial king. He would rather appear weak and be chased by a group of trash beasts comparable to martial disciples. Boom! Boom! The sound of fighting came from the depths of the forest, and a cold and gloomy air filled the air. Xia Shuiyun fought with a few powerful spirit beasts, but because there were too many of them and her strength was not overwhelming, she soon fell into a passive position. This was within Su Xiaoma's expectations. In the current situation, even if a few more disciples came, it would be difficult to deal with, let alone her. I was careless. I have to think of a way to retreat quickly. Xia Shuiyun fought with a few beasts while thinking of a way to escape. However, the evil Wind Wolf King had seen through her thoughts. It raised its head and growled, and 2 of its subordinates blocked the way. Damn it! Xia Shuiyun could only fight passively. Poochie! After a while, the evil Wind Wolf King's sharp claws scratched her arm. Su Xiaoma, who was wandering outside, had been paying attention to the inside. Seeing that the woman was injured, he thought, if I don't save her, she will definitely die here. How to save her? This was a big problem. Poochie! Poochie! Blood splattered and poured on the ground. Xia Shuiyun's back was scratched a few more times by the evil Wind Wolf King. The current situation was extremely unfavorable for her. Sigh. Su Xiaoma stopped and began to gather spiritual power in his palm. Xia Shuiyun was elder Xia's granddaughter. Being on good terms with her would help his promotion in the future. He couldn't let her die here, and he couldn't save her directly, so he could only sneak here. Sigh. Troublesome woman. Su Xiaoma waved his hand, and his spirit energy gathered into the shape of a needle. With his strength as a martial king, he could easily take the head of the external Wind Wolf King, which was several hundred feet long, without making a sound. However, right when Su Xiaoma was about to make a move, Xia Shuiyun, who'd originally fallen into a dangerous situation, had a resolute expression in her eyes, and a gurgling cold current erupted from her body and swiftly spread towards the surroundings. Icebound 1,000 miles. Huff huff, the cold air swept along with the wind, and everywhere it passed, a layer of ice formed on the grass and trees. Ka ka ka. Ka ka ka. The evil Wind Wolf King and the other 4 wolf beasts weren't spared either. They were frozen by the cold air, and turned into 5 lifelike ice sculptures. Tsk tsk. Su Xiaoma dispersed his spiritual energy and said in surprise, "So, this woman still has a trump card. However, it seems like I'm barely using it. I'm afraid it's already, pooh." Xia Shuiyun spat out a mouthful of blood. Her entire face turned extremely pale, as if she'd been severely injured. The duration of the ice seal was limited, so she didn't have time to catch her breath. Suppressing her body that was suffering from the backlash, she hurriedly walked out. "I'm going to die, I'm going to die, I'm going to die." As soon as she walked out, she saw Su Xiaomo running wildly with his tongue out and howling. "Let's go!" Xia Shuiyun shouted. After saying that, she took the lead to walk out. However, she had only taken 2 steps when she almost fell to the ground due to her injuries. "Sister Xia." Su Xiaomo ran over with sweat all over his forehead and said, "You're injured." As soon as he finished speaking, he directly picked up Xia Shuiyun and ran out while screaming. Huff, huff, huff. On the ancient road outside the mountain ridge, Su Xiaoma stopped and panted rapidly. His legs were so tired that they were trembling violently. "What a good actor! Are you done hugging?" Xia Shuiyun said coldly. Su Xiaoma hurriedly put her down and stuttered as he explained, "Xia. Sister Xia, it was a dangerous situation, I know, don't say any more," Xia Shuiyun said weakly. Su Xiaoma hurriedly shut his mouth. "Awoo! Awoo!" At this moment, the howls of the wolf beasts came from the mountain ridge again, as if they were about to catch up. Xia Shuiyun frowned and said, "Let's go!" "Okay." Su Xiaoma took to her heels and ran, leaving him on the spot. "This guy," Xia Shuiyun bit her lip and said with difficulty, "Come back, bring me along." Oh. Su Xiaoma hurriedly turned back, then pulled her hand and ran forward. As a result, his injuries aggravated and he spat out blood. "Sister Xia, you're spitting blood." Don't talk nonsense, quickly carry me and run." Okay. Night fell. In a slightly damp cave, Su Xiaoma was roasting a pheasant in front of a bonfire. Xia Shuiyun sat cross-legged in the distance with her eyes closed. Her body was covered in ice, as if she was healing her injuries. After a long time, when the pheasant was cooked, she opened her eyes. Although her face was still pale, her injuries were under control for the time being. Sigh. Xia Shuiyun sighed and said, "If only I had the tranquil heart and icy skin pill. Here." Su Xiaoma handed over a small, exquisite bottle. Xia Shuiyun looked at him and said in surprise, "You didn't take it? I can't bear to eat such an expensive pill." Su Xiaoma smiled foolishly. Xia Shuiyun took the bottle, then took out the pill and swallowed it. She started to heal her injuries again. Su Xiaoma sat next to her and looked at her with his chin in his hand. He thought to himself, are girls who have ice physique and practice ice attribute all so cold? Suddenly, He released his spiritual thoughts and found that the evil Wind Wolf King was approaching the cave with the wolf pack. These fleas were really annoying. Swoosh, swoosh. The evil Wind Wolf King followed the scent in the air, but when it was more than 10 miles away from the cave, it heard a cold voice, "Go back to the shady mountain ridge." Ga. It hurriedly stopped and its eyes were filled with shock. Then it immediately ran back to the shady mountain ridge with its tail between its legs. Although it did not see the person, it knew that the person must be very strong. It could not afford to offend him. It definitely could not afford to offend him. The next day, Xia Shuiyun recovered from her injuries with the help of the Tranquil Heart and Icy Skin Pill, but she could not use her spiritual power for the time being. This was the side effect of using the ice attribute martial arts to seal the wolf beast. Sister Xia. Su Xiamo ran in from outside and held a lotus leaf filled with water. He smiled and said, "The spring water here is very sweet. Do you want to try it?" "I'm not thirsty," Xia Shuiyun said calmly. Su Xiamo raised his head and drank the water. He thought to himself, just like Elder Wei said, I have to keep my distance from this kind of woman. Yesterday, Xia Shuiyun looked at him, her eyes shining. She said meaningfully, "You run very fast." Su Xiaoma's heart skipped a beat. Although she had been acting all the time, the situation yesterday was a little troublesome. When he carried her out of the shady mountain ridge, he sped up a lot. She was still aware of this when she was heavily injured. As expected, women were as sensitive as needles. Su Xiaoma and Xia Shuiyun looked at each other. A professional spy had to be able to withstand the test of any situation. After a while, he scratched his head and said, "I have no aptitude or talent. I grew up in the mountains, so I can run fast." Xia Shui had been looking at him the entire time. Then, she said with certainty, "You're lying." Chapter 864. You're lying. When Xia Shuiyun said these 4 words, her tone was very certain. Su Xiaoma's heart was in his mouth. Did this cold woman discover something? That shouldn't be the case. He hid it so well. When you were chased by the wolf beast, I could tell that it wasn't because you ran fast, but because you cultivated some kind of movement technique. Xia Shuiyun stared at him suspiciously. The more she was like this, the more Su Xiaoma felt uneasy. I was born poor. How could I cultivate a movement technique? Sister Xia, don't joke around. Born poor? Xia Shuiyun said lightly. This kind of nonsense can only fool the elders who recruited you. Damn. This woman must have discovered something. Could it be that she was suspicious of his identity? What should he do? Kill her? Or destroy the evidence? Xia Shuiyun said lightly, "You used a low status to make yourself look lowly. It's just that you don't want to attract the attention of your fellow disciples. Then, you use flattery to climb up." She was right. Sneaking into the Taishan Xingzong was to make himself look lowly and use his connections to climb up. Su Xiaoma, who was still a little hesitant, made a decision in his heart. Moreover, Xia Shuiyun said, "You were attacked by spirit beasts in the Yunling Mountains. Although the other party didn't hit you hard, with your martial master cultivation, you couldn't have held on for so long." Su Xiaoma frowned. "I wanted to get close to you and become a tool for my promotion. Now, it seems that I can only destroy you." However, the sect knew that they were on a mission. If they didn't return, how could he explain it? Su Xiaoma started to think. Xia Shuiyun said, "You're an ambitious person. It's hard for an outer sect disciple to satisfy you. However, you have to understand that becoming an inner sect disciple doesn't depend on shortcut. It depends on your own strength." Su Xiaoma was stunned. Did she think that he was someone who deliberately lowered himself for the sake of his ambition and deliberately took advantage of both sides? Sigh. Su Xiaoma shrugged and helplessly said, "In the end, we were still discovered." The corners of Xia Shuiyun's mouth curled up slightly, revealing an almost undetectable smile. She seemed to be proud of her ability to see through the other party's ambitions. Su Xiaoma, who was good at reading people's expressions, noticed it and thought to himself, she probably didn't think that she was a spy. I can take this opportunity to fool her. I originally planned to get along with you as an ordinary person, but what I got in return was doubts. Stop pretending. I'll lay my cards on the table. Su Xiaoma sat down, and the simple and honest look on his face disappeared. I've practiced movement techniques before, and I'm deliberately currying favor with Senior Marshal Brother's son and Sister Xia. Was the Yunling Mountains intentional? Xia Shuiyun asked. Yes. Su Xiaoma lowered his head and pretended to be depressed. I don't come from a good family. I don't have an ice physique like Sister Xia, and I don't have an elder grandfather. It's as difficult as ascending to heaven to establish a foothold in Taishan Xingzong, so I can only find help from nobles. You're on the right track for now, Xia Shuiyun said. After the Yunling Mountains incident, the elders are very satisfied with you. Su Xiaoma smiled bitterly. Sister Xia, do you know that this satisfaction was exchanged with my life? You're very smart, Xia Shuiyun said. In that situation, you were going to die anyway. It's better to take a gamble and delay time with your life. If you succeed, you'll be valued, but if you fail, you'll still inevitably die. This woman was really not simple. However, it seemed that she had guessed off topic. Su Xiaoma beat her at her own game and grinned. I made the right bet. He could now be sure that this woman only thought that he was bent on climbing up, and did not think that there was a deeper meaning. You're just lucky. If you want to establish a foothold in Taishan Xingzong, you still have to rely on strength, Xia Shuiyun said. Su Xiaoma said, strength also has to be built on resources. If I, Su Xiaoma, can be valued by the higher-ups, even if I have 1/10 of the martial arts resources of Sister Xia and Senior Brother's son, I may not be weaker than others. You're so confident? Xia Shuiyun said. Phew. Suddenly, Su Xiaoma released his cultivation to the level of Wuzong, and a heavy force filled the cave. He said proudly, when I went down the mountain, Master often taught me that others can look down on me, but I must look up to myself. This should be the only truth he said since he became a spy. Because in terms of relationship, he and Jun Changshao were master and disciple, and the latter did often use this sentence to encourage his disciple. So you've been hiding your cultivation. Xia Shuiyun's tone and eyes did not show the slightest surprise. Sister Xia, Su Xiaoma said with a smile, a straightforward person does not resort to insinuations. You deliberately asked me to do a mission, didn't you just want to test me? Xia Shuiyun looked at him. What's your ambition? Su Xiaoma withdrew his aura and said with a sharp gaze, to become an inner disciple, a core disciple, or even an elder, or even a master of a sect. Xia Shuiyun was stunned. This guy's ambition was quite big. He actually wanted to be a patriarch. At first, he did not, but now that things had reached this point, Su Xiaoma might as well say it in a big way. Of course. This is not my ambition, but my dream. You can laugh at me, and you can also think that I'm daydreaming, but my dream will never change, because Master once said that a chef who does not want to be a general is not a good tailor. Jun Changshao, that's right, I really did say that. Xia Shuiyun was amused by the last sentence. However, she realized that she had lost her image, so she hurriedly put on a stern face and said, dreams are not based on words, but on actions and hard work. I've been working hard to flatter the ignorant and incompetent Sun Inquan, and wasting your time for nothing? I want to flatter Sister Xia, but I'm afraid of delaying your cultivation. Since he had already confessed, there were some things that he did not have to deliberately hide. Rest for 2 days, Xia Shuiyun said, then go to the Yin mountain ridge. That. Before Su Xiaoma could finish, he heard her say, I'll help you keep it a secret. Thank you, senior sister. Su Jintang is your real name? That's right. Who is this master you're talking about? My master is Old Man Jun Tian. He lives in seclusion in the mountains. Old Man Jun Tian. Xia Shuiyun secretly said, I've never heard of this person. He should be a hidden martial cultivator. Phew. Su Xiaoma secretly sighed in relief. Fortunately, this woman had gone off topic, thinking that he was ambitious and was not here to be a spy, otherwise he would have been forced to silence her. A few days later, Xia Shuiyun's injuries recovered, and the two went to the Yin mountain ridge again. Senior sister. Su Xiaoma stopped at the outer area and said in a low voice, I'll be responsible for luring the wolf pack first, then after shaking them off, we'll work together to kill the Yin Wind Wolf King. Okay. Xia Shuiyun said. I'll go first. Su Xiaoma dashed in and lured the pack of wolves out in no time. This time, he lured them quite thoroughly. Those beasts comparable to master level were also chasing after him. Shua. Not long after, Su Xiaoma jumped out from the grass and said, There's not much time, let's finish this quickly. Xia Shuiyun was stunned. Isn't this guy running too fast? Time did not allow her to think carefully. She took out her 3-feet-long sword and rushed into the forest with Su Xiaoma. The Yin Wind Wolf King's strength was not bad, but without help, facing 2 master-level martial artists was destined to be a tragedy. Pucci. After fighting for a while, its head was chopped off. Awoo! Awoo! Just at this time, the wolf pack that was released by the kite finally rushed back. Let's go. Su Xiaoma picked up Xia Shuiyun, who had put the Wolf King's head into her spatial ring, and jumped up and down a few times, completely disappearing into the dense forest. Ho-hoo! The cold wind blew by her ear. Xia Shuiyun tried to keep a distance from his chest, frowning slightly, and said in her heart, This guy is taking advantage of me again. Chapter 865. After killing the Wind Wolf King, Su Xiaoma and Xia Shuiyun returned to Taixin Xingzong. After handing in the task and receiving the reward, Xia Shuiyun gave the elixir and the time card to Su Xiaoma and said, Don't ask why, this is what you deserve. Su Xiaoma accepted all the rewards and said with a silly smile, Thank you, senior sister. In front of Xia Shuiyun, he had to pretend to be an ambitious person. In the sect, he still had to pretend to be a lowly and sociable little rascal. Sigh. It really tested his acting skills. In the future, spend less time with Sun Inquan. Xia Shuiyun said, If there's any task, I'll call you to go with me. Okay. Su Xiaoma nodded. Oh right. Before Xia Shuiyun left, she stopped and said, The outer disciple assessment will be held soon. I hope you can get good results and let the elders see you in a new light. I'll do my best, Su Xiaoma said. Next, he put his mind on cultivation. Because of the merit points and the rewards from the tasks, his frequent appearance in the cultivation place did not arouse the suspicion of his fellow disciples. During this period, Xia Shuiyun also appeared often and took him to do tasks. Su Xiaoma knew that after the incident in the Yin mountain ridge, this woman was obviously taking the initiative to help him obtain more martial arts resources. Go Xing, you've been very close to Xia Shuiyun recently. Do you really have that kind of relationship? On the way to the cafeteria, Sun Inquan asked in a low voice. Not only him, but many outer disciples were talking about it. After all, Sister Xia, who had always been cold, looked for Su Xiaoma too often. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that something was wrong. What kind of relationship can I have with Sister Xia? We're just doing tasks together. Su Xiaoma quickly denied. He was also quite depressed now. Because Xia Shuiyun's help was too obvious, it was easy to be gossiped about. Moreover, as a beauty, she had no lack of admirers and pursuers in the sect. If he got too close to her, he might get into trouble. As expected, just as he walked to the cafeteria and was about to get some food, a tall and handsome fellow disciple blocked his path and lightly said, Boy, I advise you to stay away from junior sister Xia. His name was He Zonging. He was one of the stronger disciples in the outer sect. It was said that he had a high chance of being promoted to the inner sect in the sect's grand competition at the end of the year. There were many outer disciples in Taishan Xingzong, but they were also divided into different groups. Su Xiaoma, Sun Inquan, and Xia Shuiyun entered the sect later, and belonged to the same batch. The other disciples became outer disciples earlier, and belonged to the previous batch or the batch before that. To put it bluntly, just like in school, there were different grades. If the outer disciples of Taishan Xingzong were compared to junior high school, then Su Xiaoma was in his first year of junior high school. He Zonging became an outer disciple earlier, so he could be considered in his third year of high school. The one with the surname He. Sun Inquan walked over and raised his head. Who are you trying to scare? He Zonging did not care about elder son's son. He only lightly glanced at Su Xiaoma, then turned and left. Senior brother, he has been admiring junior sister Xia for a long time. Junior brother Su and junior sister Xia have been a bit close recently. It's only a matter of time before something happens. In the cafeteria, the outer disciples discussed in low voices. Go Xing. Sun Inquan put his hand on Su Xiaoma's shoulder and said, "Don't be afraid. With senior brother here, that guy won't dare to bully you." "Thank you, senior brother." Su Xiaoma carried his food and found a place to sit. Then, intentionally or otherwise, he looked at Xia Shuiyun, who was eating with her head lowered, and his heart collapsed. Is she doing this on purpose or not? Elder Jun Tian. In the sect of all times, Jun Changshao leaned back in his chair and muttered, "My new identity?" Li Luoqiu smiled. Little Mo also said that Elder Xia's granddaughter, Xia Shuiyun, has been bothering him recently, so she was warned by the outer disciples and asked what the patriarch should do. Now that he has a firm foothold in Taishan Xingzong, if he wants to climb up, he must use his strength to move the upper echelons. Jun Changshao thought for a moment and said, "Tell little Mo that there's no need to keep a low profile all the time. If he explodes at the right time, he can gain the upper echelon's attention." In traditional novels, when the main character entered a sect, they would go from the initial forbearance to the full display of their abilities, then to the point where they would slaughter their way to the peak of their lives. That was why he planned to let Su Xiaoma do this. Okay. Li Luoqiu left and sent the message out. Jun Changshao rubbed his chin and said, "If an expert's disciple entered Taishan Xingzong's sect is known, he should be able to gain enough attention, right?" He lightly tapped his fingers on the armrest. "Once the matter of the planar battlefield is over, I will use Elder Jun Tian's identity to do something, to make Little Mo's lives more realistic and three-dimensional." The system said, "The host wants to let Su Xiaoma advance to a higher position, not just to obtain Lu Qianqian and Fang Lingyu's matters. If my disciple has the ability to infiltrate a large sect and gain an important position, that's not bad either." Jun Changshao said. Taishan Xingzong. After Su Xiaoma received Hall Master Li's message, he thought to himself, "How can I explode at the right time?" This right time was very important. He couldn't just release his cultivation to Martial King, then beat up He Zongying. Torturing him was fine, but it had to be reasonable so that others couldn't find fault with it. Let's go to the scripture pavilion and exchange merit for martial skills. Su Xiaoma stood up, then entered the scripture pavilion for outer sect disciples, picked a movement and a fist technique, then left after registering. This brat used 500 merit to exchange for 2 of the most difficult martial skills to learn? The scripture pavilion elder glanced at the registration book, seeing the names of 2 relatively high-ranked martial skills that were hard to learn. His eyes were filled with surprise. After returning to his place, Su Xiaoma began to focus on cultivation. With his saint-grade spiritual root and martial king cultivation, comprehending this kind of high-ranked martial skill is as easy as pie. "Let's go." Xia Shuiyun shouted from outside, "Go do your mission." "Yes, senior apprentice sister." Su Xiaoma stood up and continued to interact with this woman, continuing to do missions to earn martial skills resources that will give him a reason to become stronger. He Zongying has the qualifications to become an outer sect disciple. On the way to do missions, Xia Shuiyun said, if you can defeat him, you'll definitely be valued by the higher-ups. Su Xiaoma's mouth twitched. You're asking me to do missions every day, is that on purpose? I'm helping you fulfill your dream. Xia Shuiyun stopped and turned around to look at him. Sure enough, every time this woman comes to me openly, it's on purpose. She's purposely causing trouble for me. Although he doesn't know what her intentions are, Su Xiaoma also knows that if he can defeat He Zongying under reasonable circumstances, he'll definitely gain a lot of recognition. Here. Xia Shuiyun casually tossed over a space ring, saying, there are 50 natural spirit stones inside. This. Su Xiaoma was stunned. 50 natural spirit stones is already quite a lot. An outer sect disciple of Taixin, Xingzong, might not even be able to earn that much in a few years. Don't ask why. Xia Shuiyun said. I just hate He Zongying. Su Xiaoma understood. That guy always comes to bother her, so she's purposely getting close to me to use me as a shield. Su Xiaoma smiled. The person that senior apprentice sister hates is my enemy. Senior apprentice sister hates the entire world, so I'll be the world's enemy. Xia Shuiyun's expression froze, whispering, Big idiot. P.S. Monday please vote,